this tells you that's going to be a big problem. When you see a house, you know, there are cracks on the foundation, the ceiling, because the ceiling kind of cracks because the house is linen. When the house, especially new constructions, when the house settles, you can see it shifts. Uneven or sloping floors, once again, that goes to the foundation. Doors and windows that stick or won't close properly, once again, that's a foundational issue. Once the doors, you see the doors are not opening or they stick, they're hard to close, especially ones that open this way, windows, not necessarily sliding down, but even the ones that slide down, if they're kind of crunching in, now the windows can't slide down, right? Stair steps, cracks in brick exteriors. So foundation repairs can cost thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. So that's why these signs are things you want to look out for. Cracks in the walls, ceiling, uneven and sloping floors, doors and windows that stick or won't close properly, right? Next, you want to look out for is water damage and moisture issues. Look for water stains on ceilings and floors, musty odors, because people can paint stuff, but sometimes the smell is still there. Mold or mildew, fresh paint in only one small area may be covering the damage, right? So damaged basement or crawl spaces. This matters because water damage often leads to mold, structural issues, and costly repairs. Another thing you want to look out for are roof problems, you know, missing or curling shingles, sagging roof lines, water stains in the attic, signs of recent patchwork. So when you look at the shingles and you see one side is darker than the other, and you like, that raises an eyebrow. A new roof can easily cost you 10 to 30,000 depending on the size, right? Electrical issues, you want to look out for flickering lights. You know, when you want to cut on a light, it's flickering. Outdated electrical panels, extension cords everywhere, two-prong outlets. So I have some of those issues in some areas in my house where there are a lot of two-prong outlets and not three. Burn marks around outlets. Electrical upgrades can be expensive and may present safety hazards. Plumbing problems, right? You want to look out for low water pressure, slow drains, water stains on the sinks, signs of leaks around toilets, corrosion on pipes. Hidden plumbing problems can lead to significant water damage. So especially on the ground floor, the basement floor, underneath the kitchen, if it's a 2-level house, go underneath that kitchen level, see how that roof looks like, the ceiling, right? Or bathrooms, underneath the bathrooms, see if the paint was there, if they had to work on that. HVAC near end of life, so look out for very old furnace or AC units, rust or corrosion, loud noise during operation, lack of maintenance records. So you'll see a sticker on most HVAC units and they'll tell you when they were serviced. So replacing heating and cooling system can cost thousands of dollars. So that's another thing you want to look out for. Next is evidence of poor maintenance, just peeling paint, rotten wood, broken fixtures, neglected landscape, multiple small unfinished repairs. If visible items were ignored, there may be larger hidden issues. So they say where there's smoke, there's fire. So if you just keep seeing little things, you need to worry about that. So termite tubes, wood damage, rodent droppings, pest traps throughout the home. Pest damage can be expensive and sometimes very extensive as well, because you can see one thing, but then there's a lot more going on. Next thing you want to look for when touring a property, I would say, is neighborhood red flags, you know, excessive vacant homes. So if you see a lot of vacant homes, you got to be cautious, because you're going to think, is this property going to be able to hold value, right? Heavy noise. Shortly. Yeah, we were saying list to last. The reason why I give this client here, for instance, been showing them around for quite a while. And when you think about GCI, gross, commission. When you think about all the driving, all the time spent, the return, the ROI is not worth it. The reason why I'm doing it is because of a relationship building strategy. So dealing with buyers is very time consuming, but some of them are worth it because, for instance, this is a young family, somebody who's getting ready to graduate a very high-end degree. They may not be able to afford something major right now, but they want to start a family. This can be a starter home. This can end up being multiple transactions. At least the sale of this. If they choose to stay in the DMV, then the purchase, then referrals. So this is more like a relationship building sale, but it's not worth money. You're gonna make some money, but when you think about all the showings and the time put into it, it's really a net loss, or you just breaking even. Just quite frank, because it was also referred from a site that takes almost 30% on your commission, so when you're done with this, it's not worth it. But I think I've built a relationship with the client, and just to understand that they're going to make more moves in real estate, it's worth it. But the goal is to list the last, because when you list, you show you have a listing appointment. If you get it, you put it on the market, then you can schedule your open houses according to your choosing, not necessarily chasing buyers around or hoping to like what you have on the market. But we're going to stop it right there. Day 30, day in the life of a real estate agent. Just come on the journey with me. You're going to see how we build this business slowly. It's going to happen, and that's why we're doing this, to just show you the grind. It's not always snapping your fingers and things happen. You got to build and build and build. All right. Well, thanks for watching. Leave a comment down below. If you got any questions about real estate, if you're looking to sell or buy a house in the DMV, please give me a call, shoot me a text, or send me an email. Also, I'll say, that's the client calling. I'm pretty sure he's here. All right, we're going to wrap it up right here.
Your free training today.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
That's what a positive cash flow does for you. Good cap rate. So the cap rate helps compare investment properties. So you do cap rate equals net operating income divided by the property value times 100%, right? General range, you're looking at 4 to 6%. Low risk divided by, just low risk. And then 6 to 10% strong cash flow. Very high cap rates can signify higher risk. Keep that in mind. Appreciation potential is another thing you want to look for a good investment property. Some properties don't cash flow heavily today, but grow significantly in value over time. So look for limited housing supply. So you want to check the inventory, increasing rent, neighborhood revitalization, new employers entering the area. So like here in the DMV, they call Northern Virginia Data Alley, right? A lot of data centers are going there. Can be positive, a lot of jobs are coming, but how about the noise in the neighborhood? So you want to keep those things into consideration. Then the rent demand, property is only valuable if people want to rent it. Strong indicators are low vacancy rates, rising rents, nearby universities, hospital, or employment centers, right? Good amenities all around the area. Those are just strong indicators for good rent demand. Reasonable purchase price is another thing you want to look for great investment properties. So great investment properties will signal buy at a discount whenever possible, right? good investors will look at that, you know. Just look for motivated sellers, foreclosures, cosmetic fixer-uppers where you don't have to pour a lot of money into it. You don't want a money pit. Under market rents that can be increased, you know. So when you see the rents there are low, you know, if you touch it up, you can get more money on that rent. Low maintenance risk. Older properties can look cheap but become expensive quickly. So watch for roof age, foundation issues. Probably best to get the more expensive property. Then you'll also want to look at financing that makes sense. Interest rates heavily affect returns. Many investors analyze the down payment size, the interest rate, loan terms, monthly debt service. For leverage returns, investors often estimate cash on cash return. Cash on cash return can be calculated by doing the annual pre-tax cash flow over cash invested, right? Multiplied by 100%. So that's the annual pre-tax cash flow divided by the cash invested times 100%. Then one other thing you want to check out for if you're looking for a good investment property is the exit flexibility. And good investment properties usually have multiple exit options, meaning long-term rentals, short-term rentals, house hacking. You can flip it, you can refinance it. You know, you can sell to owner occupants. Flexibility reduces risks, because if you got multiple ways to get out of that loan or your cash, if it's tied down, and you got multiple exit strategies for that property, that's a great sign. The last key point would be numbers that work conservatively. You know, experienced investors assume repairs will happen, vacancies will occur, taxes and insurance will rise. A deal that only works under perfect condition is usually risky. So the deal should work under varying conditions, right? If things go wrong, this deal still should make sense. So common beginner mistakes: they buy based on emotion, right? They underestimate maintenance, they ignore vacancy cost, overestimating rent, focusing only on appreciation, buying in unfamiliar markets without research. So a simple rule of thumb, I would say, looking for an investment property would be positive monthly cash flow, rent equals to like 1% of purchase price, which is harder in today's market, safe neighbor. That's not a universal rule, but it's a quick screening tool, right? And then finally, we're going to talk about just things I wish I knew before buying my first home. So for instance, for me, I would have gotten more inspections done. I got the two basic inspections, like the structural and the wood destroying insect, but maybe I would have done a septic inspection, would have done a roof. Thankfully, none of those, like the roof hasn't caved in on me, no leaks or anything, but it's just something I would recommend. Also the HVAC unit, just more inspections. That's just my personal experience. Then generally, I would say most first-time home buyers don't realize how many hidden layers there are to home ownership until after they've signed. So also the windows, right? You know, windows, insulation, just things that are going to affect your monthly energy cost. They wish they knew before buying their first house. I'll also say closing costs, for instance. I was just told about 3.5% down payment. Thankfully, I had that extra 4 to 5% for closing costs, but literally I didn't factor that in when I went into looking for a house. It was when they brought the bill, I was like, wow, this is a lot. But then when you pay all of that, then you find out only a small fraction of that went towards your mortgage. It can be a gut punch, you know? Right away, the monthly payment is only part of the real cost. Your mortgage might be predictable, but taxes, insurance, and maintenance aren't. Property taxes can change, insurance can jump after a year, and maintenance is constant. Roof issues, HVAC servicing, plumbing surprises, lawn care. A good rule of thumb is budgeting 1 to 3% of the home's value per year just for upkeep, right? A second surprise is how fast small repairs can add up. A leaky faucet become a plumbing visit. A minor roof fix can turn into thousands. A rental property, on the other hand, you don't have to worry about these things. You call someone in the house. Warranties, they have these like maintenance insurance things where you pay monthly. So if you got any major repairs that needs to get done, they can service it for you. Another thing people underestimate is how much cash you can still need after closing. Even if you escape, you know, all the other down payments and you're able to scrape all that money, when you think about it, many buyers move into a house cash poor, you know, house poor. They got the house, but now they don't have the cash without realizing it. So inspection results also matter more than emotions. Almost every house has issues. The key difference is whether they're cosmetic or structural. New buyers often fall in love with the property first and rationalize problems later. But the inspection is where reality shows up. I think I fell into that trap. I wanted the house, I liked the yard, and I saw certain red flags with the as-is sale, and I went ahead with the purchase. If I were to do it again, I probably would have gotten a brand new house or something close to it where every year it seems like I'm doing a major repair, right? I knew what I was getting into, but I didn't really know what I was getting into, if that makes sense. So there are also lifestyle trade-offs. Owning a home ties you to a location and responsibility. Want to move cities or switch jobs quickly? That becomes harder when you're thinking about selling, timing, equity, and market conditions. Financing is another blind spot, right? Your approval amount is not the same as what you should spend. Lenders often approve more than is comfortable. The approved number assumes ideal conditions, not real life stresses, emergencies, or lifestyle costs. So if you just, that's self-explanatory. You got family emergencies, lifestyle costs, you need just a cushion. So one thing I would say I'm thankful for is I never wanted to keep up with the Joneses. Just on a personal level, I could have gotten way more of a house than I got, but I knew I wanted some cash just for business, savings, and things of that nature. So I got a house that I think my mortgage is very, very affordable. When I look at people who I help to rent properties, I'm just amazed that, wow, you paying that much? I'm paying $6, $7, $8, sometimes $900 less than you're paying, and I own a house and you're renting for the same amount of rooms, you know? So if you're trying to keep up with the Joneses and you want to get this massive house, you know, hey, eventually we all will get our forever home, right? It depends on your financial situation. But even then, to me personally, it doesn't make sense when you buy a house and you're spending all your money. You know, it's like then you get a raise, you want to upgrade your living. Sometimes just let the money sit and incubate for a little bit, right? Don't just, let's say you get a new job and you go get a bigger house or a newer car. Sometimes you let the money sit, accumulate, then you make a move comfortably. Finally, appreciation is not guaranteed in the short term. People often expect home values to always go up, but real estate moves in cycles. If you need to sell within a few years, market timing can matter more than you expect, you know? So thankfully I haven't had to sell, but you're looking at Zillow, I look at the appreciation value. I thank God when I purchased my house years ago, it has appreciated in value. But what if that was not the case and I had to sell or I had to move? I know people who are going through foreclosure, you know, close to foreclosure. Let's say they fell behind on their rent and they're trying to get out of the house, but they're not getting what they thought they would get, especially in this market. It's no longer a seller's market. So those are things you need to watch out for. Well, I hope you guys enjoy the video. Once again, if you like what you saw, or if you have any questions regarding buying or selling a house in DC or Maryland, my information will be in the contact down below. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to your real estate podcast. And today we're going to talk about what to know when selling your home in summer 2026. As some of you may know already, the market has changed. For a long time, we were in a seller's market. You put your house on the market, it kind of flies off the shelf. Now things have changed a little bit and they're leaning more towards the buyer's side. So we're going to cover that for sellers. If you're looking to sell your house this summer, what to look out for, what to prepare for. And with that being said, if you want to ask me a question directly regarding selling your house, especially in DC and Maryland, I'll leave my contact information in the description below. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you. All right. So without further ado, let's get started. Summer is traditionally one of the busiest seasons for home sales. I would say spring is like the peak, but summer is right there with it, right? So 2026 sellers are facing a market that rewards preparation. What that means is homes fly off the shelf. I just had a listing that closed maybe a week or so ago, was probably on the market for 7 days, but there are houses that are sitting on the market for 300 days and not selling. And what a seller should focus on really is getting the house renovated, staged properly. Virtual staging is a thing now. Just be very careful that your agent or yourself, you don't mislead. Do some false advertising. Say the house looks a certain way that it's not. So be mindful of false advertising. But if you don't want to spend tons of money staging the property, you can consider virtual staging. One thing I recommend you do if you're going to stage a property virtually, I would say you put a picture of the virtual staged room location and another picture of the vacant location so people can kind of get an idea. That's also a way for you to compare both pictures to see if it's accurate, because for instance, if you're doing a living room, you don't want the AI to add a bay window that is not really part of your living room, right? So these are just things to be mindful of. Pricing accuracy is very, very key. Houses that sit on the market you would see are not priced accurately. The market has shifted a little bit. Prices are dropping just a little bit depending on the market. So I remember this one house was going for about $300,000 at the time of purchase, you know, dealing with an investor who purchased the property and wanted to renovate it. So I gave him accurate comps. Everything around that area was going for about $300,000. By the time you get all your permits, you get all the renovations done, houses in that very area were going for 285, 282. So I told him, hey, the market has shifted. You know, that was like 6 months ago, and priced it right around that range, and it was very quick to get off the shelf. But sellers who think their house is worth more than it actually is, you know, one thing I know is the market is going to dictate what your house is worth. It's not any sentimental feelings. It's just like a bike, right? You know, some people are into motorcycles. They spend thousands of dollars getting it souped up, or let's say a sports car or these old vintage cars. Just because you spend so much money on the engine, the paint job, changing the seats on the interior, doesn't mean the buyer cares about those things. So 9 times out of 10, the market is going to dictate what your house is worth. So strong marketing, more than ever before. I would say that really helped in this property I'm talking about, just getting a bunch of people into an open house, and you create like a FOMO, fear of missing out. And when there was so many buyers and families in that house, they saw each other, and I knew I was getting an offer, you know, the next day, because it's like when a buyer is there and they see you talking to another buyer in the kitchen, answering questions about the property, light bulbs go off like, man, I better submit an offer. I'm going to lose out on this house. So you want to do some really strong marketing. There is a best time to do an open house, and the best time for your house to sell. Not to say houses don't sell after that time period, but I would say your first 14 days are very pivotal when you list the property. You need to do the best you can to get it out in front of the right buyers, because once a house sits on the market for over a certain amount of time, buyers start questioning what's wrong with this house, you know. So strong, or they give you low ball offers. So strong marketing more than ever. If you're planning to sell your home this summer, we're going to touch on some things. Buyers are more selective than they were during the pandemic boom. So fixer-uppers, the economy is just not in that place anymore where people want to take on projects. Unless you're an investor, you don't want to buy a house and you got to work on the HVAC. You got to fix the roof, you know, got to redo the flooring, the bath. Welcome everybody to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond, and I'm a local real estate agent in Maryland and DC. We're going to react to a video. Without further ado, let's jump right in.
I've been here more than 30 days. Put it in the show.
Stop. Listen to me.
Listen, no, honey. You listen to me because you know I've been here more than 30 days. Almost 30 days. You feel me?
She's been there more than 30 days. So this right here is a squatter who meets a no-nonsense cop, right? And she's saying she's been there more than 30 days. And she told the cop, no, you listen to me. Here's what I'll say when you're dealing with law enforcement. Yes, you can know your rights and all of that. I get that. I know rights have been violated. Don't want to get too much into that. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't understand. Quite frankly, don't want to go down the racial thing. I'm a black man in America. I went through my experiences numerous times with cops. But here's the bottom line of it, right? Maybe the older you get, the less that happens. So you get to look back and say, were all these people bad, or was I just young and doing things that cause suspicion or whatever? But it happens less and less so. But the last time I got into it with a cop I was an adult, doing my thing, very good job, homeowner, all of that. And it was a busted tag light, but his aggression, I wouldn't even say got into it with a cop. He got into it with me. I was just so chill, it's like I recognized it. The way he was yelling and screaming and just demanding documentations with just anger and aggression. It's almost like he's trying to belittle you or something. Like you're, you know, do as I say right now. He did all of that just to tell me my tag lights were out. And I just kept cool, gave him all what he wanted. And something inside of me just wanted to say, dude, you ain't had to do all of that for a tag light, just came to my window yelling and screaming, driver's license, and just going off. And I just gave him all what he wanted, went there, came back, your tag light is out. And I'm thinking to myself, really? I had a busted tag light and you had to do all of that? I just didn't say anything. And the reason why I bring this up is, listen to me, you know your rights. I see all these videos online. There are a lot of people who are dead right now that knew their rights. Maybe your family might get compensated if you win a lawsuit. It doesn't mean you shut down and roll over. I'm just saying, live to fight another day. Even if you're in the right. We know this lady is in the wrong right here, but I gave my example just to show I got away with that. It didn't do anything to me. Maybe that guy felt like he was a better human being or a tougher guy. I don't know what his deal was. But to me, it just showed how insecure. I don't know. It's just like unnecessary. If somebody has a busted taillight, you can pull them over and just talk to them the right way. And there are times where cops have pulled me over where I've been at fault and they're just so nice and respectful. You know, they probably let you go with a warning. Whether it's a seatbelt on or you on your cell phone and they pull you over and just are so nice. Hey, sir, I saw you on your cell phone. You shouldn't have been doing that. This is a warning. And they're so polite, you know, then you run into these people that you don't know if they're having a bad day at home or they're just on an ego trip or whatever it may be. And you want to go toe to toe with them. I give that example to say, whether you're right or wrong with the cops, especially if there are not any witnesses there, just get out of the situation alive, right? And you can go call a lawyer and see about it later, but at least you'll be alive to do so. Not saying there are not grounds and hills that you should be able to put your foot down and die on, because everybody has a hill they're willing to die on. Like say, okay, beyond this point, I'm not gonna tolerate anything. But some of it is unnecessary, just to prove to the cop you know the law. You get beat up or you get roughed up, and yeah, I guess you might get a lawsuit later. But to me, it's just not worth it. I just play cool. One thing I know, when you answer in a cool manner, sometimes it de-escalates. It really does, but some people are just on a power trip. She's on a power trip, telling the cop to listen to her. Let's keep going.
Are you stunned?
You got me f***ed up. You're not gonna come here and do this.
Ma'am.
All right? And I told you. See, I'm a self-represented litigant. You feel me? So I will take your ass to court.
Listen to me.
Got
Get your stuff and get out.
I'm not getting...
Self-represented litigant. What does that even mean? She litigates things in court on her own. The cops are trying to get a word across and she's just barking threats. So one thing I'll say is, the loudest person in the room is not always the smartest one, right? She's just barking threats constantly and going on, and he's trying to speak and she's not allowing him to get a word in. Let's keep listening.
Let me go! Let me go!
Stop it.
Let me go! Let me go!
Stop it.
Let me go!
Stop it. Listen to me.
And that's what I was talking about. He just got tired of hearing it and he said, get your stuff and get out. And she was not trying to leave, and now she got handcuffs on and she's screaming. The problem is, this is not your house, you know? But the reason why she cited those 30 days, I guess wherever she's at, that's the number. And it's so sad, right? When you think about retail, the retail crime and the spike in it, I don't know when the memo went out that, oh, these people cannot touch you. And the reason why they can't touch you is, one, profiling. Once people lose millions of dollars in a lawsuit because they profiled the wrong person, they thought this person was a shoplifter, and now they get sued for racial profiling, all the retailers just let everybody go. That's one. Secondly, I would say You go try to stop somebody, you get shot. Now that family is suing the company. They say, you know what? We're not gonna risk our lives. These merchandise and this money is insured. Let them take it, right? Whatever is the reason why all these retailers just let people walk out the door, that memo went out at some point, and all of a sudden people just load up goods and just walk out. You can't stop them, right? Same with these squatters. I don't know when the memo went out, like, okay, in this state, you live here longer than 30 days, they can't kick you out. Now they go in there, they sneak around, live there for 30 days or more, and then they tell a cop with authority, I've been here longer than 30 days. It's not like I've paid for it. It's not like I own it. I've been here longer than 30 days. Wow, if that's the world, if that's the way the world works, then my goodness, all I gotta do is go into somebody's mansion for longer than 30 days and I got claim to it. That is crazy. Good thing there are laws, right? I'm just saying, good thing there are laws. Can you imagine that? You go on a vacation or you got another property, a vacation house, somebody just goes living there for 30 days. How long did it take you to work to purchase that? Even if you inherited it, how long did it take your parents or whoever gave you that property? How long did it take them to earn that money to buy that house? Now somebody just has to move in and that's it, you know? And the reason why I can't relate to that is how hard I work. I work hard, long hours sometimes, you know? So everything I got, I earn. So it's like, I can't understand this at all, honestly speaking. But let's watch the rest of this.
Let me go!
Stop it.
Let me go!
Stop it.
Stop!
Listen to me. Listen to me. You are trespassing on private property. You refuse to leave. Now you're being arrested for resisting without violence and trespassing.
Let me go! Let me go!
Let's get a moment. Get your information. Stop. Stop it, Ms. Williams. You're embarrassing yourself.
She's screaming, Bradley, is it the cop? And he called her Miss Williams, so maybe he knows her. Because if you watch in the beginning, she told him, you can't come in and do this to me. So it's like they knew each other, I don't know. But it's just weird. Maybe she's a known squatter. She just finds places, stays there for longer than 30 days. Anyway, that's exactly what he's saying. You're embarrassing yourself. The danger in this for real estate agents or sellers, it's like you do have people like this. Depending on your state, you got people like this who just know or look around for vacant properties. They move in quietly and they just want to live there long enough to where you can't just kick them out. So you got to be very mindful. Once again, cameras, good rapport with your neighbors. Also watch even the contractors. Some contractors are very good. They'll keep an eye on things for you. But the last squatter video we watched was the guy that mows the lawn. He's the one that snuck in under the lady's bed while she's in the house. So you never know, right? Anyway, thanks for watching. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
All right, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond. I'm a local real estate agent in Maryland and Washington, D.C. Today we're going to react to a multi-millionaire that's house poor. Without further ado, let's jump right in.
I'm a multimillionaire and I am in over $1 million of debt. That might shock you to hear. But
so it's funny, I know this gentleman, he feeds animals a lot, right? He feeds animals and that's his thing. He'll go out with a bag of food from the grocery store, just feeding foxes, cats, and he's part of these book clubs. And he gave me this book with Donald Trump and Robert Kiyosaki, I guess, the guy who wrote Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I'm actually looking at the book right now on my bookshelf. Haven't read it yet because I'm reading another book right now. But those two speak on that all the time. It's a thing. I'm not trying to get into the political thing, but Trump and this guy, they filed bankruptcy maybe 11, 12 times total between the two of them or more, but they're considered billionaires. They preach that philosophy of real estate and getting wealthy through debt. Talk about good debt and bad debt, the concept of using money to work for you. You can get into debt if you go get an asset. Then you got the Dave Ramsey school of thought that all debt is bad, pay off your house completely. They don't believe in just buying one property and another on credit, because the banks can come and collect at any time. So just because you own all these properties and you're paying all this mortgage, if you read the fine print in some of these loan contracts, you can be good, but the bank can come and ask you for all the money. Don't know how true that is, but some of those, especially when you get into the investment property thing, if the banks feel like you high risk, or they just got too many high risk loans out there, they may come and collect. And if you don't have them, they can foreclose on you. So that's how these millionaires and billionaires sometimes can go into bankruptcy, right? I gave all that to say I am familiar with the wealthy people being in debt, and that's what she's talking about. Enough of that. Let's jump right back in.
When I purchased my house about a year ago, I did not pay for my house in cash. I could have paid for my house in cash, but it was a strategic decision not to. Because, fun fact, debt is called debt if you're broke and poor. Debt is called leverage if you're rich. It gets a full rebrand when you are rich. And let me talk to you about why I decided to take out a mortgage instead of paying for cash. So, mortgage rates at the time of buying were about 7%.
Yeah, so I've seen this a lot. They say only, I hate to use the word stupid, but only stupid people buy buy a house or car cash. And the idea of it, I see a lot of wealthy people say that. I think even Mr. Beast was talking about a studio that he bought, even though he had the money. Somebody asked him, "Did you pay cash?" He said, "No, I financed it." Here's the thought process behind that. If I have a house and I pay $700,000 cash for that house, that is $700,000 that is gone that I cannot use to make more money. The idea is once I get to a certain place in wealth building, my money should work for me. So if my money is the tool or the engine that's going to make money for me, I'll be stupid to tie that down or give it away. I'd rather go get this $700,000 home and pay $3,000 a month, $4,000 a month, depending on what your interest rates are, and use that $700,000 in cash. I can even use $600,000 in cash and let that invest for me at a 9% return, 4% return, 12% return. And I can just keep $100,000 and let that pay my mortgage every month. That is a school of thought to where this interest is not, the interest that I'm paying on this mortgage is not going to be more than I can make if I invest this money. All right, let's go.
Which are high. That's a very high mortgage rate. But on average in the stock market, We have made 10% or more over the past 30-ish years of the S&P 500. The S&P 500 being the 500 biggest companies in the US stock market. So my logic is I can tie up multi-millions of dollars in cash by taking my cash and paying for my house. And yes, then I don't have a mortgage. I don't have any of those things. But it actually makes more sense for me to take out the mortgage, to take on debt, to borrow money, so that instead my money can be making me 3% or more money over here in the stock market. So it is cheaper for me to go into debt than it is to actually.
Yeah, that's what I just talked about. But I'll be honest, not in this economy. I wouldn't recommend it. I'm not a financial advisor. Go talk to a financial planner. But the mortgage rate now is at 7%. Yes, you can possibly make 12, 9. That's a swing and a miss in this economy with everything going on. But to her, it still makes more sense. A 12% or 3% return is still better than putting this money there. I would say that would have been a great strategy during the pandemic years when interest rates were somewhere in the 2.7s, 2.9s, even 4 in the latter, maybe a year after the pandemic, right? Then you still got a lot more wiggle room in case the stock market doesn't perform as good as you thought it may perform. Because if you get a 4% mortgage and you make 9% on your stock investment, you still got 5% profit. That makes total sense. But once you get to that 7 and the return is at 9 to 12, that's cutting it too close for me personally. But it ain't my money, it's hers. That's a choice she chose to make. Make sure you speak to a financial advisor. I kind of get the school of thought. Don't know if I would risk that in this market. What I'll do is I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. And as I mentioned, I do service the DC and Maryland area. So if you're looking to buy or sell a home, visit my website, which will be in the description down below. Book a 15-minute free consultation on the calendar, and we'll go from there. I'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for watching.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Welcome everybody to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond. I'm a local real estate agent in the state of Maryland. Today we got a video for you, and it's about foreclosures. We're gonna react to it. Without further ado, let's jump right in.
So there are there are a lot of things I'm adapting to since losing my house last year. And I've shared before, it's not that I've never lost the place before. I went through Hurricane Katrina at age 14, and we had nothing. The hurricane took everything. My first apartment, couldn't pay the rent, was pregnant, all of that. The way God worked that out still blows my mind, but I mean, the ice storm in Texas took our apartment. Like, I've been through loss before, but right now what I'm getting used to is a smaller kitchen. The house I had that foreclosed, I had a more spacious kitchen, a wider kitchen.
Well, hopefully she can get to why and how she foreclosed, because this is a real estate channel. There are some personal life lessons that we can glean from, but I try to stick with the real estate part of it. What causes foreclosures? Hurricane Katrina. I did visit Louisiana in 2015. I don't know when Katrina happened. Was it 05, I believe? So 10 years later, the guy whose house we went to, even though he had painted the house, there were portions of the house where you could see the line. It's almost at shoulder level. 10 years later, you could see that line, maybe even outside where the water was. At shoulder level, it was a duplex. He rented one side and he had the back end of the house. You could see he could point the line out to where the flooding was. Anyway, hopefully she can get to why she foreclosed. Let's keep listening.
Now that kitchen, I own the kitchen. That was my house, so I had to get used to not owning what I'm using. And I'm really learning that, like, every season of life that I'm going through has something to teach me. And don't get me wrong, I'm still healing from the grief of foreclosure. I'm still healing through the grief of, I had it, I don't have it.
You had it, then you don't have it. My question is, did you ever have it? You know, home ownership is like, if you haven't paid for it completely, honestly, even when you're done paying for it, if you don't pay your property taxes, would you still own it? So I guess you enjoy it while you have it, you plan accordingly. But as long as you're paying a mortgage, yes, I'm a homeowner, but I'm still paying mortgage. Do I really own the house? That's a question I kind of grapple with. So the grief of foreclosure can be something, but also the recovery from that, right? Like once you foreclose on a house, now you got to worry about your credit being bad. And how long is that going to be on your record? So if you foreclose on a house at a certain time, it'll take so many years before you can possibly buy a house again, because lenders are going to see that. I think 7 years that stays on your record, if I'm not mistaken. Unless you land some kind of cash to invest, I don't know how you're gonna just buy a house again after a foreclosure. So the grief, the emotional aspect of it, I get, but there are also financial ramifications from foreclosing that I was hoping she can get into, but I can't tell her how to grieve and explain herself. Let's keep going.
I was proud to own a home. I believe I'll own a home again. But as I'm maturing for the lessons that are there for me, if I'm willing to learn them, not just lesson, but the perspective shifting. That's what I'd rather say. I'm learning lessons, but my perspective is growing from one that's bitter, angry, frustrated, or ashamed to, wow, look at what I'm learning. Look at what I'm getting from this. So I personally still wish I had a larger kitchen. I'm like a more open concept kitchen person. I'm starting to, I would say, even prioritize cleaning the kitchen more, because since it's smaller, I have
Once again, she's not really talking about what caused the foreclosure. It's more like a cope, I guess. People come to the internet to cope. She lost her house. I want to glean the cause, right? The cause, because I'm a real estate agent talking to buyers and homeowners. How do you lose your house? Was it a job? What caused it? Did you buy a house you couldn't afford? You know, so this concept of I'm an open kitchen concept person, or I'm a Bentley driving concept person, I don't really understand that. You are a person of what you have accomplished. You know, it's kind of harsh, but life does throw curveballs at people, but yes, I have a fantasy of the life I would want to live, but if I haven't built that or accomplished it yet, I'm not that person. In my mind, I guess there's some kind of saying, manifestation. I understand that. Or as when I was trying to climb up the corporate ladder, they say dress for the role you want, not the role you have. So if you want to get a promotion to another level, you dress like that role. It kind of gets your mindset there. Or some people say if you want to move into a neighborhood, drive around it a few times, so you kind of aspire for that. Let's say it's a very affluent area, or you want to buy some kind of something expensive, you go do window shopping. If you want to drive a Ferrari, you go to a Ferrari dealership, you go manifest it, I guess. So I get that concept, but I'm also a realist. If I don't have an open kitchen, I'm not an open kitchen person. I haven't accomplished it. That's a fantasy in my mind. I'm a person of what I have, what I've accomplished. I'm not, I'm a mansion type of person. If I don't have a mansion, I'm not a mansion person. So she said she's an open kitchen concept person. How? You're not there. You understand? Get to reality, but I hope she would have expressed what caused the foreclosure. That's what I was trying to glean.
Half the amount of counter space in here, but the same amount of kids. It's still 5 kids. And now the baby eats 2. So I'm using so this kitchen has more shelves than, I think than my last kitchen did. I don't know. But I just appreciate that, one, I have a kitchen, right? Because I have a kitchen that I'm using. I can still feed my family. But I think if I had stayed in a position of loss, I don't have a kitchen. I don't have my own kitchen anymore. I wouldn't have gotten to this gratefulness. I wouldn't have gotten to this place of, okay, show me how to thrive where I am now, God. I'm not where I was. I don't know where exactly I'm going, but help me to thrive where I am now. And we still eat. I still cook. I still got a knife. This knife was a gift. We lost a lot, but things have been replaced. Cutting onions, using.
Yeah, well, I guess it's more so about a personal cope than explaining how she got there. I try not to watch all these videos. Most of them I try not to watch because I want to give you guys the honest reaction and live reaction without thinking it through or having, don't want to fake it. So what I'll say here, I appreciate her appreciating what she has, if anything. I appreciate her appreciation, I guess, of what she has. And that's something that we as a society tend not to do a lot of. We're always in the fantasy of what I want, what I desire. And that's actually funny. I'm reading a book right now that's titled The Power of Now, right? Only read a few pages of it. Some of it doesn't necessarily work for me. Like anything in life, you take the good, you leave the bad, right? So I'm a Christian, and he talked about other religions, and so those things kind of throw me off when I read books like that. But I glean what I can apply. So that power of now, I think, is something that I appreciate, or that she's talking about, appreciating your now, your circumstances now, rather than being stuck in the past, ruminating, I guess is the word. You're in your head. Let's say you have a bad conversation with a spouse, a boss, a client, whatever. You're ruminating, you're just chewing those words, you're replaying it over and over in your head, and you never move past that. And you think whatever slip up you may have had defines you. It's like a constant shame. The incident has already happened and you can't be stuck in that. So sometimes some people say give yourself 3 days to mourn and pick yourself up. You know, in some parts and aspects of life you don't have time to just be there dwelling on the failures of life. They happen to everybody, myself included. So I guess that's the positive I can take with this video, or what she's trying to say is she lost something and she has 5 kids and she's going to appreciate where she's at now. That is, to me, a better thing rather than stuck in what you lost. As a real estate agent doing these videos on foreclosures, I would have appreciated the story as to how I got here rather than woe is me, which is not necessarily what she's doing. She's trying to get over that. I understand that. Well, thanks for watching. I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. And also, if you're looking to purchase a home in DC or Maryland, visit my website, which will be in the description down below. Book a free 15-minute consultation. I'll see you in the next one.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
2026 home buyer trends and strategies, affordability over price. So it just is what it is. There was once upon a time when some people still do it, try to keep up with the Joneses. The more money you make, the more you try to elevate your standard of living. So you were okay driving that Toyota Corolla, Honda Civic. Now you make a few more dollars. You want to go get a BMW, a Benz. You probably were living in a not so decent house, but it served the need. Now you got an increase at your job and you want to buy a bigger house. So people always try to elevate their standard of living, but now buyers are tending to lean more towards affordability because it's just the reality of it. Focus on the total monthly payment, including insurance taxes, which are rising faster than income. Especially, I live in the state of Maryland right now. There's a lot of, if you earn this much, you got to pay. You know, Maryland is leaning a little bit more towards the California tax thing, you know, which may help people in low income. But if you are making a decent amount of money, you got to keep that in mind. Your property taxes also, as houses in the area appreciate, your property tax is going to appreciate with it, right? So what your mortgage may be this year may be different next year, not because your mortgage is not stable. It's because the taxes have gone up. So something to think about. Long-term mindset. Choose a home suitable for at least 5 to 7 years to ride out market volatility. And honestly, that's what I did when I purchased my first home. You ain't got to be like me, but I bought a house that I feel as though I can afford comfortably, you know. Honestly speaking, I show houses to buyers all the time, and you get to see their income and what they qualify for. And some of these buyers barely qualify for things, but they want the best, you know. So hands down, on a personal note, I think I could afford a much bigger house than I currently live in. But it's like, okay, I'm gonna buy this and ride it out for 5 to 7 years and, you know, use the money to start other, you know, just things, you know, and just get myself in a comfortable position. So if I want to upgrade, I can upgrade, or maybe try make this a rental property, build your real estate portfolio. It's just, if you go through a financial downturn personally, you don't want to have to go into foreclosure, do a short sale, try to get rid of your house because you're spending every single dime on mortgage and bills. So Get a house that, you know, you can afford with a few extra dollars to maintain your standard of living, and just in case of emergencies, right? Maintenance or just medical, you never know, right? So I don't believe in living paycheck to paycheck and spending every single dime. Once upon a time, we all go through those things when you're young. You got an apartment, probably in school, you probably go through those things, right? But as you become an adult, it's like, my advice to home buyers is buy something that you can be comfortable with financially. You know, you don't want to be pinching pennies to pay your mortgage. Not a good strategy, especially in how volatile the market is. You know, and we live in an area right here that is kind of dependent upon the federal government, right? The DC and Maryland area, the Washington metropolitan, which also encompasses Virginia, Northern Virginia. Most jobs rely on the federal government, and we saw all the federal government job cuts. So you don't know, and this is just for this area, but other areas are going through things as well. So things are kind of unstable, not unsure. You hear possible switching of the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. So you never know where things are going to go with the new person, the new policies. So we're kind of like in a volatile situation right now as an economy, a nation. So if you can afford a house right now, get it, but don't spend your last dime, and don't get a house where all your money goes towards bills. Rising costs. Prepare for higher closing costs to ensure you have emergency funds for maintenance and not just down payment. You know, I was told when I bought my house, have at least $5,000 left over, which I didn't, because at the time I also made, it's like things come in threes. I made a big purchase. I did something big as well on the family side, and it was just big expenditures back to back to back, and I was almost cash strapped. Thankfully, I bought a house that I could afford and I have extra money. But if I had gotten the house I really qualified for, the highest dollar I qualified for, God knows what would have happened, because all those expenditures, and you know, you spend everything, and now you're pinching pennies. So I always recommend buy a house and make sure you have at least $5,000 extra. If you're buying a new construction, then possibly the warranty should take care of things, but sometimes these things delay. You may need to repair it and then get reimbursed or whatever, which you don't necessarily have to do, but there are nightmare stories with new constructions. They're all over the news and social media. You can look into them. So still have extra money, or you still may need to furnish the house, you know, or you may spend all of that and then you got to pay your mortgage. Just keep a little something on the side, right? Rainy day funds, right? If you're buying an older house, you never know. Things may look good. You get in, you got to change the roof. Always do a home inspection, by the way. But you may still buy the house, things look good, the inspector passed it, and then you run into the refrigerator pops, you know, the water line pops in something, you know, your washer, dryer goes bad, you know. I just had to replace a dryer, and I've been in my house now for at least 4 years, but I never liked that dryer anyway, but that's what was in the house. I kind of always wanted to replace it. And then, was it the dryer or the washer that went bad? It might have been the washer, but it was one of those single units where they're attached. And the bad side about that, once one goes bad, you got to replace both. So I bought 2 separate units now, you know, and it's just something to think about. At least it lasted 4 years. But as soon as I got in, maybe a year in or so, I had to change the water heater. These are just things to think about. You know, the water heater, you got to change. And then thankfully everything else has worked, but I've done repairs that I wanted to do, but the water heater was like, you have to. And also I had to do like septic work, you know. These are things I didn't see coming, you know. So I try to advise buyers, you never know what's going to pop up. When the septic tank goes bad, if you got a family, you need your septic working, right? Some people are in areas that with public sewage. I'm a little further out, and I prefer where I'm at because of the land space, get a lot of land. But when you live so far out, sometimes you get the land, but you don't get connection to all the public facilities. So you need a septic system, and then boom, that goes bad. You got to get that fixed. It's not something you could live without. The water heater went bad. Got to get that fixed. Not something you could live without, you know. So what I wish I knew before buying my first home. All right, so without further ado, let's get started. But I'll say this, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please make sure you do so. That's how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to purchase or sell a property in DC or Maryland, I'm your guy. My contact information will be in the description down below. So signs you're ready to buy a house. 1, your finances are solid, not just okay. You know, a steady income that's likely to continue. So that's why even lenders look for at least 2 years of that particular employment. Not that you've been employed for 50 years. They want to know that you've been working for that particular company for 2 years. A down payment, often 3 to 20% depending on the loan type. Closing costs, typically 2 to 5% of the purchased property. That's average closing cost. I would say around the 4 to 5-ish, but 2 to 5 depending on what you can negotiate. Anyway, we out of here, man. Yeah, so as mentioned, you know, while I was there with the buyer, she came with her husband and the 2 children. I was able to ask some qualifying questions, better feel of how soon they're ready to move and what they're looking for. You know, so that's always a good thing, and that's the right way to do it, I think. You know, it's always good to qualify people so they don't waste your time. Yeah, it's always good to qualify people so they don't waste your time, but it's also good to provide them with what they're looking for. And then you give them something they feel comfortable giving you more. And the beautiful thing about it is, you know, I got a couple houses under contract in the area, so they asked me, do you show a lot of properties in this area? And I had a folder. I normally have a folder for people I meet for the first time, and I had all those flyers in that folder. And I say, yeah, I do, and here go the folder. Also had some information for them as well as home buyers, but that always comes in handy when you can show somebody that's interested in buying in an area that I'm delivering results for home buyers in this area. So that was definitely a plus. And there's no guarantee they're going to work with me, but I think I answered a lot of their questions. There's some more feedback and things of that nature, follow-up that needs to be done. And that's the beauty of it. So we're going to do that follow-up over time, slowly, and build a rapport to where when they think about buying or selling a house, you're the person that comes to mind, you know? That's exactly where we're trying to go. Yeah, so that's a day in the life of a realtor. It's going on 4:30, and responsibilities. You already if you're okay with repairs coming out of your pocket, because you can't call the maintenance guy anymore. That's a big difference with renting and owning. You can't call the landlord. You are the landlord, right? Yard work, HVAC issues, roof problems, etc. Next, you say you have a clear budget and pre-approval. A strong sign of readiness is you know your price range based on real numbers, not just guessing. You're pre-approved, your activities are getting there, and you understand monthly payment limits, not just the price of the home, Finally, we'll say renting is no longer serving your goals, For example, rent is rising faster than your income. So now you're paying somebody else's mortgage, or you're making somebody else wealthy, so you might as well start building equity. You want stability or equity building. So stability is like you probably are going to get married, or you landed a job where you think you're going to build a career, or you move to the perfect state or neighborhood and you want to build a family there, or just want to stay there, or you want to build equity rather than paying somebody else's mortgage off. You want to start paying yours off and building equity. And you need more space or control over your home. So space is a key thing, and control, just those are some of the rights that come with owning a house, right? The right of control, the right of exclusion, meaning you can exclude people from coming to your house, things of that nature, but you just want that control, right? How much house can you afford today, right? The honest answer is it depends on your income, debt, down payment, credit score, and interest rates. Most lenders still use the 28-36 rule as a starting point. Housing costs should stay below 28% of your gross income, and all debt combined below 36% of your income. So they do that and see where you are. Quick 2026 affordability estimates, you'll say good credit score, and you'll say 20% down. That's the max. I wouldn't say the max, but at least for conventional. Typically, mortgage rates are around the mid 6% right now. So minimal other debts, right? So let's say your annual household income, these are just approximates. It's not etched in stone. But if your annual household income is about $50,000, you probably can afford between $160,000 to $220,000 of a house. Once again, this is all predicated on other expenses and also where you live, and your debts, right? Minimal, you say your annual household income around $75,000, you're now looking at $250,000 to the $320,000 range. If your annual household income is $100,000, you're looking at $340,000 to $400,000. Once again, this all depends on your lifestyle. If you have a $1,000 or $1,500 car note, then you got to drop that house affordability, right? But let's say all things being equal, you don't have a lot of debt. These are the approximate home prices. If you're making about $125,000, you can afford between $430,000 to $500,000, right? If you're making $150K, you're looking at $525,000 to approximately $600,000. And if you're making $200,000, you're looking at $700,000 plus. So if your household income is $100,000 a year, a comfortable monthly payment is roughly $2,300 a month, which generally supports your home price around $340,000 or $400,000, depending on your taxes, your insurance, your down payment, right? Because the more you put down, the less you got to pay monthly. Don't forget cost of, property taxes. We talked about those. Homeowners insurance, HOA fees, maintenance, repairs, and then utility bills, right? Because these are all other costs you're going to add with that. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what you can afford in this market right now, right? Things change if interest rates go down or they go up. How much house do you really need? How much money do you really need to buy a house? Common misconception is that you need 20% down to buy a house. In reality, many buyers purchase homes with much less. I see that a lot now. There's this conventional 3%. Conventional 3% because back in the day when the 20% standard was set, homes were affordable. Even if they were not super affordable, at least the cost of living was lower. So if you make $60,000, $70K, $100,000, you can really afford something nice back in the day. You know, somebody once came and said 140,000 is just breaking even in the poverty line, just the way things are expensive. So now a lot of lenders knowing 20% of a $400,000 house, that's a lot of money. Right? When you think about that, it's like $80,000. Lenders know people don't necessarily save up to 80 grand to buy a house. So they made this conventional 3% where it's $12,000 more feasible, right? So we stick with that number, $400,000. You know, 3% down would be 12,000. 5% down would be 20,000, and 20% down would be $80,000. Closing costs, as mentioned, will be usually between 2 to 5% of the purchase price. These can include lender fees, title fees, appraisals, taxes, and insurance. You know, for a $400,000 home, expect roughly to have $8,000 to $20,000 extra, you know, in closing costs. This is separate from your down payment. So you got to add that 8 to 20 grand plus that down payment, right? So next thing we're going to talk about is moving and initial home expenses, moving costs. Do you need to rent a truck, hire people to help you move, or do you have your buddies that are going to help you do that? Utility deposits, you know, minor repairs, furniture and appliances. Are you buying a home with all new appliances, or would you have to replace some of those? Would you need a furnace? What I see sometimes, people buy these big mansions and they just move in what they have, and as they live in there, they slowly furnish the different rooms. I saw that with multiple people I knew. One person purchased a house for about 700 grand, brand new construction. By the time it got done building, it was worth 100 grand. So they bought the house, moved in with 300K in equity already. They didn't have enough money to furnish the entire house. They came from a townhouse to their forever home. So they just moved their townhouse furniture in certain places. And then as time progressed, they just furnished the rest of the house. And I saw that with another family I knew, pretty well to do. They bought $1 million home, but once again, they had a townhome. They just moved that furniture there. And a couple of years later, when I went to go see them, the whole house was furnished. It took time, right? So that can be a strategy. Real world example, for instance, for a $400,000 house, you put 3% down, that's $12,000. Closing cost is about $10,000. Move-in / setup cost would be another 3 grand. So total needed would be approximately 25 to 30 grand. All right. Yeah, so we done with this showing. Getting ready to head out. Heading out right now, actually. Kind of happy the way things worked out. Had 3 showings for this client today. One wanted to reschedule. This was her first choice anyway. The second one, they got a bidding war going on that one, and it's 2 p.m. today is the deadline. She's not gonna make a decision today, obviously, you know. She wants the whole family to be able to view the property, so that one, once they said we gotta, I just dropped something down here, so I want to get it before I start driving. Once they said we needed to submit, like, and plus put in the GPS, submit an offer by 2 p.m., that one kind of took itself off the table, which worked out for me, honestly speaking. I've been going on 1, 3. I've been going for maybe close to 24 hours. I need to go get some Z's, man. I need to go get some sleep. I've been going for almost 24 hours straight, just grinding. So I need to go get some rest. But I had already agreed to these 3 showings, so I'm kind of happy the very first one is the only one we were able to view. Y'all should see this neighborhood we're driving in, man. Nice houses everywhere. So I definitely see why she would love it for her family. Yeah, they might be throwing in an offer on this thing soon. So we're gonna schedule another showing for this property. But yeah, that's all it is, man. As far as the real estate thing goes, some days you get a lot of showings. Some days you get listing appointments. Some days you don't get anything, you know. But before you get that check, you know, I've shown a lady a lot of properties. Not this client here, but another client ended up buying a house. But, you know, then I remember I showed another client maybe 20 or so properties before we ended up closing on one. So we at like maybe 5 or 6 properties with this client here. And even it's not even guaranteed you're gonna get it, even if they like it, because it's a very nice neighborhood and competitive, you know, so you know you're gonna get multiple offers possibly. We'll just see. There's an accident right here. 3-car accident. Don't know if y'all saw that. So unfortunate. Yeah, but this is a very, very nice neighborhood. One of the top and most upscale neighborhoods in Prince George's County. I mean, PG County got some nice neighborhoods, but this one is kind of up there in the county. A lot of people are moving over here. It'll be very good for her to get it with her family, and it's gonna be a steal. House got a lot of potential, so I'm very excited. I like when you get somebody something they like. That's the whole joy in doing this, is getting people something they like, you know. You don't want to sell somebody a property they gotta live in there and they got regrets, you know. Yeah, so heading back now, and I'm gonna call it a day. You know, another day in the grind. I gotta do a better job tracking my mileage for expenses, because I've been driving a lot this year. You know, and those all could be deductible. I just take like the standard deduction for that, but I think I need to be more deliberate and intentional on tracking. These are all things you need an assistant for. Handle those things. It's just I got so much other things on my plate right now. I'm not tracking mileage, gas, you know. But yeah, we'll look more into that as the days go by. All right, y'all, have a good one. Look at the neighborhood, see what houses in your market are going for, and you want to be right around that ballpark. Declutter and depersonalize, and that's one thing I struggled with this one seller, and I just kind of backed out of taking the listing. Just him understanding, you know. And personally, I'm a Christian, but I don't know if I want to see a picture of Jesus in the bedroom, You know, because for instance, not all Christians believe in those pictures being Jesus, you know, so just there are conflicts there. And I'm a Christian, but I don't know if that's the right thing you should have there when you're selling your house. But how do you communicate that to this person when they're very strong in their religious displays? I wouldn't even say beliefs, you don't know. But you just try to tell them, just take that out because you never know. You understand who's buying your house. Not all Christians think a picture of somebody is actually Jesus Christ. It may be offensive. Some people are not Christians. So this is something I've witnessed, and you're scrolling through their previous expired listings. You see why it didn't sell. They just got all these personal pictures up there. The house is just full and it looks so tight, but the house is a really nice house with space. Sometimes you may need to use the garage, use a bedroom as a storage unit, just box things up, you know. And if a seller is now willing to declutter and depersonalize, sometimes you still may take the listing, but at least let them know this is not the best way for it to go. You know, if you really are trying to sell, get an agent that's gonna do the right things for you. And if you work with them, sometimes the right agent may even cover a storage unit for you. You know, if you really are trying to sell, some sellers are like, I could sell it, I could wait. Then you at least know. But if this person has to sell, if they got a garage they can use as a storage unit or one of the bedrooms, at least let the buyers know, hey, this bedroom is full of stuff. You can at least see the dimensions, but the rest of the house looks like a showroom area. People can understand that. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you. I sold a house one time in Annapolis where it was a garage. We just turned it into a big storage unit where people were not able to walk the garage. They could just open it and see the size of the garage, but the rest of the house looked like a showroom, and the house was able to sell. It's better you get one little section of your house that's cluttered and full of all your stuff, and the rest of the house is just accessible and it flows, you know. So just depersonalize, take away just your religious symbols, you know. Those things are personal to you, you know. Your kids graduate, let the buyer feel as though it's their house. That's all I'm saying. No, I don't want to offend anybody in their religious beliefs, or just let the buyer feel as though it's their house and they're going to make it their place, not you feeling that way. So here's another thing, just on a spiritual level, right? Some people may see things as a spiritual battle. If they think you turn this place into some kind of shrine, and you may just turn off another buyer. Let's say I'm a Christian, and if I see some other religious things there, I feel as though it was a temple to worship another god. I don't want to live here. Or vice versa, if I'm some other religion and I see Christian symbols there, and now you think there's going to be some kind of spiritual battle. These are things you don't consider as a homeowner, but there are people that think like that. So when people come into your house, let them see flowers, you know, just nice river paintings, just general decor, and nothing personal, nothing speaking of you. It's like going to a store, a retail store. Some retail stores thrive on standing on their Christian or religious beliefs, but then they only cater to that client. If you are only trying to sell to a certain person, then fine. Maybe a for sale by owner is best for you. But if you just want to sell your house and, you know, to the most qualified buyer, you want to make it general for the masses. So declutter, depersonalize, complete small repairs. We talked about that. Leaky roofs, loose door handles, chip paint. It's crazy what chip paint can do when you think about an FHA loan. FHA loans, when the paint is chipping and stuff, they would not approve it for the most part. They would think it's lead-based paint, especially in homes past 1970, built before 1978. So chip paint, running toilet, burnt out light bulbs, cracked caulking, just little things like that. Get an agent that does professional photography. You know, they just generate more clicks, you know, more hype. You get stronger leads and offers, prepare for showings. So preparing for showings, best case scenario is like you don't live in the house. The house is show ready, people can come and go. But I do understand that you may have to live in the house as you're selling it. You gotta have your house. It's almost like you're just renting an Airbnb. That's how you want to take it. You can't just get too settled. Even in your house, you've decluttered. You just got a few bowls, few plates that you're gonna use, and always keeping it clean. So when you do get a showing alert, maybe you tell your agent, hey, I need at least an hour, or I'll be working from home during these hours, block it off. And when it's time to show, at least 1 hour notice, you can just touch up your house, get it clean. Try not to get too many smells in your house, even if you're living there. I remember I went to show this house and they were cooking and it's a distinct smell. And the buyer just made it really quick. It's just like daughter's in the room upstairs, dad is in the living room, mom is in the kitchen cooking. It just didn't feel inviting. It almost felt like we're encroaching on their little family time and we just wanted to get in and out. You're doing yourself a disservice. If you get an hour window, strong colognes or strong cooking smells are not a good thing. And if you can, just get out of the house. You can sit in your parking lot. You can watch people come in. You can even install a camera. Just put a sign that, hey, things have been recorded here. Install a camera, sit in your car, and then just give people the freedom to actually look around. Because when you're there, your kids are up in one room, your wife is in another room. People just feel like they're encroaching on your time and they just want to be in and out. Even if they like the house, they don't feel the comfort. Or sometimes a seller being present can be a plus. I've seen that as well. So it all depends on the situation. Let's say your house is like a showroom. Maybe you get your, and you're there as a tour guide answering questions. Oh, the AC was done at this time. If they were solicited, you got to read the room. Some buyers just want to look on their own. They don't want to feel like you're selling them on anything. Nobody wants to be sold, So read the room. If the buyer is asking you questions, then yes, you can. Okay, I repaired the roof at this time. The AC was done at this time, but some buyers just want to be left alone. And some sellers, that's why I say get an agent, because some sellers just feel as though you walk in my house, I'm going to guide you through and tell you, and it can put people off, So just be careful. I would say just get an agent, get a little time, window when people are coming to see your house. If you live there, step out. If you require your agent to be around, you can negotiate that in your contract. Don't negotiate personally. One is, like I mentioned, going to divorce court by yourself and your spouse or your ex-spouse has a high-powered lawyer. They're going to clean you out and you're going to feel like you've been abused by the court system, or just lawsuits, going there representing yourself against these lawyers that's what they do for a living. You're just food. So sometimes if you try to negotiate personally, sometimes you got your feelings involved in things, what you think something is worth, and then you deal with like an agent who sells so many houses to negotiate aggressively. You may lose out. Sometimes you may negotiate too aggressively and it can turn people off because you got your personal feelings involved. Yeah, review every offer carefully. So once again, just because you get the most money from an offer doesn't mean it's the best, So review every offer carefully. And in Maryland, it's amazing. You got to submit offers even all the way to closing. Obviously, you're under contract and there can be some legal ramifications from backing out of a contract. But as a seller, just know your agent should be submitting offers to you, even if you're under contract, unless you tell them expressly in a written form that I don't want any offers. Then they can make that known. Seller is not accepting offers, but you can always accept backup offers just in case something falls through. Prepare the home for home inspection. One thing I recommend is you preempt that. You go get your home inspection. You fix the things the inspector recommends prior to even going on the market. So you don't always have to show it to buyers. But when they come with their nonsense, you can say, hey, I did an inspection. These are the required repairs. They're already done. Actually, just closed on a house where we had all those repairs done. And when the inspector walked it, they're like, oh, you got to flush out the HVAC. We just provided receipts. Like, okay, that was done. This was done. Okay, we'll do that. And then we closed. All right. And trust the process, you know, showings, offers, negotiation, appraisal, title work, final walkthrough, and then closing. That's how it goes. So just trust the process. And any final thoughts? I'll say selling your home for the first time can feel overwhelming, but preparation is everything. Choose the right realtor, price strategically, make your home show ready, and stay flexible throughout the process. Sellers who focus on presentation, pricing, and professional guidance typically experience smoother transactions and stronger sale prices. That is just the fact. Not gonna say it because I'm a realtor, but I get more money sometimes go with agents. You do have some homes that just are gonna sell themselves. I've been to some neighborhoods where neighborhood is hot, house looks good. Yeah, I go try to give the seller some of my spiel as to why they should hire me, but I know very well this guy can sell this house on its own. This house is gonna sell on its own. Sometimes I even tell him. There's a gentleman I told that. I said, listen, you're in a very hot neighborhood. This house is gonna sell on its own. I don't know if it's gonna sell for the most money though. And it sold in a week, but he left some money on the table. But maybe he saw that as realtor fees and he was okay with it. But I felt like he left about 20 to 30 grand on the table if I would have listed it. But he did it for sale by owner. Another topic we're gonna cover is 10 things to fix when selling your home, because we talked about getting your home show ready and doing repairs. Not all repairs are necessary. I like to live by the golden rule. You do unto others as you want done unto you. Sometimes I even get home warranties on behalf of my sellers for at least 1 year. It just covers me at least for a year as a realtor. You know, even though buyers have like 3 years to go file complaints, but I just try to make sure the product is good. That's all. So not all sellers can afford that. Sometimes you're in a hard financial situation. You ain't got money to repair a house, but you got to get it up off of you. And it's like, I got to sell this house. I would love to repair it, but I don't have the money, right? But in this market now where people are looking for move-in ready houses, you know, I'm not telling you go into some major massive repair and then you can't recoup the money. You spend way more into repairs than when you think about repair costs and what your house is going to sell for. It's still not worth it. So I would say, you know, thinking about selling your home, many homeowners assume they need to repair every flaw before listing. That's not necessarily true, but that's often a costly mistake. You know, in today's market, some repairs simply don't deliver enough value to justify the expense. Before you spend thousands of dollars on upgrades, here are 10 things you should think twice about before putting your home on the market. Number one, we'll say minor infractions. So small nail holes, minor scratches on the walls, tiny dents on the trim, you know, work usually don't deter serious buyers, you know. While a fresh coat of paint can help, you know, just these little things buyers they don't really care too much, you know. Just every, you know, imperfection is not really worth the time and money unless you're dealing with some kind of obsessive buyer that's just nitpicking every single thing. But just some little things you can get away with. But I can tell you though, a fresh coat of paint goes a long way. Outdated functional appliances, yes, that doesn't necessarily need to be replaced. You know, a brand new kitchen with brand new appliances looks better. But if your appliances are older but still working properly, replacing them may not significantly increase your home's value. Most buyers understand that appliances can be updated later according to their personal preferences. I bought a home, was it 4 or 5 years ago? I only had to change the water heater so far. The stove wasn't brand new, the refrigerator wasn't brand new, but they're still functional. So what if that seller would have added those costs when these things have, oh, I changed the washer and dryer. Was it last Thanksgiving? when they had the Black Friday sale, because the washer, it was that one unit, the washer and dryer connected. Either one of them wasn't working, but because it was one single unit, you got to swap out both. So in 4 years of being here, washer and dryer, water heater. But I still got the stove and the other refrigerator and other appliances. So just think about it. And it took actually 3 years of living here for the washer or dryer to go out. So not all appliances need to be replaced. Slightly worn carpeting, that can it can enhance the value of the home. But if your carpet is like really tore up, a lot of stains, if it's like these plain colors that you can get a steam cleaner in there and get it clean, that can be an option. But be mindful of like these colored carpets, like a burgundy, a blue, green. If you try to deep clean those, you can fade the colors and people can actually see the difference in colors, which is like a disservice to the house. So I would say sometimes you may need to replace the carpet, but if it's slightly worn carpeting, unless the carpet is heavily stained, torn, or producing odors, replacing all the flooring can be expensive. Professional cleaning is often enough to improve the appearance. Number 4, we're going to say minor driveway and wall cracks. Hairline cracks through concrete are common and generally don't concern buyers. Most structural issues should be addressed, but cosmetic cracks can rarely justify costly repairs. So if you see the house, like one time we went to see this very, very nice house in Clinton, Maryland, but you can almost see like it's sinking, you know, like the foundation is not working. That got to get addressed. But just a little crack, I got a couple of cracks in my driveway. When I cut the grass, I got to go with the weed whacker and get that little grass that's growing in between the concrete. Maybe I should just seal it off. Anyway, I'll just say that's not something that would drive away buyers. Old kitchen cabinets. So a complete kitchen remodel is one of the most expensive projects a homeowner can undertake. Kitchens can go anywhere from 10 grand, maybe sometimes cheaper, all the way to 50,000 or more, depending on the size of the home. If your cabinets are functional, consider simple improvements such as cleaning, hardware replacements, or repainting instead of a full renovation. Sometimes you got a cabinet refacing. Those are also kind of expensive. So yeah, you don't necessarily have to swap out your entire kitchen. Dated bathrooms. Many sellers spend thousands updating bathrooms only to recover a portion of the investment. If everything works properly, focus on cleanliness, fresh caulk, and minor cosmetic improvements rather than a full remodel. Another thing, number 7, we'll say partially finished basements. Don't feel pressure to finish an unfinished basement before selling. Buyers often prefer a lower price and opportunity to customize the space themselves. You know, so think about that. Number 8, we'll say windows. Older windows still function. Newer windows can help. Pricing, especially due to energy consumption, you know, but replacing every window in your home can cost tens of thousands of dollars. Unless windows are damaged, leaking, or failing to operate properly, the return on investment is often disappointing. But windows definitely can upgrade your house if they are new. But let's say if they are old and you got a lot of air draft coming through it in the wintertime, new windows are a plus. But if you got functional windows that are sealed properly, you don't necessarily have to swap them out. Landscaping perfection. Curb appeal matters, but you don't need a magazine-worthy yard. Basic maintenance such as mowing, trimming shrubs, mulching, flower beds, and removing weeds is usually enough. Number 10, you'll say minor electrical or plumbing updates. If your systems are safe and functioning correctly, there's often little benefits to replacing fixtures simply because they're older. Focus on addressing safety concerns rather than upgrading everything. What should you fix before selling? While many upgrades aren't necessary, some issues should always be addressed, such as roof leaks, water damage, mold problems, structural concerns. safety hazards, broken HVAC system, major plumbing leaks, electrical hazards. Final thoughts. The goal isn't to create a perfect house. It's to present a well-maintained home that appeals to buyers. Before investing in repairs, consult a local real estate professional such as myself who understands your market. In many cases, spending less before listing can actually result in a higher profit net at closing. But one thing I'll say, the best repair is often the one you don't make. But I'll say this much, as a homeowner, target spring cleaning. Always, I try to do that. I got an older house. I try to do one decent sized project in my house every year since I bought it. Either I change the fence, I change the flooring, bathroom, whatever it is. Every year I try to do something. Some years I may not be able to do some major project, but I may just go around and paint something, Just retouch it. Keep your house fresh. Because or deep clean in the spring, baseboards, everything. Or before the holidays, if you're getting family over. What that does is it keeps you from having to spend so much when it's time to sell. All right. Finally, before we wrap up, we're just going to touch on the interest rates today. And the reason why I put the interest rate topic at the back end of the podcast, I used to put it before, is sometimes I'm talking about evergreen content, right? Things that would help buyers or sellers 5 years from now. But when they hear the interest rates from today, they say, oh, this video is 4 years old, and they skip it. So they don't really hear all the other good content. So I tend to put the evergreen stuff that may last in the front end, and then those who stick around can hear this interest rate section, or we can just cut this into a clip and put it out separately. The national average interest rate for 30-year fixed rate mortgage is currently 6.52% as of today, June 3rd, 2026. For a 15-year fixed mortgage, the average rate sits at 5.82. So average meaning average, right? High, low, medium, right where we are in the middle. Some people are getting a little better, some people are getting a little worse deals based on credit scores, right? Rates highly, let's see, break down 30-year. 30-year fixed 6.52 with an APR of approximately 6.70. 15-year fixed 5.82% with an APR of about 6.03%. 30-year FHA is about 6.46. Imagine during the pandemic, I got a loan for 2.98 or 2.89. Now it's 6.4 something. So timing is everything in the market. But there are people who bought at 8 and 10%, and they see this as still a good deal. So there's no telling that we can ever see those 2% rates when 7 was the norm. 30-year VA 6.52. These rates apply to borrowers with excellent credit and typically include 0.35 in discount points. Your exact rate will vary depending on your credit score, location and loan type, and the down payment amount, right? Rates have slightly retreated from their recent weekly peaks, though they continue to hover north of 650. So you can check with your local lender for a more accurate loan rate. Thanks for watching the podcast. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you. Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Hello?
What?
Munster Police Department.
How can I help you?
You come on out, we need to talk to you. Can we come out here and need to talk to you, right?
Yes, sir. I just got in and I just left the station. You guys came to my house a couple of nights ago, and I had to go through a...
Put your clothes on. Put your
Okay,
clothes
but
on.
I'm letting you
Put your
know
clothes
you
on.
guys keep walking in my house.
Put your clothes on.
Alright, put your clothes on.
Put your clothes on.
Okay, so...
Put your clothes on. No,
Okay.
stop talking. Put your clothes on.
Okay, can you step outside?
No,
Okay,
put your
one
clothes on.
second.
Put your clothes on.
Right there. Put your clothes on.
Welcome everybody to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond. I'm a local real estate agent in the state of Maryland and Washington, D.C. We are going to react to a quick video. Without further ado, let's jump right in. This is a video of a squatter and it's going viral.
Hello.
Hi.
Once another officer gets here, we're going to go in there
Okay.
and we'll get her out.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we just walked in, heard the shower going, and the door is closed. So I didn't physically see her.
Okay.
But you could hear there's somebody in there.
Are the doors open still?
Yeah, I left it up.
This is a lady speaking to a cop right now. Apparently they walked into the house and they hear the shower going. I just posted a video of a lady who laid down on her bed, went out drinking with her mom, came home the following morning because she spent the night at her mom's house, came home the following morning, lay down on her bed and started hearing noises under her bed, and it turned out to be a human being. She saw legs sticking out of underneath the bed. This right here, from my understanding, is somebody that may have just purchased a home and they're in the midst of like transferring. And this, as you know, I'm a real estate agent, is some of the nightmares home buyers, sellers, and even agents have when you're dealing with that transfer period when the house is vacant. There are people like this that go around looking for these houses, looking for signs in front of the yard just to break in or to see if there's nobody there. And also, one thing I keep seeing are teenagers who would go on Zillow or these websites, look for houses that are for sale. And if they live in that area, or they may not even have to live in that area, they can just drive down there and throw a house party. They post it out on whatever social media networks they use, and they bring a DJ, just trash the house and party there and leave. But let's keep going.
Okay. You give us permission to go inside?
Yeah.
You want her charged and everything like that? Fantastic. You guys just want to hang out here? Well, I'm sure we're going to talk to you after this, okay? So, front door is open. They walked in, they heard the shower going and the door's closed. She has no... She said going in. She's trespassing. Yeah, she said we could go in.
Hello? Hello?
Who is it?
Munster Police Department.
How can I help you?
You come on out, we need to talk to you.
How can I help you, sir?
Can we come out here and need to talk to you, right?
Yes, sir. I just got in and I just left the station. You guys came to my house a couple of nights ago, and I had to go through a...
Put your clothes on. Put your
Okay,
clothes
but
on.
I'm letting you
Put
know
your
you
clothes
guys
on.
keep walking in my house.
Put your clothes on.
Alright, put your clothes on.
Put your clothes on.
Okay, so...
Put your clothes on. No,
Okay.
stop talking. Put your clothes on.
Okay, can you step outside?
No,
Okay,
put your
one
clothes on.
second.
Put your clothes on.
Right there. Put your clothes on.
I'm going to clear the rest because I know she has a son, so make sure he's not here.
Just get your clothes on and step out. Put your clothes on.
You guys keep walking into my home.
Put your clothes on and step out.
I definitely will, sir, but it's against the law.
You're right, it is.
Huh?
You're right, it is.
It is, it really is. And this is my house, sir, and I shouldn't be having to prove that. And you guys all know me, all these folks. You guys are confused just like everybody else. I just left her station. Just now.
Did you clear that room?
And I have been here faithfully since the month of August.
How does she keep getting back in?
Wow, well, first of all, she has no clothes on. The cop tried to get her to put her clothes on, but she's screaming too much, and they say she keeps getting back in. So this seems like a repeat offender. And the owner did tell the cop, I want her charged. So there will be some lawsuits to go with this, or jail time possibly. Very nice house, by the way. And this is what I talk about. I saw one of these right here in Maryland where the lady used a U-Haul and moved into the house with her furniture, similar to this. Like moved in and is living there, and the neighbors had to call the cops on them. That made the news because it was one of those big houses in the Potomac area. Anyway, let's keep watching.
Get your clothes on. Did she get evicted or?
She's never lived here. Never lived here? She has no associations with this home.
Yes, I'm not doing anything illegal. I just left. Here, hold on, I need to turn around. Sir, I just left your department to pick up my keys. I just came from there. I just moved in as of August. You guys are the ones that helped me in. I'm trying to figure everything out. You guys aren't at the office, and you guys are coming through my door. I'm not illegal. You can run me, and you can look it up. I gave you all of the information, and I had to go back to get my property.
So one thing I'll say, she's just too, hate to say it, too loud and just yelling. The cop is right there next to her. Why is she so loud? And how did she come out of the shower without any clothes on in a room full of male police officers? Some people would try to get some clothes on. I don't know. Yeah, she's just yelling. And here's the thing. You know, I hate to say it, but discernment in people's demeanor, right? What I'll say is, I keep saying this, I've been in management before, and when people get a job and they give you this good game, always too eager, always got something to say, I don't judge them, but I'm a show me, don't tell me type of guy. I take it with a grain of salt. She is, what this is doing right here is just deflecting. It's like you call somebody in the office to hold them accountable on job performance, and they're blaming everybody else in the room. And a trick we always do, or at least I was trained to do, is write down what the issue was and always come back to the issue. They're going to blame another manager, they're going to blame another associate, they're going to blame the work conditions. Just say, okay, we'll address that at a later date, but here, this is what we're talking about. She's just yelling and deflecting, and if the cops are not going, trained, they can just follow her down a rabbit hole and forgot what the issue is, which is you're living in somebody's house. Where's your documentation?
Okay, that's it. You guys are walking into my residence like I don't live here. I'm not.
I'm right here.
I'm just saying. I'm just now coming home. You guys just did this, and you guys are the ones that vendors are the ones that helped me to get in here. So you know I'm not illegal.
Yeah, this is an application for employment.
Well, I just left your business is what I'm trying to tell you. I have my information, and you guys got some as well. Okay. And it should be.
You see, she's just over talking and yelling and deflecting, threw paper in their face and give a story. So you're now focused on the story and not the document. But the cop is being very calm and keeping his eye on the document and saying this is an application to whatever. It has nothing to do with this house. And she's yelling, and the guy's right here in front of her. Like, what's the purpose of that? I don't get it. But that's what they'll do. And they, good thing the lady came in there. That's what I mentioned in the other squatter video I uploaded. If you haven't seen it, please go do so. Is have a camera there. Make sure you are there. So as soon as they move in, you're there, or you can see it. So now when you call the cops, it's a break-in and entering thing. It's not a kicking somebody out that lived here, because we did another squatter video where the guy had lived there for a while and the cops told him, well, we can't kick him out. You guys can both coexist. In his grandfather's cabin, they have to coexist because he's already established a residency in your house. Now you got to go through the court system to get him out. But if you see him on your camera, they go in, you call the cops, you get him out, or you get the cops there immediately. Now it's a trespassing thing. So with squatters, I always say catching them on site red-handed or as soon as possible is the best way out before they settle in. Let's listen to a little bit more of this.
Your computer system, so this is not illegal. Only thing is, I have to get to the. I'm going to the B&B in the morning. I'm sorry. I'm going in the morning because you guys have something, a glitch in the system somewhere. I'm getting up B&B early in the morning so I can get all the documents, so I can get everything transferred over. Until then, I can't do anything until you guys are open. You guys are closed and you guys are kicking in the door.
We didn't kick in nothing.
Well, I mean, you're standing in the door.
Do you have a house key or something?
Yeah, and yes, and it's in your property. Could you take me? I can definitely give it to you, and I will open my door.
Do you have, stop shouting.
I'm sorry.
I am like right here.
I understand, officer.
Room is echoing.
Yes, I have keys to the front door. I have keys to my back. I have keys to the entire place.
Do you have a copy of the lease agreement?
Well, this is I purchased this home. I purchased this home from somebody a couple of years ago, and I just moved in August. So she doesn't live.
Who's the somebody?
She's from the Sotheby's Realty. She doesn't even live in Illinois. I don't even.
She purchased the home a couple of years ago, but she just moved in August. Sometimes, all you got to do is listen to people. They'll tell on themselves. She purchased the house a couple of years ago, but she just moved in August. The doors are open. Do you have keys to the property? She'll go get the keys. Take me there. Do you catch my drift? Like, there's a lot going on here that's just, it doesn't sound right. And I'm glad the cops, one, told her to put her clothes on. Why would she even come out of the bathroom naked? I don't know what that's about. Secondly, she's just yelling and yelling, and the cop is right there. And sometimes this is a perfect video how to de-escalate. Sometimes when people are going off, you just stay calm. You just get them on the other side.
This is an application for employment.
Well, I just left your village is what I'm trying to tell you. I have my information and you guys got some as well. Okay. And it should be in your computer system, so this is not illegal. Right. Only thing is I have to get to the,
So, just a quick recap. They busted in the door. If you didn't see the previous video, well, they didn't bust in the door. The door was open. The owner called them. The house is open. Apparently, the owner came in and they just heard somebody in the shower and called the cops. And if you hear the cops, she's been in this property quite a few times and she keeps getting in. And the other cop was asking, how does she keep getting in? And one of the cops said she has a son, so he went around to look for that person. Then another cop was asking, hey, what's going on with this lady? Was she evicted or something? And then the other cop said she has no affiliation with the house whatsoever. When she came out, she brought this piece of paper and just stuck it in the cop's hand and is talking over the cop, just loud talking. In essence, just trying to distract him from reading the paper she gave. The paper, it's almost like Training Day. Remember Denzel Washington, Training Day, when he folded up the piece of paper, gave it to the lady, hey, I got a warrant, and he busted in the house, and she just sat there when everything got stolen, the cash got stolen. Then she looked at the paper and said, oh, this ain't no warrant. That's just how it goes. They distract you and you're not focused on the document they put in your hand. Now you think something is legit and they got another play going on that they're running, right? So sometimes you just got to slow down and just listen. And the cop did a good job there, just listening. And ma'am, this is a job application and an application for unemployment or whatever it was. A pamphlet that she stuck in his hand talking about the house. That paper had nothing to do with anything. And the way she's confrontational and screaming is all about deflecting you from what the problem is. I hate to say it, but this is next level criminality. You're so used to being a criminal or just lying that it's just natural, It's just like your mother tongue, I hate to be, I'm not going to say I hate to be, but I don't want to be preaching on here. But Jesus said something like this when he said, when you lie, you speak your native tongue. You're of your father, the devil, who was a liar from the beginning. I think it may be somewhere in John 6. When you lie, you speak your father's native tongue. And this is just like a native tongue. It's just natural. She's just spewing out lies after lies. It's just crazy. Let's keep going.
B&B in the morning. I'm sorry. I'm going in the morning because you guys have something, you know, a glitch in the system somewhere. I'm getting up B&B early in the morning so I can get all the documents, so I can get everything transferred over. Until then, I can't do anything until you guys are open. You guys are closed and you guys are kicking in the door.
We didn't kick in nothing.
Well, I mean, you're standing in the door.
Do you have a house key or something?
Yeah, and yes, and it's in your property. Could you take me? I can definitely give it to you, and I will open my door.
Stop shouting.
I'm sorry.
You're standing, like, right
I
here.
understand, officer.
Room is echoing?
Yes, I have keys to the front door. I have keys to my back. I have keys to the entire place.
Do you have a copy of the lease agreement?
Yeah, well, this is I purchased this home. I purchased this home from somebody a couple of years ago, and I just moved in August. So she doesn't live.
Who is the somebody?
She's from the Sotheby's Realty. She doesn't even live in Illinois. I don't even know where she is. She just called me with congratulations. I got my key. I got in, and I've been here. But if you want to, you can take me to the station.
So this is a real estate channel. She's from whatever realty she said. The person doesn't even live in the state. She got her keys. She got in. You're in the house. How did you get in the house just now? The cop has to take you somewhere to go grab your keys. How did you enter into a house just now? You mean they sold the house and it was vacant, or you left the house open or something? Anyway, it's just, once again, lies after lies, deflections, and it's crazy. And I would have to say this is a good lesson of de-escalation. I just watched a video where the cop literally shattered the window of the guy in the car, and he turned out to be, some people are saying, I don't know how true it is, some people are saying he's either law enforcement himself, either an undercover cop, an FBI agent, or whatever. And he was being calm, and the cop just shattered his window with his hand, literally pulled it, cut himself. It's all on body camera, just escalating it. And then the victim in the car is the one who was just calm the entire time. This is a complete opposite of that. This cop right here is the one that's calm and is de-escalating. While this lady, if you met a cop that was rowdy or matched her energy, this could have went left. She could possibly get a lawsuit, even though she's a squatter, you know. But this cop just de-escalated it. Like, I'm 2 feet away from you. Why are you yelling?
To my property, I promise you I will come back. I will open my, yes, sir. I will open my front door, my back door, everything for you with the key.
You purchased this house?
Yes, I did, sir.
But you don't know from what realtor
It's Sotheby's. So Sotheby's is the realtor, but I do have my keys. So if you can get my property, like I will give you all of my information, and you can get it.
Do you have any information showing that you purchased?
Everything that I have went to the station. Only thing I have to go to, they told me I have to go to the B&B in Griffith, and once I get there, they can switch everything over for me, and that's gonna take like 10 or 14 days.
What a switching everything at the DMV. Here in Maryland, we got an MVA, but DC has a DMV. So MVA here stands for Motor Vehicle Association, but everywhere else has a DMV. Don't know why Maryland chose MVA, but she's speaking about the DMV. What does switching your driver's license has to do with title? How do you even get keys to like, it has nothing to do with anything. Driver's license at the DMV being closed. This is a house purchase. We're not talking about a car or getting an ID. I don't know how they're related. What do you have to switch at the DMV that pertains to your house purchase? You know, if you don't have the IDs, you can't get title. At least legally in Maryland, the title company needs to scan these ID and because they need to transfer those records with the county. So that should have been needed prior to closing. Okay, you close now, you got the keys. What does one have to do with the other? I'm not getting the where it translates at all. She's just trying to overtalk. Not so the Beat Realty is the real estate agent. Does she mean that's the company? Is that a scam that she got caught up in? So I'll just go off on a little tangent here for a second. There are these people. I'm a real estate agent. I get the calls all the time from people who are trying to get me to list the property, but the owner is in there. They're telling me this house just foreclosed. Go list this house. You know, and I see some of them online on the MLS at times. Owner occupied, don't bother agent, don't bother owner. I get it if the bank is trying to foreclose, but as an agent, I'm not going to tie my name to that. I haven't been in the house. I don't have any proof you have ownership of the house, and I just put it on the MLS. But I get these companies all the time trying to get me to list a property that they have no ownership of. Is that what she's talking about? And I'm like, how can I put this on the MLS and I haven't gone to take pictures of it? Oh, it's about to be foreclosed. Okay, find somebody else to deal with that. You know, that's not something I want to engage in. But I would say some of them are scams. Some of them I get. They are going through a foreclosure process, and the bank just wants to sell it to an owner and cut cost of kicking this person out. And then the new owner has to go through the court process of evicting. It's a way for the bank to kind of get their money, and you deal with the problems, but you don't know what that house looks like on the inside. When somebody knows they're getting ready to foreclose, they just tear things up. Anyway, let me get back to this one.
No, everything that I purchased, no, they don't give you anything. When you purchase something and you sign in a lease agreement and it's over with, I'm not paying a monthly note, so I don't have anybody to consort with. So I don't have a consorter, but what I do have.
They never gave you.
Well, I mean, I got keys and I got my transfer information to get over with the B&B, like, you know, transfer plates and titles and stuff like that to get my house together. I got furniture coming, that's about it. I don't have anything else that can prove that, but I do have the keys. So if you want to go to the station and bring me back, I would definitely open up my house with the house keys.
When did they get your stuff and bring it to you?
2 days ago, they got my things and bring it to me, and they say, you don't have anything, everything registers, you don't have to worry about coming here, and if anything happens, let us know. That's the only thing that they told me, so I don't have anything against me.
She's clapping, she's talking. If these cops are homeowners, she's lying. As a real estate agent, nothing she's saying, this just tells me she's never bought a house before. Nothing she's saying right there has anything to do with a home buying process. You don't get keys without paper, everything transfers. That's not how it works. When you're closing, the stack of papers is almost about this thick, maybe 100-something pages. That's why I tell my client sometime, if you need that email to you earlier so you can read through it, because I had one client who was trying to read through that at the closing table. She's my client, but I was frustrated. That's not the time to read through that. It's just so many pages. You're not going to get all the details. If you need those closing documents sent to you earlier so you can review them, please do. You know, the closing agent, most likely from the title company, would walk you down. Okay, this is for the water. This is for your loan. This is for this. They go page by page explaining it to you, and you just sign, but you don't really get time to look through everything. Okay, this is for transfer taxes. You'll pay half. The seller, this is prorated. Okay, the water, the seller has paid this much, so you got to reimburse. They will walk you through page by page, explaining to you what every page is, summarizing it, and you just initial. But you can always tell them, stop, let me review that. But it's best to do that prior to closing. What she's saying now has nothing to do with the closing process. If these cops have ever bought a house, they don't need to be a real estate agent. They would know the processes she's talking about is not related to the real estate industry at all. At all. You just go there. Whatever she's saying has nothing to do with the way a house is sold. And there are different state laws, but when you take your real estate exam, you got to take it nationally. You got to take so national standards are there. You know, I'm in Maryland, I'm licensed in DC, but the national standards are there. Some areas may have more codes and different laws and fair housing laws than others, but the national standard is a national standard. Nothing she's saying has anything to do with the home sale process.
I don't have anything or none of that stuff. So that's what I'm saying. If you need to see that information, because I just left from that, but there's nobody in the building for them to process the information to give it back. I will gladly take you there, and you can come with me as well, and you can bring me back, and you can lock everything up. I'll let you lock everything up, and you can see that I entered this house with my key. That's the only thing I can tell you.
Where's your key right now?
And property at Munster, Indiana.
Then how did you get in today?
Because this is my door. My back door. My back door needs to be fixed. I need to go to the Ace Hardware. Only thing that I don't have a lot of tools. I don't have anything. The only thing that I have is the things that you see now. I have to salvage up on food and furniture and everything. I'm just new to the community. So now I'm trying to get everything done so I can, live a homely life and get some things together. But I can't do that if somebody's at the door saying, hey, well, who lives here? I live here. And if I live here, then I have to be a...
Do you notice how she didn't answer the question? Where are your keys right now? They're over there. How did you get into the house? This is my back door. I'm trying to live a homely life. She didn't answer the question. And I'm telling you, this is something they train us when you're in management, and you got to write somebody up. Just keep your ears out for the question you asked. And let them explain their behavior, But there's a crier, somebody that cries. When you call people up to hold them accountable, you got a personality type that's going to cry. Then you got a personality type that's going to deflect. That's just deflection right there. I'm trying to live a homely life. I'm not new to the community. I'm got to go to Ace Hardware. My back door is broken. How did you get into the house? That question wasn't answered.
Life and get some things together, but I can't do that if somebody's at the door saying, hey, well, who lives here? I live here. And if I live here, then I have to be just like everybody else. You know what I mean? I'm not causing any trouble and I'm not causing any drama. This is bringing conflict to my community. I've been good since August, since I moved in. Now they're like, what's going on? The neighbor, what's going on with all these officers coming around to the property that's been sold?
Because the homeowner called us.
Well, yeah, I definitely not, because I'm the homeowner and I don't have any complaints, and I'll be the first person to call Munster, Indiana if I do. Legal.
All right, we're going to wrap it up right there. What we'll do is we'll watch the third part. So stick around for that video. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. If you're trying to purchase a home in DC or Maryland, visit my website, which will be in the description down below. Book a free 15-minute consultation. Without further ado, let's get started. Make sure you lock your doors. Get a camera. If you're a listing agent, check on your listing periodically. If the owner allows you to have a camera in the front door or something, and in Maryland you gotta have these signs, that's fine. This property is under surveillance, whatever you need to do, because you don't want to get a listing and somebody's squatting in there and you didn't catch up on it and it becomes too late. All right, so always try to check, have a plan with you and the seller as to how this house is going to appear, as though it's been monitored. Because the good thing here is this lady got caught instantly. The seller came, the homeowner came in there while she was in the shower.
The property back and we can come directly in with the keys.
Is it for sale or something?
No. 1085 and then drop the
He's gonna hang up the charge. Criminal trespass. Or
residential
residential
insurance.
No, it's not, sir. It's not my property. So if we go get my property, I will insure, I will show you the entryway to the
Ma'am, you
house.
don't live here.
Okay, sir, once again, sir, can we go?
what's your last name?
It's Goodson, Goodson, and it should register 127 Beverly Place, Monster, Indiana.
What thing is?
Okay, what I'm just trying to say.
What's your last name?
Okay, it's Goodson, Goodson.
First name?
Dominique.
What's in the bag?
These are personals. I went and picked up a charger for my phone because my phone was dying. I got some personal things that I got. That's about it. I just left the store.
Did you shower while you were here?
Well, I just came home. That's what I'm saying. I'm hot. I'm sweaty. This is my phone, and
Did
then
you
all of my
shower
personal
when
stuff.
you were here?
I'm sorry?
Were you using the shower?
I just came home, and I just came home, sir. I just came home, and I'm in the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna place you under arrest.
That's okay, but can we go get my keys, sir?
So we talked about this in the last video. Deflection. Do you know how she didn't answer? So they're contemplating criminal trespassing. Deflection and crying. Crying, sometimes people say play the victim, and deflections. When, as a manager, when I used to do retail managing and writing people up, they would always say, at least my mentor told me, write down on a sheet of paper when you getting ready to have a difficult conversation, write down the key point. I think it was Bill Burr or one of these comedians that say they can never win an argument with their wife because they deflect and talk about all other things. Then you make a comment that you can't come back from, and now it's about the comment you made and not what the argument was originally about. So I was told by my mentor, write down the topic that you're going to hold this person accountable for, and when they deflect or cry, just acknowledge them, tell them you're going to address that at another time, and go back, circle back to the topic. Did you take a shower since you came here? It's hot, I'm sweaty, I came home. Never answered. Mind you, in part one of the video, they walked in on her and she came out of wherever the shower naked. Even though the door was closed, they told her to come outside. She could have eaten. They didn't open the door. She voluntarily walked out to the cops naked. They had to yell at her to go put on her clothes, which is crazy. But deflection, she never answered, and she's just stuck on it's her house. And they've already decided. It took a while for them to accuse her. The owner is outside, by the way, for those who didn't watch part 1 and 2. The owner is outside in the car. She walked in the house and this lady was in the shower. And she's just not answering the questions.
Because this is ridiculous. You guys are looking for an owner, and that's who I am. And I don't like how you guys keep coming through my door. You can mail me. So once again, hold on, sir. Okay, so once we go to the police station, it's impossible that you can pick up my property and come back so I can show you the key. I will let you come to the door and open it. As long as you see that I have keys to the residence.
I'll do you one better.
Yes, sir.
I'll look online to leak on the property.
I don't know where, I mean, I have to go to the B&B. I don't know if it has all registered yet, as of yet. But this is just a personal property that I just received from you. The things that I have, just some notes and a few dollars. I have a little cash. That's about it. So once again, I'm asking you, would you be able to go to the station and get my property, which just retains the key, and also pieces of evidence that states that this residence was no under anybody's name? I want to talk to you.
Don't come here. You don't live here.
Sir, this is where I live. Where am I supposed to live, on the streets? I'm not homeless, sir.
So they say, stop coming here. You don't live here. This is not their first rodeo with this lady. She keeps and maybe she thought, because I just came from the police station, I can run right back in the house. They're done with me. That's probably what she thought. Because it sounds like she just came from the police station. She keeps referencing, we can go to the station. I guess they have a bunch of keys. And she's saying those keys can open the door. Whatever the case may be, maybe she thought, okay, they came here, they got me, took me to the station, they just released me. If I go right back there, that's the last place they'll expect me to go. Don't know what her thought process is, because they're telling her stop coming here. So it's not the first time she's been to that house.
Go to the judge. Go to the judge.
Okay, so I'm not your wife.
The judge.
Are you going to be able to get my keys, sir? And come back to the property? Okay, as long as we come back to the property, because this is getting embarrassing. Even my neighbors will tell you. There's no reason for you guys to keep coming to this woman's residence. And you guys are not residential police officers. Yeah, like you got my neighbors outside, like I don't pay bills in here.
You see, just listen long enough, you'll catch it. This is getting embarrassing. There's no reason for you people. Well, maybe she's trying to say even my neighbors would tell you there's no reason for you to keep coming back to this woman's residence. She's referring to herself, possibly. But if she's just saying there's no reason for you to keep coming to this woman's property and not talking about herself, that's almost like snitching. Like, I don't own the house. You just had a slip of tongue. Don't know what's going on there. Maybe, here's the thing. Maybe she moves in and doesn't do anything wrong. And she said that a few times. Maybe in this section or the previous part. Nothing bad is happening here. She mentioned that a few times. Guys, it doesn't matter. You can break into a Walmart, sleep under the shelves, and you're not harming anybody, but you broke the law. You're trespassing. So just because you're not doing anything wrong, you're not shoplifting, you're living somewhere you shouldn't live. You understand? So her justification is nothing crazy is happening. I don't cause any problems. You're living in somebody's house that's not yours. And you keep coming in there. So her thing is, I'm not bothering the neighbors, doesn't make it legal.
You guys are getting very disrespectful, so I can get my property, so I can show you, and I don't have to show you anything. You're not my husband. Now if I call my husband, you guys will be looking sick. are you going to be able? Yeah. So, okay. Are you going to be able to get the property, sir, and come back to the residence so I can show you the keys that open the door because I don't have to lie.
Hello, who's the homeowner?
Right here.
All right. So what's going on?
You're not my husband. If I get my, what does your husband have to do with proving it's your house? Title and deed is what proves ownership, not your husband. And you can just, she's all over the place. Are you able to go to the property so I can prove it's my residence? What does that even mean? And finally, they're gonna go speak to the homeowners. Let's hear this.
Hello, who's the homeowner?
Right here.
All right. So what's going on?
No.
You're the homeowner. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the owner.
So why is the house empty? Is it?
I'm with her. We just bought it. Or
Yeah.
she bought it. She just bought the house
Yeah.
maybe a week and a half ago. And we're in the process of selling her other home. So
Okay.
she's got a different home that we got to put up for sale. And we've been going between
We've
the
been
two.
slowly adding things to the house.
The
and
mornings we
fixing
spend
stuff.
in her house in Dyer, and then the evenings we try to get over here and do something until like 8, 9 o'clock, and then we leave.
Yeah, so this is a new homeowner. I feel bad for her. Not new as in first time home buyer, but a new homeowner. And she's trying to get out of the first house she sold and move things here. Maybe her friend or a real estate agent, whoever that is helping her move in. And when she comes in there, she saw, or the first video shows when she came in there, she saw the lady. She didn't see, she heard somebody in the shower. So they come to this new house, the house we just saw, at 8 p.m. and try to just put it together. And they go to their old house. She's trying to sell that. So it's a lot for them to do by themselves, and it's taking time. And predators just smell that. They just smell that. This house is vacant. I'm in there. That's why I said, have a camera at the door. If you are like the house she's trying to sell right now, if she's tight with her current neighbors, have them keep an eye on your property. Because these squatters move in. Literally, I saw one with a U-Haul truck that moved in to a big mansion with a U-Haul truck. That means they got furniture and everything. They move in like they own the house. It's just that the neighbors are like, nah, you're not supposed to be there. Maybe they knew the previous owner and they knew they had either traveled, but they called the cops, you know. And here goes some information. We'll just read this up and see what happens.
The suspect was charged with criminal trespass and a felony count of residential breaking and entering.
If the cops had bought a house before, if they're homeowners, they would know this woman is lying. This is just basic knowledge about real estate, and you can catch her. They asked her, he said he can look online because she is saying, if we go to the station, I can grab the keys and show you I own the house. God knows if they even changed the locks or they got keys to the house that open different locks. And just because you can open a door doesn't mean you own the house. Opening the door is not what proves ownership. And the cop was trying to hint at that when he said, I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better and I'll look online. So what the cop can do is just go to the county registry and see deed and title ownership. That's probably what he's referencing. I can look and see that in the MLS in different areas. I can see who's the owner. The county tax records, you can see who the owner is. You know, when I look at a home and I look at history, I can see ownership of deeds being registered. So she has no idea. She's saying, I need to go to the DMV. I don't know, in the state of Illinois, do they transfer title through the DMV or the MVA? In Maryland, we got the MVA. Title doesn't go through the MVA, not to my knowledge at all. Title goes through the county registry. You know, it's totally different. It's not the Motor Vehicle Association that deals with house title. This is not a car. So her saying it wouldn't be in the system, buying the house 2 years ago, just moving in. If you go to part 1, she said she bought it 2 years ago and she just moved in now. So it's like, that's way more than enough time for a title to get transferred. It's just, what she's saying shows she has no idea how the real estate process works, so she wouldn't tell that to cops who possibly are homeowners and know where to prove ownership. It's not the DMV. I don't know if that's a thing in Illinois, but in Maryland, the Motor Vehicle Association, which is the equivalent of the DMV, because DC has a DMV, that's not where you go to prove ownership of a house. Maybe title of a car, ownership of a car possibly, or license, but not ownership of a property. She's 36 years old, criminal trespassing, and then a felony count of breaking and entering. You see how she just spoke with so much, I wouldn't say confidence, it's just a deflection tactic. Just aggressive yelling, just to throw you off from what the facts are. Good thing the cops stayed. They really de-escalated. I really commend them for that, because there are so many videos of cops just not knowing how to control themselves. They really de-escalated this. This is a master class on how to de-escalate and, you know, handle a situation. Well, once again, for real estate agents out there, make sure you got eyes on your listings, because when they're vacant like this, people break in, go in there all the time. Not all the time. I've never dealt with that personally, but I have dealt with somebody who cut like the netting in a new construction trying to get inside. Brand new construction, almost $700,000 house. And the way they built those new houses, they got these little latches that keep the window from coming up from the outside. It's like a security mechanism. You can only open it from the inside. You got to push those latches in. And the neighbor told us these are kids in the neighborhood that throw parties in this area. So it's a new development. The neighbor was trying to get a family member to purchase that house. And he said these kids are just throwing parties in these new constructions. You know, they just throw parties there, they go in and break in. So they cut the screen trying to come inside. That's the most I've seen in my career as far as dealing with squatters or people breaking into a vacant property. But it is happening. Those kids come in there, throw a party, trash the house. But these people also move in. They move in with furniture and just live comfortably like they own the place. And once they establish some kind of residency based on the state, it becomes a nightmare to get them out of there. Stay safe out there, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
My HOA is foreclosing on everybody's house.
I may have just created a neighborhood war.
And I took my association to small claims court for $20,000.
Hey guys, so I live in an HOA and I got another HOA horror story for you.
Welcome everybody to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond and I'm a realtor in Maryland and DC. Today we got an HOA horror story video to react to. We're going to jump right in, but before we do, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. That's how you'll help the channel grow. I really will appreciate it. Also, if you know anybody looking to purchase or sell a home in DC or Maryland, I'll leave my information in the description down below. Without further ado, let's get started.
Hey guys, so I live in an HOA and I got another HOA horror story for you. So I recently just had my driveway extended, like yesterday. It took a month, actually over a month, to get approved because I kept getting rejected, but I finally figured out what the rules were. That was on me. And I got my driveway extended per the parameters of the HOA guidelines, which is it can only be extended 3 feet on either side from the existing driveway. So yeah, so I extended it 3 feet on either side. using these.
Kudos for is he took ownership, didn't know the bylaws, and that's something I've been stressing in these HOA horror story videos, right? Make sure you read the bylaws of the HOA. And one of them is he didn't know exactly the dimensions of how much he can extend his driveway, and he kept getting rejected. And that's another reason why people don't like HOAs is I want to extend my driveway. It's my yard. Who are you to tell me I can't do so? And that's another reason why people love HOAs. Make sure the whole neighborhood looks a certain way so we can keep the value of our homes. Different strokes for different folks. Let's go.
Same type of materials that the original driveway was constructed with when we bought the house. So I had a neighbor walk by and looked at my driveway, and she was just like, hey, just so you know, I don't think, this is allowed. And I was like, oh no, I got the HOA approval. I had to submit a whole application with a sketch and a mock photo and like the vendor's proposal and all that stuff. She's like, yeah, but it looks too big. And they said the only rule was I can only be 3 feet on either side of the existing driveway. That's my extension zone, and I cannot go to the sidewalk. I have to stop before the sidewalk. So I'm well within that. So yeah, but it looks a lot bigger than the other driveways. And I'm just like, yeah, and
so that is sometimes the problems with HOAs. You did your construction, the driveway looks pretty nice, but then you got an HOA, just a neighbor. That's the problem with HOA sometimes, right? If there can be a lot of bossing around going on. And depending on who is in the HOA, as far as the board, it can be a lot of bossing around going on. You just spent all that money, got your driveway done, and the neighbor is walking around, and it's not about, hey, nice driveway. Just think about humanity. You did your driveway, looks pretty decent. It's not nice driveway. It's, hey, I don't think this is approved. That's why some people don't like HOAs. But as I mentioned, if you let somebody get away with extending the driveway, somebody's just going to add another room to the house, on the side of the house, things, and the whole neighborhood can look a mess. So I get why certain neighborhoods want to look a certain way. Anyway, let's keep going.
I just don't think I'm comfortable with that. And I was like, ma'am, you're not even on the HOA board. So, yeah, but they're going to be hearing from me. And I was like, dear freaking God. So I'm going to make it my mission to make sure this woman never gets any position of authority on the HOA board as long.
Well, there's always his story, her story, and the truth they say sometimes is in the middle. But just imagine you got your driveway done and your neighbor's telling you they're not comfortable with your driveway. It's amazing what happens in these HOA communities. But if it did violate the bylaws, then she has all right to do so. But he said he got permits and approval. But even though he did that, she doesn't like the way it looks. And the board is going to hear from her. Wow.
Because we live here. But this woman, whenever she walks around the neighborhood, I guess inspecting her fellow neighbors, making sure they're following the rules, she takes her really loud, obnoxious little dog, like it's a Chihuahua, which is like my least favorite breed, to each their own. I have no problem with people owning dogs. She lets it crap everywhere and doesn't even pick it up. So now that I know that she does that regularly, I also know that actually is against HOA guidelines. So I'm definitely going to be recording that and sending that to the HOA like every time.
Well, what I'll do is I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. And that is one I'll say we didn't touch on before is not the board, just your neighbors. Can this happen in a non-HOA community? Obviously. The only thing is they may not get a board, they can call the county on you, but there's not that much power as in an HOA community. And that is a horror story sometimes that make people tired of HOAs, is this lady apparently is not even on the board. You can say if it's a board decision, it can be understandable. This lady is not a member of the board. She's just a neighbor walking around inspecting people's homes to make sure it's within guidelines. You can say, does she not have something better to do? But as I mentioned, in real estate, when a neighborhood has a certain aesthetic look, feel, when you drive in, all the grass is cut to a certain level. Everything seems kind of uniform. As much as there might be subtle differences, the developers and planners keep it within a certain frame and guideline, which can increase value over time. So on the lady's part, you can see why some people do that just so they keep the value of their home. They don't want people coming in there with green doors, yellow windows, and just tanking the value of their homes. However, some people can go overboard.
Happy Saturday, everyone. I may have just created a neighborhood war. Now, I need your opinions, your thoughts, because I might have just fucking pissed off my neighbor, and part of me is just like, you know what, I don't care, because they just don't seem to care. Now, I live in a community, right? HOA. We are houses on top of houses. My neighbor has like a secret garden. All of his fucking plants, trees, everything just grow over everybody's fences that are surrounded by his house. He don't give a flying fuck. I wouldn't care so much if the plants on...
So she said she just created an HOA war. And this is some of the things that I wanted to address. And some of the reasons why people don't like HOA communities. If you're in a non-HOA community, unless the county stops by to mess with you or the local municipal government, for the most part, you're free. Your neighbors may despise certain things you do. They can call the cops, but for the most part, you're free. In an HOA community, however, if you do a little thing your neighbor doesn't like, as she said, we're houses on top of houses, so they're all like together. You can see it that way, or they're like condominiums, one on top of the other, or they're just bunched and grouped together, not that much space. And she said she started the neighborhood war and doesn't care. Let's keep going.
My side weren't fruit trees, and the only reason I care about that is because I have a dog that has a dog door, and he can go in and out all day as often as he wants. The issue is he's eating the fruit that's falling off of the tree into my yard. I believe they're figs, that's what they look like, and it's giving my dog the shits.
It's really all about how you interact with your neighbors, or the golden rule of life: you do unto others as you want done unto you. But here's the thing, I noticed this with human beings. We don't care too much about the next person. Everybody is looking out for themselves. Just think about it. She's saying her neighbor's tree is protruding over her yard, and she wouldn't care so much if it didn't have any fruits. These are fruit trees, so what I'm assuming is they probably fall down and make a mess in her yard or whatever. We'll see. But one thing I want to point out is we don't care too much about the next person. Think about it. If you're a dog lover, I see it all the time. You go to stores and you got your dog running around and licking everybody's feet. Do you think for a second not everybody likes a dog, or not everybody wants a dog to lick on their feet? You know, so same thing if you're a plant lover. As a homeowner right now, you just let your plant grow onto your neighbor's house. Do you think for a second your neighbor may not like your plants? You know, and it's like, okay, my plants are growing, I don't care. You know, it's just what I notice. Everybody is out for themselves without a single thought in the world. Or people are just, that's why even the divide in society right now, people just think their way of thinking is either the right way or should be the only way. But I think we should just take a second and just consider, yes, I like animals, but does everybody like animals? Some people are even allergic. They might love them, but they may be allergic to them. You know, some people may love plants, but they may be allergic to certain plants. Just take yourself out of it and be selfless is all I have to say about that. It really just bothers me sometimes when people just think the way they think should be the norm for everybody. Let's go.
Okay, too much sugar, not okay. Like, you can have them in small amounts, I believe is what I was told. But he can't eat them just all willy-nilly like. So I took it upon myself today to take some clippers, beep, 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 and I cut only down my side of that cinder block fence. Just my side.
So that's a legitimate point she has there. The dogs, she has a dog. It goes in and out of the yard, and the neighbor's figs are falling over. The dog eats the fruits and has diarrhea all the time. Yes, you know, as much as you may want to be a good neighbor, if you got a dog coming in your house and making a mess because your neighbor's fruits keep falling over your yard, that is a valid point. It goes again to just what I mentioned, people not caring about the other. Let's see if she tried to address it with the neighbor prior to calling the HOA, because that's another way you can resolve it. You can just be a good neighbor sometimes and talk to them. But here's the thing. What if the neighbor just blows you off? That's why HOAs are desired by certain people, because they know the community can hold people to a standard. And here's the thing. If an HOA finds you, they can even fine you, put a lien on your house, and they can even force you to sell. They can even foreclose on you. You know, even if you're up to date on your mortgage, if there are certain things that you're falling behind on, or you're not keeping your home up to the HOA code, you can be forced out. So that's why certain people desire HOA communities, because they want their neighborhood to appeal and just have a certain aesthetic, certain feel, which will normally maintain the value of the home. You know, it's a plus, give and take, because if you're in a non-HOA community, just imagine you got this really nice home, then you got neighbors there with it just caused the neighborhood to run down. Grass, you know, 7-8 inches tall, you know, or just almost a foot tall. They turned the house into like a garage, various cars just parked all over, like a junkyard, parked all over, and getting rusty. There's a term, a particular term, and I'll try to add it in the description on the screen, but it's when a house, a rundown house in an affluent neighborhood gains value because of the neighborhood it's in. And also, a mansion, there's another term for a mansion or nice house in a rundown neighborhood. That house loses value based on the neighborhood. There's a term for one that's gaining value and one that's losing value. So if you want to maintain the value of your home and you're doing the best, but you got neighbors who treat your neighborhood like a junkyard, and just potential buyers drive by, they look at your house, it just turns them off. There's a gentleman I spoke with, I was going to list his house, and he said, look, I want to sell, but my neighbor's house burnt down years ago. They are somewhere, but they just got a tarp all over the house. It doesn't appeal to buyers. Do you know this guy's contact? I don't know him. I haven't met him, but when I checked the county record, they're still the owner. So that property right there is bringing his property's value down, and he can't sell. That's almost like an absentee owner. They are alive. Unfortunately, they had a fire, but now the neighborhood just looks bad because there's this burnt down house that's just there, and it's been there for a while. I also know a couple, we were shopping for land, took them to go look at this land. Man, the neighbor's house was massive, beautiful. But when they walked the yard that they were trying to purchase, as nice as that neighbor's house was, on the backyard they had like chickens in like a barn, and that turned them off. They're like, I don't know if I want to be in this kind of setting. So your neighbor's house and how they live can influence the value of your home, is the big thing about HOAs, why people want HOAs for the most part. They keep the standard of the neighborhood. And let's keep listening.
I didn't even go over the center block fence. I just went all the way up, straight up my fence line. Now, is my neighbor gonna fucking hate me? I don't know, let's be honest, but what it comes down to is it's on my side in my yard and it's affecting my animals, so it's gone.
We're gonna wrap it up right there, but that's what I was talking about. She just took it upon herself to trim the branches that were protruding over her yard. And she within her rights to do that. Technically, it is her yard. And as far as land goes, it's considered the ground all the way down and all the way up, right? You own that. In the state of Maryland, at least. Nationally, it should be the same. You do have certain restrictions if you're by a body of water and things of that nature. You may have to share. So she's within her right. Technically, it's her yard. But it's all about being a good neighbor. You just wonder what kind of relationship she has with her neighbor. Why they can't talk. Why she didn't talk to the neighbor. Maybe she did already. Maybe he refused to listen. But she just cut all the branches. So here's the thing. What if that cutting of the branch now kills the tree on the other side? Does the neighbor have grounds to stand on for a lawsuit? Or sometimes you trim branches and it's like they even grow faster. Anyway, I'll say this much. Be a good neighbor. Try to talk to your neighbors. And hopefully they are also good neighbors and they're considerate. And also just be considerate of somebody else's point of view, feelings, and things they go through, right? I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below as usual. And let's read. Do we have any comments? Just one here saying, I'm on your side, you're right. I definitely understand her point of view. Her pet is getting sick and having diarrhea. The neighbor's tree just grows over her yard. I totally understand that. The only part where I say maybe you should have at least tried to communicate is her just cutting it down. What if she would have spoken to the neighbor? He probably would have taken care of it without her having to do that.
Doing my association, and there's a court date for next month. You guys have been asking me for an update on this situation, and I took my association to small claims court for $20,000. That is the max that my county will allow me to sue them for, and they charged me for an assessment of $20,000.
Wow. Well, seems like this has gone far, and she took the homeowners association to small claims court for $22,000 because of the limit that the court would allow her to sue the association for. Let's see why she decided to go down that route.
$2,000, so that means I guess I'll have to eat like $2,200 or whatever. That's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine for now. And I feel like the association is already trying to retaliate against me because, as you guys know, I had plans on joining the board. At our next meeting is where we kind of like vote and everything. That's also next month in June. I had plans on joining the board and then kind of like dissolving the association as a whole once I get on board. A lot of homeowners are interested in that. Well, this meeting minutes came out and these are on my heels. Let me show y'all. These motherfuckers.
Here's a nugget in life, right? Sometimes you keep your hand close. This is or has nothing to do with real estate per se, but in life, it does have some things to do with real estate, even if you're negotiating. But in life, you keep your hand close. You know, keep your hand close. Why would you go on social media saying you're trying to tear down the board and then try to become a member of the board? One, you got to know HOAs, as much as they keep a neighborhood looking a certain way, they do make some money. It's not a non-profit organization. There's some people that work for that HOA that's how they pay their bills. You do have the neighborhood that meets and they vote for who's gonna be the HOA chair. Those members don't necessarily make money, but you do have, let's say a builder builds a neighborhood, they create the HOA structure and management. Because if you're trying to sell a property, normally you go through the HOA management company. There are people that work there that make money, is what I'm saying. However, the occupants don't necessarily work for money. So there is a lot of bossing around that goes on with the HOA. Some people can be anal, you know, just a little bit of grass past the limit. You got an HOA president knocking on your door. It's just not ideal. Sometimes you're just moving in and they want to walk up on your driveway and introduce themselves, and you may be okay with that, or you just may just want some privacy. What I'll say is she played her hand too soon. If you know there are a lot of people who want to dissolve the HOA, why would you go on social media talking about it? And then she probably mentioned it to them already. Now you got a target on your back. Here's another thing. Just because people say they want to do something doesn't necessarily mean they want to do it. Sometimes people will tell you what they want you to hear just so they know where you stand. And you never know who's on the other side. It's even like a workplace politics. You know, when people come to talk to you and you just go and you throw your bosses under the bus, those very people sometimes are the same ones that run to your boss to say, hey, he said that or she said that about you or about the company. So sometimes as they're running their mouth, just smile and keep your mouth shut. Don't let people know your hand. You can't really tell who's who. And I think she overplayed her hand by just letting others know, we want to tear this thing down. I'm going to join the board and dissolve the HOA. So that is something that would definitely get you on the HOA's crosshairs.
Said concern was brought up about the eligibility for board membership for owners who owe money or are suing the board. It was thought to be unwise and perhaps illegal, and certainly not in the best interest of the association to allow these owners to be elected to the board. Legal advice will be sought for this issue. Oh baby, I cussed them the fuck out, let me tell you. And I don't even give a fuck at this point. I'm gonna sell my house anyway. I don't give a fuck about job bum ass bitches are doing. But
that is just straight up, as much as I don't know all the backstory. Let's say if I have a business and I know somebody wants to become a member of the board of my business just so they can dissolve the business, why would I possibly want you to join my business? You know, because people do that. They come on board and then they take over your business and then they sell it. You sell shares, they just come in and then they sell it, right? So if I know that is your end goal, for the best interest of my business, I may not want you to be a member of my board. You can be a shareholder, but not on the board where you're a decision maker. All right, let's keep going.
let them know. I said trying to change the bylaws strictly because you don't like somebody in the community, like you can't do that. Any lawyer will tell you that you can't fucking do that. You got racist people, bum ass people. Y'all are backdating contracts. Y'all are having actually. I just found out that my association was sued in October of.
Well, I'll leave it right there. She's going a little off right now. Too much profanity for me, and I'll leave it there. Let's just read a comment here. It says, please stay classy throughout.
My HOA is foreclosing on everybody's house. So, if you guys remember last year, I came to tell you guys that my HOA was threatening to put a lien on my home and start the foreclosure process over a $22,000 assessment that I refused to pay. My HOA had been wanting to do some construction on all of the homes, and this was something that was well underway before I purchased my home. I ended up...
Here's what I'll say. I mentioned this in the last video. HOAs are very powerful, and they can put a lien on your house. So if you owe in any way, shape, or form, whether it's, as she mentioned, some kind of assessment, or also I'll say if you owe HOA fees, or let's say you didn't cut your grass and they find you, and then that goes on for months without you paying, they can literally put a lien on your home, sometimes even force you out through foreclosure, right? Anyway, let's keep watching.
Finding out through meeting minutes and talking with neighbors that not only was this something that was planned as far back as 2022, But neighbors who purchased their home around the same time as me did get a disclosure that there was a siding project that was slowly approaching. I am allegedly one of 2 people who did not get that notice according to the HOA. And so my HOA said that I could pay them the money back on a monthly basis for the next 5 to 10 years. I declined. I don't think that I should have to pay you anything for this. So I knew, I've been getting a lot of letters. I've been working through this, but I knew that they were trying to come after me, put a lien on my home, etc. However,
so here's the thing. You got to read all the bylaws when you purchase a home. And I don't know the exact style of her building, but when she said siding, what I'm assuming is this is like a joint unit thing where almost like condos where the houses are joined together, and the siding project of the entire building, from what it sounds like, the cost will be split. So you just really need to seek, I would say, legal advice is what I recommend here. Get a real estate lawyer that can advise you. I try to tell people this all the time. Just because you feel you're right in a certain way may not make it right in the long term. I'll give an example. For those who know me know I was into management in retail. And I was walking down the aisle one time with another manager, and a customer came walking with an associate, and the customer was mad. And the associate introduced us to the customer as, these are the managers, this customer's irate. What do you think happened? She snapped. I'm not irate. It's almost like calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, And she wanted to explain herself as the customer was talking. So they were both kind of talking to one of the other managers I was with, and I just gave her some hand signal like, hey, just walk away. And she walked away. We took care of the customer together, myself and the other manager. And when we were done, he was directly in charge of her, but we were both managers in the building, and he was honestly very new, maybe his first week of that position. So he asked me what to do, and I was just like, I would just talk to her and let her know in the future, just watch the things you say. As in, don't trigger somebody by describing it as she's irate, or she was rude, or she was loud, or please calm down. Just watch the words you say, for one. And secondly, once you introduce the customer to a manager, you can walk away. We'll always come back and ask you what happened and get your side of the story once the customer's not there. The biggest thing we got to do is separate the 2 parties that are involved in this conflict or disagreement, whatever you may call it. So as I was explaining that to him, after we had taken care of the customer, this associate walked right into us and was trying to tell us how a customer agreed with her. And I'm like, yes, we ran into that customer who did tell us that lady had an attitude. I said, but here's the advice I'll give you. And I just gave the associate the advice I was telling this new manager to give. Was in the future, when you introduce a customer to us, just walk away. We'll always come get your side of the story later. If there's conflict, if it's something friendly and the customer just wants a discount, sure, you can stick around and hang out. If you don't know how to solve the problem and you want to learn, fine. But if it's something that involves you and the customer going back and forth, these are my managers. This customer would like to talk to you guys, and just walk away. Unless we ask you to stick around. If you know that there's conflict, try to just avoid it. Because the customer may say something that is totally wrong, totally a lie, and you're going to intrude, just to explain yourself, and that's not going to help anybody. That's one. Secondly, just watch the words and don't say this lady is irate. This lady came in mad. I told her to calm down. Whatever it may be, just don't say words that can escalate. That lady cut me off and said, well, I'm not going to let anybody talk to me a certain way. As I mentioned, that was that manager's associate. I just disengaged and walked away. And the reason why I did that is because I already advised this manager on how to address it. I can be the petty manager because at the end of the day, I have leverage over you and then write you up for not listening to the advice I'm giving you or carrying a demeanor that's going to cause conflict with customers. Yes, that customer may be irate, but she also didn't de-escalate. It was a lesson on de-escalation. And I did tell that manager, you got to address this with this person because in the future, they're going to take it up a notch. And she didn't understand disengage. And here's another example of that we're watching here. When she's talking about, she just took it upon herself, I'm not paying that. This other lady told me, I'm not gonna let somebody talk to me a certain way. Breaking news, regardless of what you think is right sometimes, don't put yourself in a position where you had everything going for you, but your reaction now puts you on the other end. And this is coming out of experience. I have been so right in situations, but the way I react, everything turns against me, you know? So here's what you do in these situations. Go seek legal advice. If you think it's unfair, they didn't notify you on time, you shouldn't pay this amount, don't make that decision on your own. Get the right advice from a legal professional, a real estate lawyer. Because now you're hearing the amount that they're tagging on her, trying to foreclose, and then the fine they're trying to put on her. You can't just go against these corporations by yourself. If you don't have the money, I think you can look for ways to get professional help. There are legal firms out there that may take up your case, so just give you advice. Don't just decide on your own what you think is right, because even if you are right, you can end up being wrong if you react in a manner that is inappropriate. Anyway, let's go.
A new person came knocking at the door. It was the construction company. The construction company is now saying that the HOA, my HOA board has not paid them, and they have not received all of their money, and the houses have been done for months. Like, I'm saying, like, for months. And apparently, they didn't get all their money. And so now, they're putting a lien on the homes, which that process, I think, has been done today. And our property management company and the HOA is trying to say that it's because of the homeowners who haven't paid. I don't believe that. I know that when the HOA was accepting bids and what they were looking for a company that could give them a $3,000 advance that, of course, they would pay back. However, they never really told us what that advance would be for, why they needed it, etc. It didn't make sense to us. However, they ended up choosing a company that would be able to give them that, which, of course, they have to pay back. The amount that the construction company says the HOA still owes is $207.
Well, I'll leave the link to this original video in the description down below. Here's what I'll say. That's another reason why people don't like HOAs. It's because it sounds like almost a condo fee, or they're doing some kind of general maintenance and then everybody has to share the cost. If you're a homeowner and you weren't budgeting for something and all of a sudden now you gotta be accountable for it, I can get her frustration, but read the bylaws. Sometimes these condo packages, resale packages, they're mostly digital now. Some people require hard copies. I've seen a few hard copies. Sometimes they're this thick. Hundreds, if not thousands of pages of different things. Really read them. Take your time to look through them. Because you may end up being liable because this may be in their bylaws. And construction companies knocking on your door for money is something that I don't think that construction company can do. I think you never signed anything with a construction company. The property management and the HOA probably did on your behalf. That's why I say seek legal advice. Is it right for them to cross over the channels in which they got engaged? You didn't hire them. An HOA company hired them. Now they're coming to you directly. Pay your bills because we're going to foreclose or put a lien on this building. I don't think they should even engage with you. You shouldn't even engage with them. Seek legal advice is what I'll say. Here's what I say mostly for homeowners and even for realtors. Be a resource to a better resource. You know, this seems like it's getting too much to the part where there are lawsuits, foreclosures. Get professional help. Get a real estate lawyer behind your back that can give you the right advice, because one thing can lead to another that may end up being way more than it could have been. All right, thanks for watching. I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below as usual. Let me know if you got any questions, comments, and also if you know any HOA drama videos, HOA wars, leave it in the comment down below and I'll try to react to it. Thanks for watching.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Right, but who owns the house? Like, well, I own the house. I mean, like, my name's on it. Right, but like, who owns the house? I own the house. I've paid the mortgage on it by myself ever since Mom died for the last like 6 years. I've paid the mortgage. I own the house. Anyway, she did that so many times that I was just very ashamed, and I don't even know why. She made me feel really bad. Then she was frustrated because I didn't have the exact property lines, and she wants the well that's on my grandma's property. And she was like, so where's the property line? And I was like, I don't know. I mean, this is my grandmother's, my next door neighbor. We take care of her yard and everything. Like, I really couldn't tell you exactly where it is. This is where I think it is. So you have the well? No, we don't have the well. But then the realtor pulled up the property lines on his little app thingy, and it looked like maybe we did. And I was like, I'm pretty sure we don't, because the lady we bought this house from way back when, like, that wasn't her well then. It was my grandparents. So she's mad about that. And then she was frustrated that I called Dad to ask.
So once again, if you have a real estate agent, they may not have answers to that. I've been at showings where people have asked me for property lines, and if they're not like visible with the state markings there, but sometimes these markers may have been moved. I can point out to what I see as far as, okay, there go a landmark right there, a boundary marker right there, but please let me pull up some county records. Welcome everybody to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond. I'm a local real estate agent in DC and Maryland. Today we're going to react to a video right here, which has to do with home sellers and some of the stories. Without further ado, let's jump right in.
By the end of next month, I am moving from Arkansas to Maryland, and that means that I have to sell my house. It officially went on the market this morning, and I had my very first showing before work today. So I was already like really hesitant because I knew that the people coming in were part of the Christian Motorcyclists Association. It's exactly what it sounds like, a big group of Christians that ride motorcycles.
So, moving from Arkansas to Maryland, which I knew prior to. Hopefully she had a good real estate agent while she moved to Maryland. So this sounds like one of those specific groups. I'll tell you this much: when it comes to selling a house, you want to make it appeal to the masses. You know, you want to make your house appeal to the masses because you just, oh, I want it to go to a certain type of family. I got a client who doesn't want to sell his house to investors, and it's slowing the process down. He only wants to sell it to families. I get the sentiment of, I want to keep this neighborhood in a family's hand rather than an investor. But that's just an example. Some people will go on a religious thing, a racial thing. You do have fair housing laws you need to watch out for. But when you sell a house, make sure you're appealing to the masses with your furniture, your ads. It just makes it sell quicker. Anyway, let's keep going.
When I was little, they were really cool people. They have aged to be less cool. Anyway, so I'm already nervous. I worked last night. I didn't go to sleep till like 3 o'clock in the morning. I got up at 6. I had to go to work at 10. I am on edge. I also just realized I have a funeral home written on my hand. So, you know I'm not lying about being a nurse. Anyway, they roll up to the house. At one point, I offhandedly mentioned, like, you know, oh, this is my dad's room. And from that point on, the woman was obsessed with, so who's selling the house? I mean, I'm doing all of the legwork, but like technically it's my father and I.
This comes down to the whole idea of getting an agent, you know. If she had an agent, she would have insulated herself from all of that. I understand you want to do all the legwork, you want to save yourself some money, but now you're there, these people are going to rub you off the wrong way, you didn't get any sleep, you got to show the house. That's what an agent is for. For some people that don't understand the benefit of a real estate agent, this is an example of it. Not too bad of an example, but it's still an example, right? Like, if you're a professional, you're working all the time. The agent, that's their job. They can show your house when you're tired, when you are at work, you know. But if you have to go to work and you're not going to be there to show the property, you know. And also, the agent can just deflect those questions because, oh, out of confidentiality, I can't speak to whose house it is. But now you're the owner, and then you're dealing with a buyer directly. And some of these buyers, the same way they may rub you off the wrong way as sellers, you may also rub them off the wrong way. They may not want to move into your house after they see you. So an agent is just that buffer. One, if you're a professional, like she said, she's a nurse. If she has to go to work and somebody wants to see a property, that slows down the process. But if you have an agent, they can see it at all times. Then now she's kind of already butting heads with a buyer. You don't even have to deal with them. Let's go.
Right, but who owns the house? Like, well, I own the house. I mean, like, my name's on it. Right, but like, who owns the house? I own the house. I've paid the mortgage on it by myself ever since Mom died for the last like 6 years. I've paid the mortgage. I own the house. Anyway, she did that so many times that I was just very ashamed, and I don't even know why. She made me feel really bad. Then she was frustrated because I didn't have the exact property lines, and she wants the well that's on my grandma's property. And she was like, so where's the property line? And I was like, I don't know. I mean, this is my grandmother's my next door neighbor. We take care of her yard and everything. So like, I really couldn't tell you exactly where it is. This is where I think it is. So you have the well? No, we don't have the well. But then the realtor pulled up the property lines on his little app thingy, and it looked like maybe we did. And I was like, I'm pretty sure we don't, because the lady we bought this house from way back when, like that wasn't her well then. It was my grandparents. So she's mad about that. And then she was frustrated that I called Dad to ask.
So once again, if you have a real estate agent, they may not have answers to that. I've been at showings where people have asked me for property lines, and if they're not like visible with the state markings there, but sometimes these markers may have been moved. I can point out to what I see as far as, okay, there go a landmark right there, a boundary marker right there, but please let me pull up some county records. And you can always go to the county or show them. You as an agent can be a resource to a better resource. You as the seller don't have to put yourself in that position. Sometimes it really works well when the seller's there and they have all this knowledge about the house. Like, for instance, where's the property line? Oh, it's right here. That's my grandma's well, as she's giving an example. Things the agent may not know. If you have that information, seems really good. If you don't, and she's already skeptical as to, are you trying to sell your father's house and you're not the owner? whatever her skepticism may be, and now she's asking a question that you can't answer. It may just push her off a little bit more, and it may also rub you off the wrong way to even go under contract with this seller. And now if you do go under contract with them, how willing are y'all gonna be able to be to one another to compromise on little things like, okay, this door need to be fixed by the per the appraiser or the lender. You may not want to move an inch just because the way they rubbed you off the wrong way. And vice versa. They may not want to go more as far as on asking to close the house, you know, just little things, because, or give an extension, whatever it may be, just because you guys already butted heads. So it's better, not to say it's always smooth selling, but let's say an agent was there, you ask property lines. Me personally, if I know, I can show you some of the markers on the ground, and I'll say, hey, this is the county atlas where you can go and get that information. Once upon a time, you could just look it up on the website, but now you just call this number right here. They'll have it mailed out to you, you know, and it's pretty fast, maybe in a week or so you can actually see what the county says. We'll wrap this one right here. I think it does go on for a little bit more, but what I'll say is get a real estate agent if possible. I understand trying to save some money, but as a nurse, you got a job, you're moving out of town. Yeah, I get the money aspect, but sometimes, believe it or not, people that sell houses with agents end up netting more than those that don't. As crazy as it may seem, it's kind of like backwards for those that don't understand it. You may think, okay, I'm paying agent fees, I'm gonna save money if I don't use them. It's about the pricing. Most of the time, people go off the websites, Zillow's, Redfin, and they price their home that way, where as agents can do a deeper dive and get you apples for apples and tell you, okay, your neighbor's house sold for $400,000, but it's a Cape Cod, for instance. Yours is a Rambler. Different houses, you know. They go for more. Cape Cods may cost this. Ramblers may go for this. Check out this Rambler and how much it sold for. They can give you a more detailed apples for apples comp. There are a lot of apps that do that now, but it just still is the fact that I think it's about 40% of people that go with agents net a little bit more than those that don't. So, all right, don't be penny wise, pound foolish, seek professional advice. Always don't speculate on landmarks. Always go to county records, all right?
So in July, I put my house in New York on the market. I had been living in Virginia for 2 years, and I was like, okay, I'm not going back to New York. I'm good. So I put my house on the market. I got my own place in Virginia Beach, and I was ready. Like, I did everything. I crossed my T's. I dotted my I's. I came back. We cleaned out almost everything. The showings were endless. We had endless amounts of fucking showings.
All right, so this is an out-of-state seller. They currently reside in Virginia, trying to get rid of their house in New York. The downsides with that is just commuting sometimes, or just paying 2 mortgages, or I'll say just having the right real estate agent that's really going to be your representative out of town because you're no longer there. Most closings don't know how New York works. Funny enough, I'm in New York right now, but I don't know how it works as far as real estate goes. If they can close virtually, I know in DC and Maryland, some title companies close virtually, others require wet signature. But yeah, let's listen a little bit more and see what else she has to say.
But because of the neighborhood and the businesses that they're bringing to this part of New York, all the houses prices had tripled. I was like, I need to get the fuck out of here. So I lowered the price. And then I got a whole bunch of offers coming in, even $20,000 over asking price, which was giving me the money that I actually wanted anyways.
So she lowered the price and created a bidding war. From what it sounds like, there's a lot of development going on in the area where she has her house. And that's not only in New York City, there's a lot going on in DC, Baltimore, some parts of Detroit, New Orleans. There's just a lot of developers going around building stuff up. So a lot of these homes, you may have bought them a little less, but now the market is kind of working in sellers' favor a little bit. Not as far as interest rate goes. It's a buyer's market right now. But let's say with the development going on and the inventory shortage. So it sounded like she created a bidding war right there. And she got offers $20,000 over asking. Let's keep going.
Cool. So we finally get a house. We finally get a buyer under contract. Let me tell you the major mistakes that I made that I don't want anybody else to ever make. Never enter into a contractual agreement with somebody who is not financed for the entire cost of the house. If you are selling your house for $350,000, make sure they are financed for $350,000. Don't, even if they're just financed for $300,000, don't, because that means they have to come up with that
Make sure they are financed for $350,000. I understand what she's trying to say, but I don't wholeheartedly agree with that. So what I can say is make sure they have the entire $350,000. It doesn't have to be financed for it. So for instance, deal with some investors who never get financed for the entire amount, but they have the equivalent in either stocks, in either a house that's under contract that's getting ready to close. In essence, what I'm saying is they have proof of funds. So I don't necessarily agree with the fact that you have to be financed for that amount. What I can say is you have to have that amount in proof of funds. So let's say if you don't have $350,000, you got 300 grand, make sure that buyer sends you either a bank statement, a cashier's check, a money order of $50,000, which is not necessarily been financed. It's like you have cash. You're not dealing with the financing sector, right? So that part of a statement I don't necessarily agree with, but what I do agree with is don't go under contract with somebody. We'll just stick with the example she gave. Somebody tells you I got 300 grand, but I'm going to make an offer for 350 for a house you're selling for 350. Don't go under contract, because where's the other $50,000 going to come from? They may have a strategy, but you cannot go under contract based on a strategy, based on a thought process, based on a dream or a hope that somebody's going to give them $50,000. You need to see that. I think that's what she was trying to say right there. All right, let's keep going.
$50,000 cash. I'm telling you right now, don't do it to yourself. I did that to myself. They were only financed for about 75% of what I was selling my home for. My realtor tells me, oh, they got the money for this house. Boom. That was my realtor was actually my first mistake, and let me tell you why. Shop around for your realtors. Whether you're buying or you're selling, shop around. At least talk to 3 different ones. Tell them what you want. Tell them how fast you're moving or how fast you want to move. Tell them what your money looks like. Be real with them and find the one that is most aligned with you. That's where I messed up. And your real estate lawyer, shop around with them too. Don't just let your real estate agent give you a lawyer, because you just never know what he...
So I definitely agree with that right there. She said her realtor told her they got the money. With all due respect in business, there's nothing verbal that I would advise anybody to lean on. They got the money, that's fine. I trust them. Just verify. Trust but verify. That's it. You don't want to say, it's like somebody going to a store to shop and you're profiling them. They may feel offended, sometimes even give you a lawsuit. Like, okay, you looked at me and you kept following me around the store. What, don't you think I could afford this? So when somebody tells you to have the money, you don't want to be argument. You don't want to be a contrarian. Okay, cool. I trust you. But for peace of mind, I need some kind of proof of that, of funds. That's it. In order for us to ratify this contract, I need some proof of funds. And on the part where she talked about interview real estate agents, I definitely agree. The stats show that 70% of people work with the first agent that they come in contact with. When they're trying to buy or sell their house, 70% of people work with the first agent they come in contact with. So it's amazing. This is the biggest transaction people make for the most part in their lifetime, and they just go with the first person that's in front of them. You know, it's like we use an example of if you're going under surgery, would you just go with the first doctor you speak with? I think you probably would do some research, interview other people, get some second, third opinions. So I think the same is required for real estate. And I see it all the time when I deal with sellers. I call them, they tell me, oh, I'm doing a for sale by owner, but I have a friend in case it doesn't sell that I'll list with. And I just throw it out there like, hey, I agree. I know how it feels. Let's say my brother or my friend sells a house and they don't use me. I'll feel some type of way, but it's always good to get a second opinion. So if you're not opposed to it, I like to give you a second opinion. So I definitely agree with that right there. We'll just listen to a little bit more and we'll wrap it up.
He's carrying what he's got going on. Shop for yours. Research, ask the right questions. If you don't know the questions to ask, research the questions. I'm telling you now, those are some of my two biggest mistakes, my realtor and my real estate lawyer. They were not good. They're probably good for what they usually do, but they were not good for my situation. I was looking for a 30 to 60 day closing.
So I guess New York is a state where a real estate lawyer is needed to close, from what she's insinuating. In Maryland, you don't necessarily need a real estate lawyer to close. Neither in Washington, D.C. It's not prohibited, but it's not a requirement. Some states require real estate lawyers, but let's say, for instance, you need a title company. For those in Maryland or D.C., you need a title company, you need an inspector. I definitely agree with everything she's saying right there. Don't just go with the first person they throw in your face. It's unethical for a real estate agent to cut deals with a lender or a title company or an inspector, but you never know. So I wouldn't just go with somebody. You never know the, what do they call it, quid pro quo. You do this for me, I do that for you. That is going on behind the scene. You don't want to be the pawn in that scheme. So what I'll say is shop around, definitely agree with that. I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. I can kind of see where this is going already. Didn't listen to the whole video, but if I were to guess, just out of experience, she probably couldn't close because the buyer didn't have the rest of the cash. So I would always say, make sure you see proof of funds. A good pre-approval letter. But if it's not total to the amount of the asking price, then the rest needs to be in either a bank account statement, stocks that can be accessed, vetted stocks, savings, just whatever way they have the money. Crypto, I don't care. They just need to have that money. 401k that can be withdrawn because you can tap into your 401k to buy your first property. All right, we'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done so already. That's how you help the channel grow.
I don't understand squatters' laws at all. Like, I don't understand how people can just get into something that you own and start living there. It baffles me. Okay, because I found squatters in my grandpa's cabin, okay? I was the people to discover them. I was driving out of state to visit them, and he built a cabin that I'd been to a lot when I was a kid. No one really stays there anymore, but it's a nice place, like an Airbnb style place that I'm driving to stay at, and he told me that he would let me in. When I get there, I'm really excited to spend the weekend there, hang out with my family, and when I knock on the door, I am met by a complete stranger. I'm confused because I'm expecting to see my grandfather, and they go, "Who are you?" And
So here's the thing, did a few videos about squatters. What he said right there is nobody stays there. So one thing that was trending on the news maybe a few months back were like these teenagers, same way they do these takeovers, teen takeovers, as far as cars pulling up to like roundabouts and they doing donuts or whatever there, or just shopping centers, wherever. They do the same thing on vacant houses, right? They go look on these websites, see houses that are listed for sale, throw parties there. So I always tell real estate agents, if you list in a property, try to stop by multiple times a week if possible. If you can do every day, at least just to stop by, that's cool. Because when people show your house, your listing, sometimes they use the bathroom, don't clean it up. They leave trash. They may leave a door open accidentally. They may not cut a light off. You know, sometimes you can conserve air by cutting off the AC or the HVAC unit or cutting it on prior to showings. But I do understand some showings are a little far out or you may be busy. That's why you at least stop by once or twice a week to make sure nothing is going on with the property. So for homeowners, even if you own a house where you don't live, do you have a caretaker that can stop by, a neighbor? You know, he said grandparents' cabin, so they may be getting old to where they can't go there. But if they could, they need to stop by periodically, cut a light on, cut a light off. Or if you hire a landscaper to cut your grass, maybe you give them the authority to go and cut a light on. Just don't make your place seem vacant because people will move in.
I say, "Oh, is my grandpa home?" Because I don't understand the situation yet. They then tell me that they do not know who my grandpa is. And after a little bit of confusion, I just say, "Oh, okay," and I step away to call my grandpa. He's about 5 minutes away. I beat him there. I guess he was stuck in a little bit of traffic, you know, a busy city. And I get word that he's like, "What? Who's living there? Who's staying there?" I'm almost there. He's frantic on the phone, which alerts me that the situation is a little more serious than I originally thought it was. By the time he gets there, he knocks on the door and they get into an argument. Him telling him how he built this place, how it's been with my family for years, them lying and saying, "No, we've been living in this place for years. We had this signed over to us," all the situation. And of course, it ends with the cops being called. The police show up after a little while because it's kind of a secluded area. And when they get there, they basically tell us nothing we can do.
Yeah, so that's the thing about squatters. I gave an example a few videos back about a lady I saw on the news in Bethesda, Maryland. If you know Bethesda, it's a very affluent area. It's one of those big mansions. And she moved in. The neighbor's security camera, I guess, caught her moving in to a very big mansion, but with a U-Haul truck. It's unbelievable the way she moved into a vacant mansion with a U-Haul truck with furniture and everything. Got settled in. And it was the neighbors that called the cops because they're like, "Who are these people? Why did they move in at night?" And they try not to have any contact with the neighbors. And then people that live there just know, like, "Hey, these people told us they were trying to move out, sell the house," whatever it may be. Now we got these complete strangers living here. And guess what? It was a tug of war. That's the thing that happens in some of these states. In some states, they don't care. If you're not supposed to be there, you get kicked out, probably get arrested. In other states, if you stay there long enough to establish residency, even though you're squatting in somebody's property, now they gotta go through the court system to get you out of there.
Sorry, you gotta take it up with the courts. I don't understand squatters' laws at all. Like I don't understand how people can just get into something that you own and start living there. It baffles me. But now, I'm like, where am I gonna stay for this weekend? I'm already here. I drove hours and hours and hours away, and these people aren't gonna leave. But what the police did say is I'm still able to stay inside of the place.
Yeah, so quite frankly, I don't understand it either, but it is what it is. I saw a very bad one time, was a family, newlywed family bought a house, and they bought it from an older couple. And this couple refused to move out. They literally would slam the door on reporters. This thing made the news. They sold the house, but they just refused to move out. And now this buyer that already purchased it is going through the courts fighting. It was in California. And you know, they got these very squatter-friendly laws. And the buyer, the new homeowner, is fighting to get the seller out of there. Some areas do have those laws that are very friendly to the squatters. Other areas, they get you out of there and they even get you arrested. So just be mindful, know where you live, know what the laws are. But what I say the most is try to protect yourself.
Even though they're there, like technically we can be there too. We can cohabitate. I'm just like, whatever. I go in there and there's rooms, so I lock myself in the upstairs room and I'm texting group chats. I'm telling my friends about the situation. They're all freaking out. And we start like concocting a plan to get these people out. Okay, what you don't know is in this woods, there are skunks and we have traps for these skunks. And we had caught a skunk that day. So what do you think I did? I brought the skunk inside. Not me personally. I'm not touching that thing. I call some of my family who are like good with like woods and animal sort of stuff, and they bring it inside of the house. So what?
Yeah, so I guess he gave the law right there, and I have seen that. Some landlords move right in with the squatters. They make it very uncomfortable for the squatters, and then the squatters tend to move out. Homeowners do that. I advise against that. If let's say a squatter was in my place, truth be told, I may go in there and get them out, or at least cohabitate with them, make their life uneasy till they leave. But that's not the best way to go about it, just because of safety. The safe way to do it is to let the courts handle it. It is hard when you think about resource being wasted. He came on a little vacation, wanted to be in and out, and that's his grandfather, so he had to go and try to stand up for family. But the danger in that, even though I think, just to be completely honest with you guys, let's say I walk into a rental property and I see a squatter there. If it's mine, I may say, hey, call one of my brothers or something to go live in the house and just make it uneasy on them. That's the easiest, fastest way, but it's not the safest way. What if these people are more crazier than I am and decide to escalate it to a level I'm not willing to go to? So the best and just the more reasonable way, if you can't afford it, just get out of the way, because those properties can be bought again. Your life cannot. You know, we see shoplifters all the time in these stores, and the owners try to fight for what's theirs, and then they end up dying, right? That's why I say, even though deep inside me, I would want to fight for what's mine. You know, we just saw the videos going viral where a mother came home, saw her 13-year-old daughter hiding a 20-year-old boyfriend under her bed, and the boyfriend was leaving the house. The mother shot the boyfriend. Now she's in jail. Everybody is commenting that it's unfair, whatever, but taking the law into your own hands is wrong, and they're still going to send you to jail. So you don't want to make a 15-minute second decision cost you 50 years of your life, you know, because you may be in the right. It may be your house, it may be your grandfather's house, but you go there, confront these people, and if they are crazier than you are and they're willing to take it there, it's not going to be worth it. So the wise thing to do, honestly, is just let the courts handle it if you can afford it. You know, even if you can't afford it, it's just unfortunate. You know, so prevention to me in this situation is better than cure. Try to prevent them from even going in there. You know, lock your properties. I saw a very new, brand new construction in a neighborhood where teenagers were breaking in and throwing parties. They weren't able to get into this house because they had latches in the window inside that stopped them from lifting the windows up. We saw that they cut the screens in the backyard. They were trying to get in, but they couldn't get in. So there are things you can do to prevent squatters from getting in your house. You can have a camera installed, you know. So as soon as it happens, as soon as it happens, you go there, they are trespassing. You know, they can't tell you they live there. As soon as they're walking in, you're calling the cops. Somebody's breaking into my house right now. You know, when the cops go there, they're going in there to kick somebody out that's trespassing. So we'll wrap this one right here. I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below.
Never have I ever gotten so frustrated during a walkthrough. There's a first time for everything, and you learn out of all experiences, positive or negative. Point number one. The story goes, start the walkthrough, which you want your walkthroughs to be as uneventful.
Before we even get to the story, I'll say, she said we learn out of all experiences, positive or negative. Definitely agree there. And also, that's why we do these real estate reaction videos, because you can explain to buyers and sellers all the time, but it's always good to hear somebody's either positive story or negative. They say a wise man learns from others' mistakes, a fool learns from his own. So in our real estate transactions, we're trying to be wise. Just watch the ones that pertain to sellers or buyers, if you're a seller or a buyer, or just somebody just enjoying the channel. Just maybe in the future you may want to purchase a house, and it's always better to learn from somebody else's mistake. It's less costly, right? But let's dive right in.
As possible. Started out great. Clean home. It's just supposed to be broom swept, but it was clean, not meticulous, but it was clean. There was some unopened butter in the refrigerator. That's fine. My client's the most considerate, understanding people on earth. They closed an eye. No, it's fine. Yeah, love the home. A few things here and there, nothing major. Okay. We get to the study. An enormous area rug is in the study. That wasn't part of the deal. That wasn't included in our purchase. Well, my client's first thought was this is going to be a pain to haul to the side of the road on garbage day. That was their first thought.
Yeah, I just had one of those happen to me this year. Similar situation. Client was eager to get the property. She got to the basement and the seller left a bunch of tables and stuff down there. If you didn't agree to leave it in the inclusion and exclusion statement, at least be courteous and communicate that, because you never know what furniture somebody else has and they're planning to move it in. Now they got to deal with your stuff, not be, you know. And also sometimes people try to hide things when they leave things behind, you know. So doing that walkthrough, we saw a lot of bugs that we didn't see when she made the offer and all of that in the house, you know. And then the client, the seller, left tables downstairs. So these things can happen, definitely. That's why I always say do a walkthrough 3 days or so, if possible, prior to closing. Because you can walk away if you go walk through a house and you see alterations or things that were not there initially that you're not comfortable with. You can walk away or demand that the seller get it rectified. All right.
Which is true. Then we all kind of looked at each other. Maybe we should see what's underneath here. Now usually when there's rugs, you can lift a corner and see if there's any sun fade, especially with hardwood floor. But that's usually all you do, because when you do the walkthrough, there's supposed to be nothing there. It's supposed to be bare, no furniture, unless it's been sold to the new buyer. No wall art, nothing. It's bare. So we unroll the rug, and this is a large rug. I think it's a 13 by 14 room. Unroll the rug. I didn't even think twice. You know. Lo and behold, a giant stain in the center of the hardwood floor. A white, faded down, looked like it was sanded. It was an obvious defect. Okay, wonderful. I mean, this is just, like I said, lesson learned for the...
Yeah, so she said hardwood floor looked like it was sanded. That's definitely going to be an issue, because we're talking closing, final walkthrough. The buyer just wants to see that the house looks good. Hopefully they did close on it. But that's like somebody sneaking in something on you. And I always advise my sellers, your buyers, go look at the property. You never know. And with hardwood floor, you see that faded. The thing about hardwood floor, depending on the thickness of the wood, they're very good sometimes, because you can sand it, polish it a different color, and have that hardwood floor look brand new again. And you can actually change whatever color it is. So probably that's what they were trying to do. There was a stain there, they buffed it, but you got to do the entire space. And just depending on how bad it is, it can totally be damaged, because sometimes if the thickness is not that much and you sand it down, you probably need to get a new hardwood floor. Yeah, these are the things that happen when you do these transactions. So I always tell sellers, make sure you get stuff out on time. That way my buyers can go look at it. I've done some walkthroughs right before going to sign, which is not advised, but sometimes that's the only time the buyer has an opening. But I always try to tell them 1 or 2 days prior to, if possible, because if you see something you don't like, you want to be able to give the seller the option to fix it, or you walk away. All right, let's hear this rest of this, and then we can wrap it up.
Future, my fellow agents out there, when you guys do home inspections, do you guys lift rugs? Because technically we're not supposed to touch furniture. It's not our home. But the floors belong to the house. So, yeah, send pictures, this and that. And what a time I had with this lovely agent. Oh, what a dream, this guy. Oh, are you accusing my client of unethical behavior? No, what's the response here? What's the educated, calm response? I guess.
Yeah, we'll leave that one right there. And that's the other thing as well. When you're dealing with agents, they say you got to be respectful, you got to be ethical. But you point out a material defect, now they're playing the blame game. Are you accusing us of being unethical? No, I'm just pointing out that we're doing a final walkthrough and we see that this hardwood floor has stains. But trust me, I've dealt with some nightmare agents, I think I'm dealing with one right now that's trying to just force my client to submit an offer. We definitely are going to submit an offer, but we're going to submit it at her time and, her offer. We can't guarantee that it'll be accepted, but always watch out for agents that are trying to hawk you or force you to do something, To me, it's just not a good sign. Sign now, submit now, this house is going to go. It's like a snake oil salesman, And then when you go look at the house, you start seeing things like that, and then they're on the offensive. or they are on the offense, like, hey, do you think we're trying to be unethical here? That may be intentional, it may not be intentional, but that's what we found out. Anyway, we'll wrap this one up right here. What I'll do is I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. And to agents out there, all buyers, always go to the final walkthrough at least the day before. Even if you do 2 or 3 days prior to, there's nothing wrong to go the day of, just to make sure nothing is taken out and you're okay with the property. You know, because people can be moving furniture out, those houses that are staged, and something can be damaged, and then you find it out when you purchase the home. So go take a look at it, make sure they're not leaving things there for you to clean up. I still got some stuff in the shed of the house I purchased 4 years ago that I'm gonna need like a junk team to come and clear out. I was just excited to get my house. It's my first house. The seller didn't take the stuff out. I'm like, okay, I'll handle it. 4 years later, I haven't used the shed. But that, you know, what if that stuff wasn't there? I probably could have been using the shed by now. So that's just all I'm saying, and I'll wrap it up right there. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. That's how you help the channel grow. I really will appreciate it. And also, if you're looking to purchase a home in DC or Maryland, just visit my website, which will be in the link down in the description below. And you can book a free 15-minute consultation from the website. All right, thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
This is the ultimate home buyer's guide if you're looking to buy a home this year. Right now, the interest rates hover around 6.11 to 6.26, which is slightly up from previous days. That's a 30-year fixed mortgage. The 15-year fixed mortgage rate is approximately 5.50 to 5.625. Rates have remained relatively stable, though some forecasts suggest potential drops due to economic reports, right? We know the president is trying to get the interest rates lower, trying to stimulate things, shake up the feds. Some people are against that. We're just going to talk numbers, right? So buying a home in 2026 requires focusing on total monthly affordability, right? You think about taxes, insurance, HOA fees, if you live in an HOA community, right? Rather than just price. As rates stabilize now, key 2026 strategies include securing mortgage pre-approval early. So now it's winter time. As a buyer, this is when you might want to start looking at pre-approvals, right? Because those are normally good for 4 months. So if you're thinking about buying in the spring, it's a good time to like get your pre-approval. This might be a good time because the market is not as flooded with buyers. So you might get a deal. The market has kind of slowed down a little bit, starting to pick back up compared to last year. But when you think about pandemic and early post-pandemic, the market was booming and it was a seller's market. Right now, buyers kind of got some leverage, but it may tilt back towards the sellers, especially if the interest rate drops and we get more buyers in the market. You know, supply and demand. So the more buyers we get, the more sellers feel like they can charge you an arm and a leg, right? So right now, when things are still kind of favoring our buyers, maybe a good time, even though it's cold, but you don't have that many buyers out there. So your offer may be stronger now than in a few months. Something to think about. So you want to focus on getting your securing your pre-approval early, focusing on a long-term 5 to 7 year sustainability. You're thinking about can you maintain this lifestyle for at least 5 to 10 years? Exploring energy efficient homes is a good thing. And using the 3-3-3 rule. So 3 homes, 3 neighborhoods to reduce decision fatigue. You don't want to go. I've shown houses to people, showing them tons of houses. One buyer started at the start of 1 year, and it was almost the entire year we were looking, which is not advised by, a lot of realtors don't like that. I tend to lean more towards customer service, but sometimes you wonder, is the juice worth the squeeze, right? For buyers, even when you sell things in, let's say, a retail store, for instance, the more options you show a buyer, the more confused they sometimes be. So you want to kind of glean information from them as an agent, target what fits them, and then go there. You don't want to stare people and, push them away from things they want. But as a knowledgeable professional, you want to use the numbers and their preferences to find them the best options. So what I recommend normally to clients is, like, we find 6 or 7 homes, hit it on a weekend or weekday, whatever works for you. You make a choice and we go from there, because once you start touring houses, every house is going to have something you like, something you don't like. Some people say they found the perfect home, but there's always something about a house you're not going to like particularly. Maybe not even the house, maybe the neighbors, maybe the neighborhood. So there's always something that you may have to compromise a little bit on, or you can fix when you get in, right? So you don't want to be looking at too many houses.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Long-term mindset, choose a home suitable. We already talked about that, but once again, 5 to 7 years, that's medium, right? Not even long-term, because you can always refinance if the interest rates go lower, your home appreciates, you can sell this house and buy something better, put yourself in a position to where you can grow your real estate portfolio if you so choose to do so. It all depends also on age. If you're older and you want to just downsize, that's cool. You sell your home, get a 1-level ranch or townhouse, condo. Or if you're a first-time home buyer, just get your foot in the real estate door and then work your way from there. But if you're already an established adult, you've already owned a home, your family's starting to grow, and now you just need more space, then you can then, lock your finances together and then go after your dream home. So it really depends on what stage of life you're in, Some people, it makes sense to go for that $1 million home because they've already owned multiple houses before, and or they may have an apartment, they just got married, kids, things are growing, they need a bigger home, so they just close their eyes and get that home. I'm working with a family now looking for land. They're already homeowners, they're looking for land. Husband is retired, wife is close to retirement, and they want to build their retirement home. They're looking for acres upon acres of land, so it depends on the stage that you may be in. But for first-time home buyers, I would recommend thinking about 5 to 7 years. If I don't get a raise, if I don't get a promotion, if I only keep this job, and taxes go up, inflation, can I maintain this way of living? All right, so the 3-3-3 rule, narrow your searches to 3 serious homes, 3 desired neighborhood to reduce stress. We talked about that. Mortgage readiness, right? The pre-approval, shop different lenders. I work with one lender primarily, but I have backup lenders. And sometimes my main lender wasn't able to come through, called a backup lender, they came through. So that's something to think about. Also, I always recommend to my buyers, they come with their lenders sometimes. I tell them, hey, that's cool. You can try these 3. Just make sure you apply within 10 days because it's not going to hit your credit score 3 times. It'll be like one search. If you go do 3 pre-approvals, some say 10, some say 14. I'm on the safe side. I say try to complete these 3 applications within 10 days. So you kind of get just that one ding on your credit score and you see what lender offers you the best rates. This is business, right? You're not trying to just go with the first lender that comes your way. A 0.5 differential in an interest rate offer, from a lender can turn up to thousands of dollars, in a 30-year span. So think about that.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
All right. Welcome to Day in the Life of a Realtor. Just a quick update on the daily blog. I believe this might be let me get the day right. Day number 6. All right. And today was just one of those slow, boring days. Not the glamorous side of real estate, but I like to do these just to let agents know, a lot of people who want to get into the industry. Some people think it's some kind of glamorous thing, but on a daily basis, these are the days that make or break your business, right? So, did update a contract in the middle of negotiation for one house, and contract waiting on a client to sign. They're currently at work. We had a meeting here at the office. Well, not here, but virtually. I'm at the office. The other agents and the broker were not in person, but we did a quick Zoom, Google weekly meeting, which is good. Sometimes when you look at it, it's always good to glean ideas from different agents to see what they're doing to keep their business going. But at some times as well, it's not so productive. On the other hand, if you feel as though you could be making calls, but from being that I'm taking my broker's class right now, actually, I understand the requirements, right? The state of Maryland requires these, not only the state of Maryland, just the Realtor, just for ethics purposes. As a broker, you need to meet with your agents and train them. So these are just regular meetings. Didn't last too long, so it was pretty good. And I did some cold calling, which was the most productive part of the day. Only spoke to 5 people, didn't do a lot of cold calling. Sorry about that. Didn't do a lot of cold calling today just because of the schedule. It was so congested. But I try to pick up the phone even on days where things are just so busy. You say, okay, I don't want to call, I'll do it tomorrow. But guess what? I ended up getting a lead, from a for sale by owner whose property had been sitting for quite a while. And, I just like to check up on those to see. Some people are reluctant. They're like, no, we're going to wait it out. We're going to do it out on our own. Others, after a few weeks, will say, I'll consider. This guy didn't go in all the way, but he definitely said he'll consider. So that was a bright side of the day, and I added that to the pipeline. And also, I don't try to let my mind fail me. So I always set calendar reminders as to when to follow up. He gave me a time to follow up, and I scheduled him for some hand mails. You want to market sporadically, not too overbearing. You don't want to be too overbearing on some of these leads that come in. So overall, day 6, daily vlog, that's what we did. Cold calling, ended up getting 1 lead out of 5 contacts, got 1 lead. So as an agent, if you're looking to scale your business, now you see, okay, I got 5 contacts in about 30 minutes and 1 lead. What if I sit on the phone for 5 hours or so? So that's what I need to try to do, is to increase the time that I do prospecting. You do because so much to service the business, but not anything or not enough to generate business. That's why agents, myself included, you see spikes and dips, spikes and dips. You go some months, like next month, for instance, if things pan out the way they're going, I may close 2 or 3 deals in 1 month, but I didn't close any last month. So that's how it goes. There are months when I close 3 deals, then I go 1 or 2 months without closing anything. And that's the spikes and dips. And the solution to that is to constantly keep prospecting. And that's what I'm trying to transition into, that constant prospecting, to where I don't get too caught up on servicing the current clients that I lose building the pipeline. The pipeline is what determines sustainability. As we all know, they say 87 to 90% of agents fail within their first 5 years. And it's just because of lack of continuity. You know, it's not sustainable. Those are some of the topics we even discussed there in the meeting, you know, in the brokerage, just trying to get agents, certain agents going, you know, and just sharing ideas on how to go about that. Well, thanks for watching. This was brief, and we'll keep you updated on things that are going on. Tomorrow we should be accepting an offer and submitting an offer. So as I mentioned, the pipeline is starting to flow. This is the exact time as an agent where you just focus and keep that flow going, to where every month you're closing multiple deals. I've had those years before where every month for like an 9 month stretch, I'm doing 2, 1, 3, you know, constantly closing. Then I've had a couple of dry spells. So what I intend on doing is focus on RGA, revenue generating activities. All right, I'll keep you posted. Thanks for watching. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do subscribe. If you do plan on relocating to DC or Maryland, you can reach out to me. My link will be in the description down below. If you are looking to sell your house in the DC or Maryland area, please reach out to me as well.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Another lead source I have worked with is Redfin. And Redfin has a threshold for you to get in. You need to have closed at least 5 transactions, to my knowledge. I think within the past year or so, but at least 5 transactions. I did close 2 deals with Redfin. I currently have a contract that is, you know, has been signed and everything right now. So this will be my 3rd Redfin deal. And they have a split as well based on the price of the home. The higher the price of the home, the more you pay them back. They do give you good leads. As you see, I've closed, this is going to be my 3rd deal. If everything works out with this contact, you can say it's a good one. There are downsides to the Redfin leads, and also good sides. Good is you will get leads. The bad side is I honestly believe Redfin agents. They are a brokerage, from my knowledge. They have their own agents, and now I think they partnered with probably Rocket Mortgage or so, and they also have lenders. So their business model is very good. It works for them, but for you as just a partner agent with them, here's the downside: is most of the leads they send you, at least they sent me, were for manufactured homes, condos under 100 grand. Honestly speaking, it didn't make financial sense for me to be chasing those leads. Most of these manufactured homes, they're on lots where you got to pay about $1,000 or so in ground rent, and most of these people are not aware. So they think they buy the house. Oh, this house is $90,000. I can buy it, but you still got to pay $1,000 a month on ground rent, and those have never panned out for me. You know, it doesn't make sense to be done paying your mortgage, but you're still paying $1,000 every month. You can get a condo in a better area, you know, and pay less of a condo fee. So I'll just say this much. Whenever the Redfin leads come, you get a ding on your phone. And whenever I saw a deal that's over 300 grand, 400,000, the average home in Maryland is about $400,000. Whenever I saw a home like that, I would instantly accept the lead, and I would instantly get a text message: sorry, this lead has been assigned to somebody else, something along those lines, or somebody else took the lead. And sometimes I thought maybe it's me not being timely to accept the leads, but I would have my phone literally in hand. It comes in, hit accept. As long as the price point is over a threshold, they give it to somebody else, is my conclusion. I may be wrong, but there's no way I can instantly accept a high dollar lead multiple times and none of them actually comes to me. Anything under 100 grand or so, they will give you. So I feel like you got me running around for not enough money. There are other sources that I can pursue and get a high, you know, and it needs to be worth your while. If you don't have any business going on and you've closed 5 deals, then hey, maybe you can take on that challenge. But for me, it just didn't make financial sense. But out of all of those, sometimes out of the 3 deals I closed, I did end up getting a few in the $300,000, $200,000 price range. But there was a few and far between, and they got all these requirements. You have to update all the leads in time and delete the ones that are not dealing with you. Sometimes it takes time to nurture these leads, you know? So it's just like I'm constantly updating their CRM, and the deals are not falling through. It just felt not coming through. They are falling through. It felt like just busy work for me. So I just kind of slowly backed out from that. I do have a few Redfin leads that will close this year that I feel as though I provided great service with. And I have one under contract now. Let's say 1, 2, 3 off the top of my head that I feel like I built a rapport with. They're just not ready to buy. But when they're ready, I even think I'll be the agent they call, because one of them called me earlier this year, and he's back searching, you know. The other one also is searching. One of them had signed a year lease. He will be searching, because I know he will search, because I sent him properties, and I can see that he looks at them. And, you know, you just got to engage from a distance. You don't want to be a snake oil salesman constantly hawking and trying to force yourself on people, because sales is about you doing a transaction for somebody who wants to buy or sell a house. It's not about you trying to sell somebody on something they're not interested in. At least that's my philosophy. So Redfin can work. would it be better for you to be a Redfin agent all the way? And I don't know what their structure is there, how they do a commission split. Are you on a salary? I don't know, but I know they have agents that are Redfin agents, almost like employees, or that's their brokerage. And then they also give other leads. When those agents are full, they hand down the other leads to other people. So it's almost like you're a bottom feeder for Redfin, and you're getting the undesired leads. Some of those leads that may come as undesirable, or that all their agents may be fully booked, you may get one or two good ones, which has worked out for me. But in the course of getting those one or two good ones, they have a partnership manager that's really hawking you to work these $80,000-$90,000 leads, which makes no sense to me. I'm constantly driving up and down for less than 100 grand, and I would give pushback there, and it hasn't gone so well. Obviously, it's their platform, and they can do what they want to do with it. But that's my experience and my honest take with it. It can work, but there are better options, if I may.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
So, as we wrap it up, I'm going to talk about what lead sources I personally think are the best, whether you're a new real estate agent or an agent who's been in the business for a few years, but your business hasn't been going well for you. And I'll start with the worst for me would be farming. Farming, sending hand mails out. That is slow. It's almost like a dinosaur. It's dying. You know, back when people were older and they used to get the little val packs on the mail to go to the grocery store and get all the coupons, that used to really work, you know, because when they go get the val pack, they see a mail of a realtor, they take his magnetic business card, put it on their refrigerator, and then they'll call you at some point. That is almost a dying breed. It still works to the sense that I have gotten calls from that, but it is very slow, and there are more faster and proven ways in the modern day where technology is there and you can instantly contact people. So farming, I would have to put all the way at the bottom. And once again, there are way more lead sources, such as working with banks, and then you become a real person where they give you their foreclosed properties to sell. There are investors, you know, there are other websites, there's a Facebook, there's social media, there's YouTube, there are all these things, content creation, TikTok. You got agents who live off of those. I'm just talking about my business and what has worked for me. I do YouTube, as you can see right here, and for me, YouTube has been like used as a tool to solidify my status as an agent, right? Not only do I have resumes and houses that I've sold now, but YouTube videos come handy when I get a question from a client. I do answer them, and I send them a video like, hey, check this out. When they ask me about the Maryland mortgage program, I can just send them a video. Hey, this is what I know about the Maryland mortgage program. Here are links, but check this video out that I did. You can watch it on your spare time, or first time home buyer, home seller. So these videos kind of go hand in hand, and they also are marketing material. When I farm, when I call, when I email, I tag in a YouTube video. So that's how I've used them to help my business. But they haven't given me a business, just somebody searching online, find me and call me. I haven't received that. I've possibly have, and I don't know, because I get leads through my websites, and maybe they originated from YouTube. I don't know. but I still do them. So there are business models, but the ones that have worked and haven't worked for me, farming is one that it can work, but it's slow. The next one I would say would possibly be door knocking. Door knocking, once again, I built some rapport. I just couldn't do it. It was too time consuming. You knock on doors. Sometimes people are in there, don't want to open. Same with me. If I don't know you're coming, you knock on my door, I may not open. So door knocking, it's not my thing. Once again, this goes to what you are most comfortable with. Door knocking is not my thing. Why go drive around, burn gas, walk in the heat, knock on 5 doors? In the time I'm doing that, I can possibly sit on the phone and call 100 people. If the goal is to talk to people, I can do it faster. But door knocking is the most effective because you get face to face with people, right? But slow, same as farming, which is hand mailing material out. Slow. They can be used to complement. For instance, for me, farming can be used to complement. If I have already spoken to you, I can farm you now and send you material and stay, connected. Third, from the bottom, I would say is Realtor.com. Didn't close anything with them. Surprisingly, I put in some more money because I feel like they have a model that can work. I did get a lead that was pretty solid. Unfortunately, he didn't move. That's nothing I can do about that. He was considering it, and I'm still, going to keep farming and working with that. And then even recently that I got back on Realtor.com about a month ago, I've already had 1 or 2 solid leads. One of them is already listed, but I don't think their current agent is doing the job. So they reached out to me on Realtor.com, and when I spoke to them, I didn't even know the house was listed. It's just I went to make a CMA form, and I'm like, oh, you guys have listed already. Yeah, but I said, well, I can't really solicit your business legally if there's a listing there. But if you ask me personally, I think you guys are overpriced. I would love to take the listing, but I see a house that is double your square footage. It's a very nice neighborhood, but it's sold for $5,000 less than you guys are listing right now. And it's right around the corner from you. Multiple houses have sold that are double your square footage that are not going for as much as you are asking. That's just my personal opinion. But you do have a contract right now. If you want to move forward in the future, I'll be happy to talk to you. But so Realtor.com, I have a good feeling with, but it just hasn't translated yet, right? But you can kind of see the lead quality. Okay, I can work with this. Redfin, as I mentioned, for me would be very decent because I've closed multiple deals. I got 1 under contract from Redfin now. I got 2 or 3 potential buyers this year that are all Redfin contacts. So Redfin is decent. It's just, as I mentioned, they have their agents, which I wholeheartedly believe get the big deals. And you may be a bottom feeder and a scavenger, just getting what trickles down from their Redfin agents. So for me, it's complimentary. I wouldn't put all my eggs on that. I would never advise any agent at all to put all their eggs on one lead source anyway. But Redfin does its job for me. It trickles down. I get what I can get from them. But I got to pay them a lot of money when we do close. Up to 33% or even higher based on the price of the house. But that is a model that works. Just be ready to go chase a lot of unqualified buyers, if I may. People that are buying $100,000 houses, $80,000 houses. Is it really worth it in this area when you can do other lead sources? And for instance, when I target a certain amount. I don't go higher than I've done and I don't go lower. I'm in a nice price range, you understand? But Redfin now, like I mentioned, the quality of the leads, you get a bunch of no good ones and you get 1 or 2 good ones, but it has worked. It's up there. Next one would be my sphere of influence. As I mentioned, every single year, 1 or 2 deals come from people I know. Has always happened. And I would always recommend, it's the cheapest one for a new agent. They trust you already. They know about you already. Always work your phones, work your sphere. Second on my list would be Vulcan 7. And Vulcan 7 really can be number 1. On my list, it's just that the same thing that has plagued every agent plagues me, and I want to get better at it. It's like you lock in, you get the leads, then you get so much business that you cannot continue working on your business. So the next step for me would be probably hiring an assistant. I've had 1 or possibly 2 assistants over time, but they're not necessarily paid. You know, as in hourly, you may pay them in whatever way you want to pay them, but it's not structured, so it goes up and down. They have more important things to do sometimes, and that is where I now get a bunch of deals under contract, and I'm working to see those deals through rather than working on generating leads, and then the Vulcan 7 goes up and then down. But I feel as though if I can get an assistant to handle the back end of things for me, Vulcan 7 would be number 1 on my list because I can track it. If I make these amount of calls, I'm going to get these amount of deals. It's just that I don't have the support system sometimes to do the back end things. I want to see it through myself because there's a learning curve in training some assistants. You tell them to do things or even tell them to edit videos or whatever it may be, and you see the quality is not there, so I got to make sure I see it through. Just for the client, my reputation is on the line, and while I focus on that, I lose a little steam on the prospecting side. But Vulcan 7 has always worked for me every year I've used it. Number 1 that I am not actually using right now, but I got 10 deals from them, would be Zillow. Very expensive, but in a good buyer's market can work. It's just very, very expensive. I remember the neighborhood I was doing was almost $1,600 a month to get the high quality leads. And you do close 500,000, 550, 900, whatever it may be. This neighborhood here was a very solid neighborhood. Actually, the neighborhood I live in, all the houses over 480 on average, but you're going to pay that $1,600 a month. And then when it does close, it may be 13,000 plus. So it's worth it. But when you go into a year like last year, when the interest rates are through the roof and nobody's buying, Zillow still wants that $1,600 a month. So what I recommend for anybody doing Zillow is constantly check on a monthly basis how many leads you're getting and how many are you converting. Change your zip codes if they're available zip codes, but don't keep pouring out money that you're not getting. Be on top of it, give them a call like, hey, I've been paying this much, I'm not getting leads. You know, let's see what's going on with that and try to rearrange your zip codes that you're working with. Well, I hope that has worked. I would say number 1 that has worked for me that I wouldn't think is number 1 is Zillow. Number 2 would be Vulcan 7. If I can consistently work on it, I would put Vulcan 7 before Zillow just because of the cost and systematically how that can work. Number 3 would be my sphere of influence. Number 4 would be Redfin. Number 5 would be Realtor.com. Number 6 would be farming, and number 7 would be door knocking. You can swap those 2. All right. Well, I hope those worked for you. Thanks for checking out the channel. Please leave a comment down below as to where you do business and what's your favorite lead source. I would like to know. Thank you very much.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you. Subscribe now.
Welcome everybody once again to the day in the life of a real estate agent. I believe this is day 7, and just at the office making some calls, engaging with clients. We did accept an offer today for the open house we had on Sunday. So that property was really on the market for, I would say, 3 days, because the offer came in on Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days. But we accepted it today on Thursday because there was a lot of interest and we wanted to give other people an option to submit an offer. We did get an offer rejected, just terms, you know. Seller had 3 offers on the table. Ours wasn't the strongest, and I would like to draft a very strong offer for my client, but sometimes there are just limitations in what the client can offer, so it is what it is. We'll get back on the market and start looking again. Other than that, the housing market right now is, what I see is, if your house is really nice, you did a good job to put it together, things are selling. I got a listing that is coming up in Silver Spring, which is a very, I would say, hot market. But I am really trying to urge the seller to get the house move-in ready. You don't want to pour too much money into it, but that market is so hot that if you just touch it up a little bit, you can take it home. And that's what I'm trying to urge my seller to do. I should be meeting with him on, actually the contractor is meeting with him on Sunday, but I was going to take the opportunity to stop by and just be there so we can really come up with a strategy to get the house, you know, turnkey and move-in ready. So there are buyers on the market. The market is not dead as it once was, because I had a buyer who sent me 4 properties that she was interested in. Went on vacation for a week, came back, only one of those is still on the market, and it's the one that's not fully renovated. So what I see is, if you want to sell your house, make sure it's nice and ready to go. Price it accurately. It's still going to sell in this market, as much as things have slowed down. Well, we're just here making some calls. Took care of a couple admin things. Did get a potential buyer lead, but that one never came in. I was expecting a call back from that buyer, actually. She said 30 minutes, almost an hour ago. But, you know, some of them come through, some don't. I can follow up, but sometimes when they do reach out to you first and you return their call, you kind of want to let it be like a ping pong kind of thing. You don't want to be overwhelming people, because they reached out to me, so I think they're interested in making a move. I still engage them. I did call them back and sent them some information that was needed. Other than that, I don't like to overwhelm people with calls. I like, you know, sales is what I always say with sales is, it's about engaging people who want your business. That makes it simple, makes it easy, makes it doable. You don't want to engage people who don't want your business. That's where you come across like a snake oil salesman or a used car salesperson. And that's not the business I'm into. That's really bottom of the funnel type of stuff. And honestly, even in my real estate prospecting, I'm transitioning away from bottom of the funnel. So I still do FSBOs and expireds, but I wouldn't say I I live there anymore. You know, I'm slowly transitioning away from the bottom of the funnel stuff where it's just very competitive. You're coming across as a snake oil salesperson. You know, I'm really trying to go for more qualified leads, engage with people who really want my business, and go from there. Well, thanks for watching. That's what this whole series is about as well. It's just branding, right? Building your brand online, and potential buyers, home sellers in DC and Maryland can see, you know. And honestly, if you take a look at the office, I'm always here almost all the time. This is not unique to this office. That's just the real estate business. Most agents do not come to the office. I have a home office, and depending on how I feel, I work from home, but there's just something about being in the office that just gives me an extra motivation. As much as I do have an own home office, it's like you still have a TV close by, you got a bed close by, you got a kitchen, you know, it's home. So you really need some kind of mental fortitude to just block all that out and sit in the office. Here it's a drive to get here. So once I'm here, I'm working. You know, even if I feel hungry, I take a little snack, a little break, bring my lunch bag, but I don't go turn on the TV to watch something, or just don't go lay on the bed like I'm home. So I think most agents that are not doing really well in their business should consider just coming to the office, and because when you're here, you meet other agents, you bounce ideas off each other, you know, on how to grow the business. But when you're just home, sometimes you're doing a lot of home stuff and not work stuff. So but I was saying that's why this series is ongoing, and all the videos we post is just to build a brand. And that's all so we slowly move away from bottom of the funnel, because as buyers and sellers see things online, I get calls, maybe people that already had known me or I had already engaged in some kind of way, but then they see the work we're doing online, and then I get a call and you know, hey, Ray, I would like to sell a house, I would like to buy a house, you know. So it does work, and those are almost, they're not cold, they're warmer leads, because they already know you. Some of them know me through videos here, and they watch so many of them, they like know you, not personally, but at least on a professional level, and they feel as though they can trust you. And when they call you, it's a warmer lead, you know. So those are all the things we're doing to kind of get away from the bottom of the funnel. That is still part of my business. You don't let go of some lead source unless you completely replace it. It's like for those who have a 9-to-5, regardless of how much your boss may be stressing you, or your coworkers, customers, whoever, you don't quit a job unless you get another one. So as we slowly are transitioning away from the bottom of the funnel, we still engage in it. All right, with that being said, that's enough of that. We're going to get back on the phones. I got about 1 more hour to do prospecting, and day in the life of a real estate agent. Watch the progress and see how we do this, all right? If you're trying to sell a house or buy a house as well in DC and Maryland, my link is in the description down below.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
And then the last one I want to mention is Vulcan 7. On the list of leads, Vulcan 7 has always worked for me. And just this year, I had a gentleman from Vulcan 7 a lead that I got a year ago or 2 years ago, listed his house. I think he was overpriced. It didn't sell. But he also referred me to his neighbor. I ended up closing his neighbor's house. she had to sell. She had to move. And honestly, she was going to go into foreclosure. She was barely hanging on to her mortgage. She had to sell. So we priced it at a decent price, mid 300s, actually high 300s. She was aiming for 4. I told her, if you really got to sell, 368, 370 would be where you want to go. She knew that as well, but she wanted to push for closer to 4. But being that she had to go, we dropped it down to 368 or something like that. And the week we did, we got 2 offers. And she said it herself. I knew if I get to 360, I'll sell. You know, so I did that deal for her, and that was a Vulcan 7 lead that referred me to his neighbor. His neighbor sold, and he didn't sell, but he saw the deal and the work I did for both of them, and we actually got him under contract. So it's not like we actually got 2 offers, 1 under contract, and then we found out some issues that were wrong with the structure of the building that he had to repair. The buyer just backed out, and he has now repaired it apparently, and he's ready to go, and he called me up. So that's a Vulcan 7 listing that I'll get this year that is coming from multiple years ago. And once again, even though we didn't sell, I just didn't throw it in the trash can. I sent him things over the holidays, text messages, periodically call. Now he's in my contact. You use your phone, as I mentioned in the beginning. I call him, I check on him, and he said he'll let me know over the weekend if he's going to list. And he called me up, so that's one of my things to do early today on a Monday, is to follow up with him to see if he's going to list. So my first listing came from Vulcan 7. Annapolis, Maryland. It was about $400 and almost $500,000, and I got multiple listings. So here's the thing about Vulcan 7. For me, it can be the most lucrative and most productive because you don't pay that much as Zillow, but you get way more leads. The best things you got to work for. You understand? You got to work for. Vulcan 7 is, you got to work for it. It's not the most expensive. Zillow to me might be one of the most expensive to get the lead, but at least you keep all your commission. Realtor.com and Redfin may be the most expensive because of the back end split that you got to do with them. And they're going to do the work for you, and you just got to follow up when you get the lead. But you still got to pay them on the back end. So Vulcan 7 now, you pay them up front and the leads are yours, but the leads are everybody's. You got to work, and you get a bunch of them. You got to work them. You got to call them. You got to see who doesn't want to deal with you, who bangs the phone on you. That's cold calling in essence, but technically it's not all the way cold. It is cold because these people don't know you, but they wanted to sell at some point. So at least you're dealing with people who at one point wanted to sell a house, you know, and that's what I think sales is about. It's about you selling a house for somebody who wants to sell it, or you dealing with a buyer who wants to buy a house, not trying to sell a car to somebody who is okay with catching public transportation. You understand? So Vulcan 7 for me, it's all about calling, you know, and then you can do the math. And I did my math. I have a number. If I call these amount of people every month, I get a listing appointment. It has always worked. A little higher, a little lower, but on average, I have my number that if I reach this number of contacts every single month, I'm going to get a listing appointment. It is the hardest to do because of motivation, right? And I was watching one of these motivational guys, and he was talking on a video about accomplishing your goals. You need to separate your feelings, you know, because feelings go up and down. So for Vulcan 7, you just want to take your feelings out of it. Whether you feel like it or not, you do your job. you need to almost take it like a 9 to 5. Whether you feel like it or not, you're gonna go clock in. If you don't clock in, you don't get paid. So once you have that mentality, like this is a job, I'm just gonna do it, then it works out. It does work, and I'm continuing to do it. Zillow at the moment, I can't even get in because when I backed out of the Zillow after last year from spending so much, I tried to buy back in this year. They're all sold out once the market started picking up. So that's why I actually did some Realtor.com, but I'm actually leaning towards Vulcan 7 harder because for me, it's just easier to track. It's like I got a number of calls that I make and I get a number of deals.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
What's going on, everybody? This is fiscal week 1, right? Day 1. Day in the life of a real estate agent. Today, as you can see, we're in the office. Nothing major going on today. The office is pretty empty, as most brokerages. So it's either a positive or negative thing. One, I seldomly come to the office myself. So it's either you're showing houses, you're out doing something with clients, but if not, I recommend coming to the office. You just get this professional feel, vibe of wanting to work, which is always good. So today, there's not too much to do. Today's Friday, the 17th, I believe. Yes, Friday the 17th. And what we're gonna do is I gotta finalize a listing agreement because the property goes on the market tomorrow. Client is already signed, your broker reviews the contract, says, okay, this needs to be adjusted. So I need to get that done so it can be signed. I actually got an open house scheduled for tomorrow. I think I got to schedule a showing as well for one of my buyers. Tomorrow will be Saturday, so I got a buyer that wants to go look at a house. So I got an open house for 2 hours, then directly from there, I'm going to a showing. It's kind of like in the same neighborhood. So when I first started, I was kind of all over the place with my business. I still take clients where they come, but for the most part, I try to narrow it down now to a more localized market. Yeah, there's nothing else real estate related. I actually wrote everything down. The way it works, I think it's always good. I try to write it all down because the mind can sometimes fail you. Yeah, so the listing appointment showing. Yeah, and on the MLS, I just gotta upload a lot of pictures because the property goes live tomorrow. You probably do one picture just to kind of entice buyers, but then, I need to put up some pictures now for that listing. So it's mostly admin work. That's all I have to do today. Fiscal week 1, day 1, day in the life of a real estate agent. I'll keep you guys posted. I haven't done one of these in a while, but we are trying to see how we can get back to it as things are very active and busy right now. But thanks for watching.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
And one of the better options I will say is Zillow, but on the Zillow side, I think they're also leaning to a Redfin model to where they are now almost getting to become a brokerage. And I'll tell you just Zillow for me has worked tremendously, and it has also failed tremendously. There was one year where Zillow closed 10 deals for me. There was another year where I spent $10,000 with Zillow, and I closed 0 deals from that 10 grand. I did ended up closing multiple deals from Zillow clients from the previous year, but not that year where I spent up to 10 grand and I had to stop, and I said, this doesn't make sense this year, because that was last year. The interest rates were so high, buyers weren't making a move. I did close 2 deals from Zillow clients, but those were clients that I had met in previous years that I had just built a relationship with. Either they wanted to buy a second home or sell a home they were flipping, and they called me. So technically that is still a Zillow lead, but it didn't come from that $10,000 that I spent last year. I got 0 from that, but I did get some leads from Zillow. I'll say Zillow, what gave me a red flag was I closed a deal in Bowie, Maryland for Zillow, and 400 and something thousand. Great transaction. The guy knew what he wanted. He grew up in the neighborhood, divorced. His wife is down the street. He just saw a house in his old neighborhood that came on the market, and he bought it because he wanted to be closer to his kids and things like that, and that's just his neighborhood. Even though he's divorced, he just wanted to go back to his roots. So he knew what he wanted. It was a straight up transaction. He actually knew the person that owned the house. That was his neighborhood. Smooth deal. On signing, the gentleman was asking me for a discount. And he said Zillow told him that if they worked with their agent, they'll get a discount. And we called right there at the signing table before the buyers came. We called Zillow to clarify because I wasn't aware of that. And the person on the phone from Zillow was trying to tell the guy he'll have a conversation with him when I'm not there. But what I gleaned from what they were saying is they have their own agent, because Zillow ended up being the lender. They provided him the lender. And they were saying if you work with our agent, so maybe the lender, or I don't know who it was, they had somebody they wanted him to work with, and they'll give him a discount. And that rubbed me off the wrong way. It's like, I've already paid for this lead. Why are you trying to get it away from me? It just felt like slimy business. I've already paid for the lead. We're at the closing table, but the gentleman was thinking that I'm the Zillow agent that if he works with, he'll get this deal, but they had another person in mind. So whether it was Zillow directly or the Zillow lenders that had their lender, that their realtor, that if you worked with that person, they'll give you a deal. It didn't come across correctly to me, and the client ended up being mad. Even though we closed the deal, he was disappointed that that promise was made to him. Thankfully, 2 weeks ago, I was flying on a vacation, going out of state. Walking through the TSA, I ran into that client. And I said, hey, Mr. So-and-so, how are you doing? He was going with his girlfriend or wife, and turned around and said, hey, that's my realtor. Very happy to see me. Why? Because I don't just close deals and forget about the clients. Over the Christmas holiday, I sent him a card with a little gift card to grab some coffee, just thanking him for his business. So I guess now he's in the house he wanted to buy, and I've engaged with him over maybe 1 or 2 holidays to just wish him happy holidays. How's the house going? Send him just some material. He's calmed down as far as to me, and actually referred to me as his agent to his significant other that he was with. Shook my hand. We had a great conversation. He told me he was going to Mexico, and I told him where I was going. He said, oh, you're going to stay in the cold weather. I'm going to go where it's warm. So at least I've built that relationship with that client. But it was a rough closing because of whatever promise that lender that Zillow had given him, so that let my antennas go up. Like, are they leaning more towards the Redfin business model, which is they'll have their own agents and they'll have their own lenders? And as an agent now, you got to either partner with these big brokers if Zillow and Realtor.com all become brokerages, you gotta either partner with them because your money is not gonna be as big to fight against them, or you try the other sources that I'll mention here. You work your sphere of influence because these people know you and they trust you already. Your friends know you, your family members know you, so you go into those as a warm lead. They already know you and trust you. Zillow can't compete with that. Or you become your local expert in your neighborhood to where Zillow and Redfin, if they become brokerages, they cannot compete with you as the local person they trust. You got people who do toy giveaways in their neighborhood, turkey giveaways in their neighborhood. Some realtors do cleanup day. They do a trash pickup where they rent like a big dumpster and then they help all their neighbors load up their garage things. Zillow cannot compete with the human thing of you actually touching and meeting and mingling with your neighbors. Or you do home buyer webinars. Some people do open happy hours. I don't really get into the alcohol thing, so that may not be my strength, but some people do that. But you know, there are so many different avenues where you can actually meet people. I know a lady who was working with a school, then got into PTA, and now she's built almost like a referral base from her PTA. So Zillow and these big brokerages cannot compete with the one-on-one and building. So it's still enough to go around for everybody. But one thing that let my antennas go up is like, this model may be changing with Zillow. But to me, Zillow has been very successful. One year, I think I did 10 deal max with Zillow, but I've had repeat clients with Zillow to where we've closed maybe 5 other deals after that. And same with Redfin. I only did 2, but then I had a repeat client that came back years later that I did something with. And to my knowledge, those that come back years later, I don't think you owe Redfin on that. You owe them on that first transaction.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
2026 home buyer trends and strategies, affordability over price. So it just is what it is. There was once upon a time when some people still do it, try to keep up with the Joneses. The more money you make, the more you try to elevate your standard of living. So you were okay driving that Toyota Corolla, Honda Civic. Now you make a few more dollars. You want to go get a BMW, a Benz. You probably were living in a not so decent house, but it served the need. Now you got an increase at your job and you want to buy a bigger house. So people always try to elevate their standard of living, but now buyers are tending to lean more towards affordability because it's just the reality of it. Focus on the total monthly payment, including insurance taxes, which are rising faster than income. Especially, I live in the state of Maryland right now. There's a lot of, if you earn this much, you got to pay. You know, Maryland is leaning a little bit more towards the California tax thing, you know, which may help people in low income, but if you are making a decent amount of money, you got to keep that in mind. Your property taxes also, as houses in the area appreciate, your property tax is going to appreciate with it, right? So what your mortgage may be this year may be different next year, not because your mortgage is not stable, it's because the taxes have gone up. So something to think about. Long-term mindset. Choose a home suitable for at least 5 to 7 years to ride out market volatility. And honestly, that's what I did when I purchased my first home. You ain't got to be like me, but I bought a house that I feel as though I can afford comfortably, you know. Honestly speaking, I show houses to buyers all the time, and you get to see their income and what they qualify for. And some of these buyers barely qualify for things, but they want the best, you know. So hands down, on a personal note, I think I could afford a much bigger house than I currently live in. But it's like, okay, I'm gonna buy this and ride it out for 5 to 7 years, and you know, use the money to start other, you know, just things, you know, and just get myself in a comfortable position. So if I want to upgrade, I can upgrade, or maybe try make this a rental property, build your real estate portfolio. It's just, if you go through a financial downturn personally, you don't want to have to go into foreclosure, do a short sale, try to get rid of your house, because you're spending every single dime on mortgage and bills. So get a house that, you know, you can afford with a few extra dollars to maintain your standard of living, and just in case of emergencies, right? Maintenance or just medical, you never know, right? So I don't believe in living paycheck to paycheck and spending every single dime. Once upon a time, we all go through those things when you're young. You got an apartment, probably in school, you probably go through those things, right? But as you become an adult, it's like, my advice to home buyers is buy something that you can be comfortable with financially. You know, you don't want to be pinching pennies to pay your mortgage. Not a good strategy, especially in how volatile the market is. You know, and we live in an area right here that is kind of dependent upon the federal government, right? The DC and Maryland area, the Washington metropolitan, which also encompasses Virginia, Northern Virginia. Most jobs rely on the federal government, and we saw all the federal government job cuts. So you don't know, and this is just for this area, but other areas are going through things as well. So things are kind of unstable, not unsure. You hear possible switching of the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. So you never know where things are going to go with the new person, the new policies. So we're kind of like in a volatile situation right now as an economy, a nation. So if you can afford a house right now, get it, but don't spend your last dime, and don't get a house where all your money goes towards bills.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
All right, welcome to a day in the life of a Realtor. We are on day 31, and just trying to do a quick update on things. As far as the market goes, this is kind of peak market right now, April, May, and then going into the warm months. A lot is going on. As far as you see the sign back there with Remax Real, the new acquisition. So a lot of moving pieces, but all I'll say for my agents out there is consistency beats talent any day. We all know about the Jerry Rice story, and some argue that, for all my football heads, some argue that Randy Moss was a better talent, natural talent or athlete than Jerry Rice. But over time, nobody thinks Randy Moss was a greater receiver than Jerry Rice just because one person stayed consistent. All right. So with that being said, the question is for you: what did you do today to grow your business? What did you do today to grow your business? Mostly for realtors, but even in whatever aspect of life you may be in, just ask yourself, what did you do today to make it better, right? If you're a realtor, how many clients, potential clients, leads did you call? Did you contact? Did you engage? you know, because you see the stat, 95% of realtors fail within 5 years. But every single day, none of these agents wake up and pick up the phone and drive their business. It's like you're sitting around for the business to fall at their feet. Then you wonder when they go out of business. And, you know, ask themselves, how did it happen? The question is, what did you do to grow your business on a daily basis? Your phone, your sphere of influence. Did you go through your phone? Did you engage people? Did you reach out? What book on real estate or training did you take today? Could be a little video you watch on YouTube, a podcast you listen to as you're driving, something, right? But what did you do in order to grow that, to build that? Well, with that being said, you know, I was in the office today, I think about from 9 to 3, about that, maybe an hour in between, took care of other business. And I reached out to some clients, some good engagements, did some follow-up on some old leads, potentials that might be brewing, but it's just all about consistency. That's just the takeaway for the day. Consistency beats talent any day. You just wake up, you stay consistent, little grains of water, little drops of water, little grains of sand, make a mighty ocean and a glorious land. You know, they say Rome wasn't built in a day. Every day you just lay a brick down, you take a step. Next thing you know, you turn around, you've done a marathon, right? But you just got to keep moving forward. Every day you wake up as a realtor, you need to take a step towards growing your business, towards driving the business, towards knowledge. How can you better service your clients? So those are all the things you need to keep in mind and continue to work at it. Leave a comment down below if you have any questions. If you are a buyer, potential buyer or seller looking to sell your house in the DMV, in DC and Maryland, because I'm licensed in those two areas, not Virginia for the moment. Make sure you reach out to me. My description and everything, information will be in the description down below. All right. Thanks for watching. Have a blessed day.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
All right, welcome to the Day in the Life of a Real Estate Agent. My name is Raymond. I am a realtor in the state of Maryland and Washington, D.C. I'm here at the office, and we're just going to talk about, you know, day-to-day going on as far as with the real estate profession. And if you're aspiring to be becoming a real estate agent, things to keep in mind. I'll keep it short and sweet. Do not quit your day job. I say do not quit your day job because this is a sales business. Point blank, period. I know most people like to glamorize everything. You know, the grass is always greener on the other side. You may be looking at getting into law, and then you become a lawyer, then you got to find out some lawyers spend hours just at the courtroom trying to solicit business. You know, some spend hours just calling people who got into accidents, see if they need representation. Then some people are at the top. Each case, 20 million, 4 million plus. Same thing goes for real estate. You got $1 million agents. You got agents who may even get $1 million per deal or more. And you got agents who close 100 homes minimum a year. And then you got the majority of agents. If you look on NAR, and it gives you all the stats, a bunch of agents, over 50%, maybe even over 70%. Not sure with the exact numbers, but I know over 50% may not have even closed the deal last year. And those to close over 2 deals are even lower. And it boils down to why a lot of agents quit. In 5 years, 2 years, they come in, they step out. So I'll advise you, if you're trying to be an agent, I've been an agent now, going on 5 years. If you consider entire time in the industry, I would say 10, 15 years, but getting my license was about 4 or 5 years ago, right? And what has kept me going is, one, I didn't quit my day job. You know, I had a pretty decent job that was able to sustain me for a while until real estate got going. And this is sales, so can you do sales? Sales is calling or emailing or hand mailing or door knocking, that's sales. Or running ads on, billboards, online ads, TV ads, radio ads, whatever you got to do to generate business, it's sales. Figure out how. Google ads, that's a lane. You could do Zillow, you could do Redfin. Most of these now are actually partnering with brokerages, and they're not running the ads as they used to. You got Realtor.com, just so many lead sources, right? But can you generate those leads, and what's your follow-up plan like? Can you follow up consistently? Are you okay with being told no? Are you okay with the business not being there today and right now? So those are questions you're going to have to answer for yourself. Right? So the average home in Maryland is about $400,000. If you're looking at Washington, D.C., you're looking at average $600,000. Obviously, you got $1 million homes, multi-million dollar homes, and you got those less than $100,000. But the average is about $400,000 in Maryland and about $600,000 in D.C. So the average commission check is at least, take home after you've paid your broker, at least $7,000 to $10,000, right? So if you are closing $1 million homes, it's going to be a lot more. If you're closing lower homes, it'll be a lot less. But just the average, $7,000 to $10,000, easy, for this area, this market. So if you're looking to becoming an agent, I would say keep your day job until you can consistently close 1 deal a month. I think this is not a cheap area to live in. You know, the DC area is pretty pricey just compared to nationwide. Obviously, we may be a little lower than a New York or California as far as cost of living, but we're higher than a lot of other places, right? But unless you want to live an extravagant lifestyle, I think if you are making, your gross commission is about $7,000 to $10,000 a month, I think you can be able to sustain your life, right? As far as mortgages, and you got to put some more money into the ads, and also 30% of that, at least they say, put to the side for Uncle Sam. You don't want to get to the end of the year, then you're trying to scramble and get money to pay Uncle Sam. You put his money away first. Some even recommend you pay in advance, and you can file and get refunded back if you don't spend everything, Anyway, talk to your CPA about that. All I'll say is $7,000 to $10,000 a month, 30%, of that put to the side. So about $3,000 of that put to the side. You get $7,000. You can honestly reinvest $2,000 back in your business. And if you can't live off of $5,000, you can cut your expenses until you sell more houses. But I think a lot of people live on less than that in this area, the median, right? A lot of people live on way more than that. But just to get going as a real estate agent, get to the point where you can sell 1 house a month. and do it for about 6 months to a year, that's when I would say, okay, now it's time to make a move and to make this a full-time thing, you know, because what's notorious in the real estate industry is 2 sales a month, 3 sales a month, 0 sales for 3 months. Just roller coaster, up and down, like the Appalachian Mountains. If you're driving, you know, you just go uphill, downhill, you know. That's just really what's notorious in this area. As not in this area, in this industry, people cannot consistently close deals. So I would say do not quit your day job until you at least close 1 deal a month in this area. If you're in a lower cost of living area, you may live on closing 1 house every 2 months. If you're in a higher cost of living area, you may need to close multiple deals a month, or a higher ticket, you know, every month. But whatever the case may be, I recommend at least close 1 deal a month for about 6 months to a year. That's when you've kind of developed consistency and you kind of have a flow, a pattern, you know, and then that's sustainable. You got some tangible results you can measure and replicate, right? But if you cannot replicate that, I don't say jump into quitting. Keep your day job. And once again, consistency is a superpower. I'll wrap it up with that. I say that all the time. I really believe it is, especially in the sales industry such as real estate. Consistency is your superpower. Being able to generate leads every day, work your phones every day, door knock every day, whatever your source of leads are, just be consistent at it every single day and you'll succeed. Leave a comment down below. Let me know how your real estate business is coming along, or if you are looking to purchase a home in DC or Maryland, or sell a house in DC or Maryland. My information is in the description down below. Feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to hear from you, okay? Thanks for watching. Day in the life of a real estate agent, day number 32. Let's go.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
I would say the number 1 reason why agents fail is lack of consistency in lead generation and prospecting, right? Because this is it's not like a retail store where you open it and then customers just come in and purchase stuff, right? Here you gotta generate, you eat what you kill, as a hunter-gatherer, right? You gotta generate leads and you gotta prospect. And you need a strategy on how to go about that. You know, you can check out my previous episode on business plan. We're not going to get into that, but whatever your lead generation strategy is, you need to be consistent at it, right? So a lot of agents are inconsistent, and this inconsistency causes a lot of agents to fail. They may start off at one point, you know, a lot of zeal and fire, move on for a little bit, but then the enthusiasm fails off, especially when they go through trials or they go through things that may, you know, make life a little hard for them. They just throw in the towel. So lack of consistent lead generation and prospecting is the number 1 reason why agents fail. Well, actually, this is not in any particular order. Just one of the reasons, all right? Treating real estate like it's a hobby instead of a business. You know, I was guilty of this in my initial years of doing real estate, you know, especially being that I had a full-time job. you just treat it like, I can do without it today. If I don't feel like it, I don't do it today, you know. So that's almost a hobby. If you don't feel like playing golf today, you don't go play golf. You don't feel like going to the basketball court today, you don't do it. You don't feel like watching a movie today, you don't do it. That's a hobby. But a job or a business is like, if I don't wake up and go to work, I may get fired. Do you treat real estate as such? So I had to just try and, change my mindset, right? And I would say one of the big reasons why is because even in my job, I was a manager already, and it's a business, that I used to manage. So it kind of helped me just get a mindset of how these businesses run, the daily KPIs and tasks and requirement, and it opens at a certain time. If you don't open your door at a certain time, you get clients calling the corporate office, right? Why don't you treat your business as such? And that's what hit me. I'm like, yo, treat your business like the business where you go work, where you have to open at a certain time, close at a certain time, be a professional. Obviously, people call off, even in jobs. That's why they give you paid time off, sick leave, vacation hours. These things happen. But for the most part, stop treating your real estate business as though it was a hobby, right? Look at these retail stores or the doctor's office, the dentist office. Go set an appointment with a dental office right now and set it for next month and see how many times they send you a text message to confirm your appointment, or even a doctor's office. Go set an appointment with them and see how many times they text you to confirm your appointment and then send you reminders. Do you do that for your clients when you set up a showing? Do you text them and follow up and say, hey, I want to confirm our showing? Are you going to be there? Do you do that for your listing appointments? You treat real estate as though it's a hobby and not a business. And that's why most agents fail. So no daily schedule or structured routine. And once again, this goes back to treating it like a hobby. Because when it's a job, you have a schedule. Like, okay, at this time I clock in, at this time I clock out. Treat it as such. You are a business, You have to treat it as such. Structured routine. I think it's Jay-Z that said, I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman. Like, I'm a business. He's a business entity himself. So you got to treat your life as such, as though it's your career, as though it's a business. You have to structure it. A daily schedule, like today I clock in at this time, I clock off here. A structured routine. So yes, things happen. As I mentioned, even in the business or job, you got personal sick time where you got to call out. You may have a family emergency. These things are allocated and by a company. But for the most part, once that day off is gone, you go back to your routine. The same should happen in your real estate business. You got to have a structure, right? Daily schedule and a structure routine. And most agents lack that. They just go to the office and they wing it. Whatever happens, happens. And there's no structure in how they go about running their business. They don't have any plan or strategy on how they go about it. They just, whatever happens, happens. And that's just not the right way to go about things, right?
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
So, as we wrap it up, I'm going to talk about what lead sources I personally think are the best, whether you're a new real estate agent or an agent who's been in the business for a few years, but your business hasn't been going well for you. And I'll start with the worst for me would be farming. farming sending hand mails out. That is slow. It's almost like a dinosaur. It's dying, you know, back when people were older and they used to get the little val packs on the mail to go to the grocery store and get all the coupons. That used to really work, you know, because when they go get the val pack, they see a mail of a realtor. They take his magnetic business card, put it on their refrigerator, and then they'll call you at some point. That is almost a dying breed. It still works to the sense that I have gotten calls from that, but it is very slow, and there are more faster and proven ways in the modern day where technology is there and you can instantly contact people. So farming, I would have to put all the way at the bottom. And once again, there are way more lead sources, such as working with banks, and then you become a real person where they give you their foreclosed properties to sell. There are investors, you know, there are other websites. There's a Facebook, there's social media, there's YouTube. There are all these things, content creation, TikTok. You got agents who live off of those. I'm just talking about my business and what has worked for me. I do YouTube, as you can see right here. And for me, YouTube has been like used as a tool to solidify my status as an agent, right? Not only do I have resumes and houses that I've sold now, but YouTube videos come handy when I get a question from a client. I do answer them, and I send them a video like, hey, check this out. When they ask me about the Maryland Mortgage Program, I can just send them a video. Hey, this is what I know about the Maryland Mortgage Program. Here are links, but check this video out that I did. You can watch it on your spare time. Or first time home buyer, home seller. So these videos kind of go hand in hand. And they also are marketing material. When I farm, when I call, when I email, I tag in a YouTube video. So that's how I've used them to help my business. But they haven't given me a business, just somebody searching online, find me and call me. I haven't received that. I've possibly have, and I don't know, because I get leads through my websites, and maybe they originated from YouTube. I don't know. But I still do them. So there are business models, but the ones that have worked and haven't worked for me, farming is one that it can work, but it's slow. The next one I would say would possibly be door knocking. Door knocking, once again, I built some rapport. I just couldn't do it. It was too time consuming. You knock on doors. Sometimes people are in there, don't want to open. Same with me. If I don't know you're coming, you knock on my door, I may not open. You know, so door knocking, it's not my thing. Once again, this goes to what you are most comfortable with. Door knocking is not my thing. Why go drive around, burn gas, walk in the heat, knock on 5 doors? In the time I'm doing that, I can possibly sit on the phone and call 100 people. If the goal is to talk to people, I can do it faster. But door knocking is the most effective because you get face to face with people, right? But slow, same as farming, which is hand mailing material out. Slow. They can be used to complement. For instance, for me, farming can be used to complement. If I have already spoken to you, I can farm you now and send you material and stay, you know, connected. Third, from the bottom, I would say is Realtor.com. Didn't close anything with them. Surprisingly, I put in some more money because I feel like they have a model that can work. I did get a lead that was pretty solid. Unfortunately, you know, he didn't move. That's nothing I can do about that. He was considering it, and I'm still, you know, going to keep farming and working with that. And then even recently that I got back on Realtor.com about a month ago, I've already had 1 or 2 solid leads. one of them is already listed, but I don't think their current agent is doing the job. So they reached out to me on Realtor.com, and when I spoke to them, I didn't even know the house was listed. It's just I went to make a CMA form, and I'm like, oh, you guys have listed already. Yeah, but I said, well, I can't really solicit your business legally if there's a listing there. But if you ask me personally, I think you guys are overpriced. I would love to take the listing, but I see a house that is double your square footage. It's a very nice neighborhood, but it's sold for $5,000 less than you guys are listing right now. And it's right around the corner from you. Multiple houses have sold that are double your square footage that are not going for as much as you are asking. That's just my personal opinion. But you do have a contract right now. If you want to move forward in the future, I'll be happy to talk to you. But so Realtor.com, I have a good feeling with, but it just hasn't translated yet, right? But you can kind of see the lead quality. Okay, I can work with this. Redfin, as I mentioned, for me would be very decent because I've closed multiple deals. I got one under contract from Redfin now. I got 2 or 3 potential buyers this year that are all Redfin contacts. So Redfin is decent. It's just, as I mentioned, they have their agents, which I wholeheartedly believe get the big deals. And you may be a bottom feeder and a scavenger, just getting what trickles down from their Redfin agents. So for me, it's complimentary. I wouldn't put all my eggs on that. I would never advise any agent at all to put all their eggs on one lead source anyway. But Redfin does its job for me. It trickles down. I get what I can get from them. But I got to pay them a lot of money when we do close. Up to 33% or even higher based on the price of the house. But that is a model that works. Just be ready to go chase a lot of unqualified buyers, if I may. People that are buying $100,000 houses, $80,000 houses. Is it really worth it in this area when you can do other lead sources? And for instance, when I target a certain amount. I don't go higher than I've done, and I don't go lower. I'm in a nice price range, you understand? But Redfin now, like I mentioned, the quality of the leads, you get a bunch of no good ones and you get 1 or 2 good ones, but it has worked. It's up there. Next one would be my sphere of influence. As I mentioned, every single year, 1 or 2 deals come from people I know. Has always happened. And I would always recommend, it's the cheapest one for a new agent. They trust you already. They know about you already. Always work your phones, work your sphere. Second on my list would be Vulcan 7. And Vulcan 7 really can be number 1. On my list, it's just that the same thing that has plagued every agent plagues me, and I want to get better at it. It's like you lock in, you get the leads, then you get so much business that you cannot continue working on your business. So the next step for me would be probably hiring an assistant. I've had 1 or possibly 2 assistants over time, but they're not necessarily paid, you know, as in hourly. You may pay them in whatever way you want to pay them, but it's not structured, so it goes up and down. They have more important things to do sometimes, and that is where I now get a bunch of deals under contract, and I'm working to see those deals through rather than working on generating leads, and then the Vulcan 7 goes up and then down. But I feel as though if I can get an assistant to handle the back end of things for me, Vulcan 7 would be number 1 on my list because I can track it. If I make these amount of calls, I'm going to get these amount of deals. It's just that I don't have the support system sometimes to do the back end things, I want to see it through myself, because there's a learning curve in training some assistants. You tell them to do things, or even tell them to edit videos or whatever it may be, and you see the quality is not there. So I got to make sure I see it through just for the client. My reputation is on the line. And while I focus on that, I lose a little steam on the prospecting side. But Vulcan 7 has always worked for me every year I've used it. Number one that I am not actually using right now, but I got 10 deals from them, would be Zillow. Very expensive, but in a good buyer's market can work. It's just very, very expensive. I remember the neighborhood I was doing was almost $1,600 a month to get the high quality leads. And you do close 500,000, 550, 900, whatever it may be. This neighborhood here was a very solid neighborhood. Actually, the neighborhood I live in, all the houses are over 480 on average, but you're going to pay that $1,600 a month. And then when it does close, it may be 13,000 plus. So it's worth it. But when you go into a year like last year, when the interest rates are through the roof and nobody's buying, Zillow still wants that $1,600 a month. So what I recommend for anybody doing Zillow is constantly check on a monthly basis how many leads you're getting and how many are you converting. Change your zip codes if they're available zip codes, but don't keep pouring out money that you're not getting. Be on top of it. Give them a call like, hey, I've been paying this much, I'm not getting leads. You know, let's see what's going on with that, and try to rearrange your zip codes that you're working with. Well, I hope that has worked. I would say number one that has worked for me, that I wouldn't think is number one, is Zillow. Number two would be Vulcan 7. If I can consistently work on it, I would put Vulcan 7 before Zillow, just because of the cost and systematically how that can work. Number three would be my sphere of influence. Number four would be Redfin. Number five would be Realtor.com. Number six would be Farming. And number seven would be Door Knocking. You can swap those two. All right. Well, I hope those worked for you. Thanks for checking out the channel. Please leave a comment down below as to where you do business and what's your favorite lead source. I would like to know. Thank you very much.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Welcome, you know, this is what, day 4 or 5? Day 5, I believe. Day in the life of a real estate agent here at the office, just working the phones right now, making some calls. Contacted a couple of people in the last 15 minutes or so. Those are for sale by owners. The new FSBOs are not always the most attractive to call because some of them feel as though they can do it on their own. So there's a trick to kind of working the FSBOs. You want to give it a little bit of time, and then you target them a little later in a few weeks or so. Follow-up is key. You know, in this industry, follow-up is key. If you can follow up, you can grow your business. If you don't want to follow up, then that's it. But the last video we uploaded on Sunday, I believe, we recorded a video at an open house. We actually have an offer for that property. So that was listed on Saturday. Offer came in this morning. It's Tuesday. So what's that, 4 days on the market? And we have multiple other interested parties. So normally in a case like this, if this offer looks really good, we just might go ahead and accept it. If the offer is not where the seller wants it to be, what we can do, we can post on the MLS offer on hand and give an offer deadline so people can submit their final and best offer by a certain time. That's a strategy, or you just negotiate with this person who already submitted an offer. We also have one property that may be going under contract. We're negotiating there. They have 2 other offers, so it's a little competitive with that one. I don't recommend the house for my buyer, but you can't tell somebody what to buy. It's just out of experience. There's so many red flags with that property. But this person really likes the proximity to their workplace, the family environment in the neighborhood. But the house itself is not a bad house, just needs a little bit of work. And it's been sold as is, which is like a red flag sometimes. The HVAC unit was not working as far as visually the way we saw it. And on the disclosure, it said it's not working. But they are saying they fixed it already. So we're just waiting for a disclosure that can actually say this thing is working before we can go from there. Personally, like I said, I don't recommend that for my client, just to be honest. But that's what he wants, so we're gonna go with that. We're negotiating that right now. And also another thing is they didn't include certain appliances in their inclusion and exclusion statement. So we're trying to negotiate to make sure those are going to be added. So that's just the day in the life of a real estate agent. Just give you perspective of what's ongoing. I have a client I've been working with for quite a while, and we're under a contract actually, but you know, let's just say things are taking a little too long, and we got to go and look at 3 other properties probably tomorrow. So I need to do some admin work, schedule those showings. Today is pretty much a boring day in the real estate industry, or field for me at least. These are the days where you still wake up and grind, when you're not showing houses, you're not doing open houses, you just working the phones, working the computer, doing paperwork, scheduling showings, reviewing offers. But I'm just thankful at least I have these things in the pipeline. And one thing I try to learn now with experience in real estate is it's not the deals that I have now that are going to sustain me. Sustainability in this market is like what's coming down the line. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Working on, even though I have 1 offer accepted, 1 offer being submitted, 1 under contract, and another one that we're looking for other houses, or 2 or so, I need to build a pipeline. So it's a funnel. You need to just load the funnel up so you just keep flowing. And you get to that point where every single month you're closing the house. Well, that's just a brief update there in the life of a real estate agent. Nothing too exciting to show. We're in the office just working the phone lines. All right, wrapping up the day now, getting ready to shut it down. Did make a lot of cold calls, average, let's say about 8 contacts an hour, which is okay, not too bad. Also did write that offer, sent it to my buyer to sign. And then also, what else? Yes, followed up, did a lot of follow-up. I had 1 really good follow-up. Actually, I'm sending a vendor out there on Sunday to go see if they can do some repairs prior to getting that house on the market. So that looks very promising, because I was able to do a connection, a 3-way connection with the vendor and the seller, you know, just to go look at certain things that they may be able to update in order to get the house sold for the price that the seller's looking for. So that was very productive. I really like that that connection right there. But once again, if you don't pick up the phones, if you don't follow up, like that seller hasn't been calling me. I don't think I've spoken to him in a couple of weeks. So if I didn't call, he really wants to sell. I already did the listing appointment, but if I didn't call or follow up, we wouldn't have had this schedule booked for Sunday. So that's what it's about really in real estate. In life in general, it's all about following up. All right? Thanks for watching.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Second thing I tried when I first started, and all of these can work, right? But we can, all of these can work. Second thing I tried was door knocking. It is probably one of the most effective because you're face to face with people. But same as cold calling, some people don't want you to knock on their door. You will see signs on the yard, do not solicit, beware of dogs. You're dealing with the elements. It's hot in the summer, it's cold in the winter. Springtime, you got pollen and all the allergies you got to deal with. In the fall, you never know where the temperature is going to be, but you can always make an excuse not to do something. So when I first got into business, looking for my first deal, I door knocked, got some good conversations. None of them panned out. And the reason why it didn't pan out, I didn't stick with that. I found other avenues to make business. But I'm very aware of agents who that is their only business model. They pick a neighborhood and they're known there as the agent. They go around door knocking constantly. They pick maybe 3 or 4 decent sized neighborhoods and people know them and they get business that way. I've done it. Hasn't panned out for me. I got some solid leads, but none of them actually translated into a transaction.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
This is a day in the life, the end of fiscal week 1, and we are in the office just trying to wrap up the first week of this series right here. And pretty much things have been solid. Could have been better, could have been worse, definitely. So just to recap the week, multiple open houses, submitted an offer. That offer wasn't accepted. Put a house under contract as well, so not a bad week at all. House on the market and under contract in the span of a week. I think it went on, either way, pretty solid week, could have been better. Looking forward to today, we're just gonna work in the office, make some calls, couple of admin things that I need to do, but it's a Friday, so I feel as though those admin issues can be deferred, but the prospecting side of it cannot be deferred, right? Because this is the thing about real estate for most agents out there. What they really do is they focus too much on servicing the business and not growing the business. So, and that's something I was guilty of for a long time when I first got into business. I would try to service it and not grow it. So I try to just be mindful that as much as you got to service things, if it's a 911, you get on it, you get it done. so you can close the deal, or just be in compliance because certain things have a time frame, legal time frame deadline that things have to get done by. But if that's not the case, then we're just going to focus on prospecting, following up, building the business, and then get back to that. All right? But that's pretty much it. If you're looking to get into real estate, to me, I really like it because it forces discipline. You know, I feel as though in order to be successful, in order to be a man sometimes, or just a professional, I don't want to make it in any sexist way, but just to be a professional, discipline matters. And real estate, unless you want the easy life, you go join a team and they give you leads. But even then, you need discipline to work those leads. So that's the beautiful thing for me, being an agent. Some people say, oh, I can't do it, the prospecting, the following up. The reason why I like it is if you don't have structure and discipline, your business is going to fail. But that structure and discipline that you build in order to succeed as an agent translates in other aspects of your life. So for me, it really works out. And yeah, look forward to sharing these experiences with you. We got goals and things we want to do with this series right here. But one thing I also learned is say less than necessary. I don't like to, I used to like to just share my goals with a bunch of people. Definitely not on the internet, but at least on a personal level. But sometimes it's a good and a bad thing. Is sometimes it helps in accountability. Some people will bring it up. Hey man, you said you were going to do this. What happened? But also sometimes when life happens and you can't really get things done in a timely manner, you don't feel this pressure to satisfy anybody, you know? So when you think about, for instance, if you look at Tesla, for instance, when they first announced the Cybertruck, it maybe took 2 years later than when it initially said it was going to come out. Or when they talked about, I guess, the big pickup semi-truck, I don't know what it's called, whatever the name is, that one has been delayed for multiple years, but I hear it's finally coming out. The only reason why I bring that up is that's just the reality of business. Sometimes you set goals, but just operationally things happen. But if you go around telling people, oh, I'm going to do this, do that, it forces a hard deadline, which is sometimes good, but sometimes that added pressure may not be necessary, you know? And if you can't do it out of things that you can't control, people just look at you like, oh, you're a failure. You didn't do what you say you were going to do. Doesn't necessarily matter. You know the truth, but I'm just saying it's unnecessary to just share things that don't matter. Anyway, so that's why, but we have a plan while we're doing this. Just stay along for the journey, and hopefully you can see it manifest fully. All right, thanks for watching. We're just going to hit the phone lines right now and do some prospecting for about 3 hours. Wrap it up for the week, at least for Friday. I think I might do a little bit of prospecting on Saturday. But for this first fiscal week, what I'll say is, you know, you don't count the days, you make the days count. That is key. You know, in life, we always try to plan, strategize, but tomorrow never comes, so you make each day count. And very solid day. It's not a glamorous day. You know, most people, as I normally say, would just walk around showing houses. This fake, or sometimes it's real for some, but for most agents, it's not always real. This kind of glamour of the business, you know, you're flipping $1 million homes all the time. That is some agents' reality, yes, but majority of agents it's not. And what builds business is like constantly doing the work every single day. Like I said, don't count the days, make the days count. So as far as today, was on the phone, it's kind of exhausting, was on the phone for hours. Not that many people picked up. Actually, very low answer rate today. But the good thing is, good takeaway is I did get a lead. A gentleman that's actually thinking about selling his home. says he has an agent but nothing is signed, but he does have an agent. And I told him, hey, if you want a second opinion, I'd love to stop by. And he told me, sure, just shoot me a text with the information and we'll go from there, which I did. And he did respond to the text message. So the key is in follow-up, you know. You just got to be confident in what you're going to do than what the other agent is going to do. And you just go out and prove yourself, you know. That's life. Life is not given. Life is competitive in almost everything, since you were in school and class, you know, since track and field, whatever it may be. Even when you get into the corporate world, competition, sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know, those things. But at the end of the day, if you cannot strive and go grab it, even if it's given to you, you can squander it, you know. As they say, tough times make hard men make easy times make soft men, and so on and so forth. So when things are given, sometimes they're not always valued, you know. So these leads that I reached out to are not as competitive as the brand new expireds, brand new FISBOs. Those are like ridiculous. Maybe 30, 40, 50 agents are calling one person in a day. It gets overwhelming. You got to put yourself in the seller's shoes. These are less competitive, but I like the ones that are not too competitive. This is true. Warm leads are always better. You just take it to the finish line. However, sometimes you got to earn your listing. You go up against some top agents, earn your listing, win it, and then actually close the deal. There's nothing wrong with that. That's part of being, a top agent. If you want to be in the game and be one of the big dogs, you got to go up against other people. It's like back in the day, when you think about boxing, if you're a top boxer, you want to fight the biggest people in your era, Same in basketball. If you think about a Michael Jordan playing a team with another great shooting guard, he would want to go up against that person. So businesses, you think of maybe a Home Depot and a Lowe's, or two hotel chains. Sometimes they're right across from each other. You look at who's a competitor of Target? I don't know, but sometimes you go to these shopping centers, you got multiple businesses. You just gotta go and get it. You can't be scared of competition. Anyway, so that was the day. And I have this one lead, good takeaway there. As far as the housing market, from what I'm seeing, if your house is well repaired, it's going to sell. If you're just trying to sell a shabby home, you got to compromise on price. You can't be trying to get top dollar and not willing to put the money to make the house look as move-in ready. What I don't understand, for me, the golden rule of life is you do unto others as you want done unto you. So if you cannot afford to renovate the house, I understand. But if you got the money and you really want to sell, why is it not that you want to sell, you skimping on the way the house looks, on the appearance? When you want to buy, would you buy a house where the countertop is discolored and this, the vanities are all in shambles? No, you probably wouldn't. So when you selling, just put yourself in the buyer's shoes. They want a house that's presentable. That baffles me. If it's a financial thing, obviously I understand. Sometimes you work with sellers, they just got to get out of there. But some people, there's no rush. They really want to move because they've outgrown the house. Multiple times they put the house on the market, it doesn't sell. It's simply because they're not willing to invest the money to make it look like you're trying to sell. Sometimes even pack up some of your stuff and put it in a storage. Declutter, make the house a little lighter, You go into some houses, they got all their pictures and things about things that may not connect to the masses. And those are all things that discourage some buyers. You know, you want buyers to see themselves in your house, not you. Lastly, for agents, consistency is a superpower, man. Staying consistent is what's going to do it, you know. If you are looking to be an agent and you think it's all glamour, glitz, touring houses, open houses, signing deals and closing, nah, you got days. It's really like sports. These people go there and they perform maybe one day a week. Let's say the NFL, for instance, or boxers, they fight once every 6 months. Hopefully you're closing deals then every 6 months. But you get what I'm saying. They train, practice, and then they go play one day a week. That's the truth about anything in life. You get that one big day, but for the most part, it's all about the daily grind and keeping that up. All right, well, thanks for watching. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't done so. And if you're looking to purchase in Maryland or DC, my number is...
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Welcome to the day in the life of a real estate agent. My name is Raymond Reffel. I am a realtor with Remax. I'm here at an open house. This is day 3, fiscal week 1, right? Sorry, I'm at an open house, so when I hear the door cracks open, I gotta see if some guests are walking in. Anyway, day 2 is yesterday. Didn't get to record a video, but quick update, we had an open house here as well. This is a brand new listing. It was on the market in the wintertime. I advise the seller, take it off and put it back on in the spring right now when things are normally the hottest. Brand new renovated property. So I had that open house, then I had a showing with the client, and then just did some admin stuff pretty much. So today we got this open house, and then we got a lot of admin stuff to do. It is a Sunday afternoon, and right after the open house, you gotta kind of get yourself ready for Monday. You know, I advise agents to start or plan for next day today. That way when the day rolls in, you're already on the roll, right? Maybe I'll give you all a quick tour of the property a little later, but we just had one person walk in, set up some food, drinks, the disclosure sign, that's law in Maryland. And it's also a good way to get buyers for agents. If you struggling to get buyers, you host open houses for a listing agent in your firm, and that can also translate to business. I am the listing agent for this one, but I have a few people on the sign-in sheet from yesterday, previous days and today. And you know, you follow up with them. Some of them already have agents, some of them are just glancing around, some of them just want to actually purchase, but they don't know if this is the right property for them. So yeah, it's a pretty good day on a Sunday. New house on the market, newly renovated, everything is brand new, new appliances, new bathrooms, carpet, flooring, everything is new. Nice neighborhood. If there are any drawbacks about the property, I would say possibly 2 things. The HOA fee, which is nothing the seller can do about that. The community keep a high HOA fee. Sometimes due to renovations, things they offer, amenities, sometimes just security. And also another thing I would say, this is almost like a townhouse structure. You know how townhouses go up. 2 levels on top, and this is a ground level. So this is actually bigger square footage than the 2 levels on top. It's very deep, it goes deep, it has a back door, So the disadvantage for those upstairs, not all of them got a deck. They can't really access the backyard. Over here, being that it's ground level, you do have access to the backyard, so it's a plus. Sometimes people that like properties like this, elderly people that don't want to deal with too many stairs, come direct to your one level house. This can be ideal, but it is also suitable for families. As you see, we got 2 extra bedrooms, a master bedroom and a bath there, walk-in closet in the master bedroom. And yeah, everything renovated so you can purchase this house and don't have to worry about too much. You know, got the popcorn ceilings, that's to each his own. Some people really like it, some people despise it, so it's a taste thing. We have a crown molding all around the property, little just aesthetic things as far as the tiles. Newly finished, modern, sleek look. All the appliances are brand new. So the plus with a house like this is once you purchase it, for the next few years, or you know, you don't have to worry about replacing anything. Water heater is brand new. Only thing that's not brand new is the HVAC unit, but it's fairly new, and it was also, what can I say, I wouldn't say tune-up is the word, right? You get your HVAC tune-up by HVAC company, and the seller here did that prior to putting this house on the market. So you can confidently purchase this house and just not have to worry about repairing anything in the near future. As far as the outside, that 500 something covers that maintenance for the shared spaces, right? So I'll say that's pretty much it for today as far as a real estate agent day in the life, open house. But that's pretty much it. On a Sunday, got one open house today, and we'll keep it rolling. Do some of this, not always, but just to keep y'all posted on the progress of everything as we're doing in the real estate business. So if you're looking to sell a house similar to this, or not even similar, but in the area, in the DMV, DC and Maryland to be specific, because I'm licensed in DC and Maryland. My link to my information will be in the description down below. You can reach out and we can talk about best strategies on how to sell your house. Same thing if you're looking to buy, relocate, or move to Maryland. Reach out and you can just call 240-432-1464 or just text 240-432-1464. Interested market now. To wrap up, I'll say it is a buyer's market. This house, for instance, when it was purchased, I was the buyer's agent. When this house was purchased, it was a foreclosure, had to be remodeled. The comps were somewhere in the 300s, low, very low to even 300s. Now the comps are a little below 300. That's just what has happened. So the market here has dropped about $20,000, so and that's the same in a lot of markets around. Prices are not crashing, but I'm seeing a slight dip.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
The next one I would mention is Realtor.com. Realtor.com, I have done the listing side where they send you leads for potential realtors. And they have different models. One model is you pay them a small monthly fee, depending on where you may be financially. It may not be small, about $200 or less. And you get the lead, but when you do get the lead, you do have to give them a breakdown. It's over 30% in the split. That one, they are incentivized to make sure you succeed because they get that big commission split with you. So that one I got one listing appointment. So it's not the greatest, but I did get one listing appointment, and it was a $900,000 property. So imagine if I would have gotten that commission. Just to do some quick math, let's say it would have sold for, we're just gonna cut it down, $850,000. We're looking at about $21,000 on the commission, and then I do my split with them. So the reason why that gentleman never sold is he ended up staying with the government. This was at the time when Donald Trump was cutting down on the government workers, and he was thinking, should I get the buyout? He never ended up getting the buyout, and you know, he stayed up here. He had another house somewhere in the South that he was gonna just sell this one and relocate. But that was a solid lead, and it does work. And they have another one, which is the buyer. And I just started with that one this year. I've had one lead so far in about a week. A gentleman was looking for a huge house, but it turned out he already had an agent. He just had a question about a particular house. So we'll see how that one pans out, and I'll keep people posted on that. Maybe there is something there, maybe there's nothing there. We'll see. But I know on the listing side, I do get solid leads. It's all about converting those leads, right? You do have some that are exclusive and some that are sent to you and another agent. If it's an exclusive lead, you pay more for it, but it only comes to you. A non-exclusive lead goes to you and another agent, and you pay less for that monthly. I used to do the non-exclusive leads with Realtor.com. I'm doing the exclusive now, to where I'm the only agent that is sent that contact.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
So, as we wrap it up, I'm going to talk about what lead sources I personally think are the best, whether you're a new real estate agent or an agent who's been in the business for a few years, but your business hasn't been going well for you. And I'll start with the worst for me would be farming. Farming, sending hand mails out. That is slow. It's almost like a dinosaur. It's dying, you know, back when people were older and they used to get the little valve packs on the mail. to go to the grocery store and get all the coupons, that used to really work, you know, because when they go get the Val pack, they see a mail of a Realtor, they take his magnetic business card, put it on their refrigerator, and then they'll call you at some point. That is almost a dying breed. It still works to the sense that I have gotten calls from that, but it is very slow, and there are more fast and proven ways in the modern day where technology is there and you can instantly contact people. So farming, I would have to put all the way at the bottom. And once again, there are way more lead sources, such as working with banks, and then you become a real person where they give you their foreclosed properties to sell. There are investors, you know, there are other websites. There's a Facebook, there's social media, there's YouTube. There are all these things, content creation, TikTok. You got agents who live off of those. I'm just talking about my business and what has worked for me. I do YouTube, as you can see right here. And for me, YouTube has been like used as a tool to solidify my status as an agent, right? Not only do I have resumes and houses that I've sold now, but YouTube videos come handy when I get a question from a client. I do answer them, and I send them a video like, hey, check this out. When they ask me about the Maryland Mortgage Program, I can just send them a video. Hey, this is what I know about the Maryland Mortgage Program. Here are links, but check this video out that I did. You can watch it on your spare time. Or first time home buyer, home seller. So these videos kind of go hand in hand. And they also are marketing material. When I farm, when I call, when I email, I tag in a YouTube video. So that's how I've used them to help my business. But they haven't given me a business, just somebody searching online, find me and call me. I haven't received that. I've possibly have, and I don't know, because I get leads through my websites, and maybe they originated from YouTube. I don't know. But I still do them. So there are business models, but the ones that have worked and haven't worked for me, farming is one that it can work, but it's slow. The next one I would say would possibly be door knocking. Door knocking, once again, I built some rapport. I just couldn't do it. It was too time consuming. You knock on doors. Sometimes people are in there, don't want to open. Same with me. If I don't know you're coming, you knock on my door, I may not open. You know, so door knocking, it's not my thing. Once again, this goes to what you are most comfortable with. Door knocking is not my thing. Why go drive around, burn gas, walk in the heat, knock on 5 doors? In the time I'm doing that, I can possibly sit on the phone and call 100 people. If the goal is to talk to people, I can do it faster. But door knocking is the most effective because you get face to face with people, right? But slow, same as farming, which is hand mailing material out. Slow. They can be used to complement. For instance, for me, farming can be used to complement. If I have already spoken to you, I can farm you now and send you material and stay, you know, connected. Third, from the bottom, I would say is Realtor.com. Didn't close anything with them. Surprisingly, I put in some more money because I feel like they have a model that can work. I did get a lead that was pretty solid. Unfortunately, you know, he didn't move. That's nothing I can do about that. He was considering it, and I'm still, you know, going to keep farming and working with that. And then even recently that I got back on Realtor.com about a month ago, I've already had 1 or 2 solid leads. One of them is already listed, but I don't think their current agent is doing the job. So they reached out to me on Realtor.com. And when I spoke to them, I didn't even know the house was listed. It's just I went to make a CMA form and I'm like, oh, you guys have listed already. Yeah, but I said, well, I can't really solicit your business legally if there's a listing there. But if you ask me personally, I think you guys are overpriced. I would love to take the listing, but I see a house that is double your square footage. It's a very nice neighborhood, but it's sold for $5,000 less than you guys are listing right now. And it's right around the corner from you. Multiple houses have sold that are double your square footage that are not going for as much as you are asking. That's just my personal opinion. But you do have a contract right now. If you want to move forward in the future, I'll be happy to talk to you. But so Realtor.com, I have a good feeling with, but it just hasn't translated yet, right? But you can kind of see the lead quality. Okay, I can work with this. Redfin, as I mentioned, for me would be very decent because I've closed multiple deals. I got one under contract from Redfin now. I got 2 or 3 potential buyers this year that are all Redfin contacts. So Redfin is decent. It's just, as I mentioned, they have their agents, which I wholeheartedly believe get the big deals. And you may be a bottom feeder and a scavenger, just getting what trickles down from their Redfin agents. So for me, it's complimentary. I wouldn't put all my eggs on that. I would never advise any agent at all to put all their eggs on one lead source anyway. But Redfin does its job for me. It trickles down. I get what I can get from them. But I got to pay them a lot of money when we do close, up to 33% or even higher based on the price of the house. But that is a model that works. Just be ready to go chase a lot of unqualified buyers, if I may. People that are buying $100,000 houses, $80,000 houses. Is it really worth it in this area when you can do other lead sources? And for instance, when I target a certain amount. I don't go higher than I've done, and I don't go lower. I'm in a nice price range, you understand? But Redfin now, like I mentioned, the quality of the leads, you get a bunch of no good ones and you get 1 or 2 good ones, but it has worked. It's up there. Next one would be my sphere of influence. As I mentioned, every single year, 1 or 2 deals come from people I know. Has always happened. And I would always recommend, it's the cheapest one for a new agent. They trust you already. They know about you already. Always work your phones, work your sphere. Second on my list would be Vulcan 7. And Vulcan 7 really can be number 1 on my list. It's just that the same thing that has plagued every agent plagues me, and I want to get better at it. It's like you lock in, you get the leads, then you get so much business that you cannot continue working on your business. So the next step for me would be probably hiring an assistant. I've had 1 or possibly 2 assistants over time, but they're not necessarily paid, you know, as in hourly. You may pay them in whatever way you want to pay them, but it's not structured, so it goes up and down. They have more important things to do sometimes, and that is where I now get a bunch of deals under contract, and I'm working to see those deals through rather than working on generating leads, and then the Vulcan 7 goes up and then down. But I feel as though if I can get an assistant to handle the back end of things for me, Vulcan 7 would be number 1 on my list because I can track it. If I make these amount of calls, I'm going to get these amount of deals. It's just that I don't have the support system sometimes to do the back end things. I want to see it through myself because there's a learning curve in training some assistants. You tell them to do things or even tell them to edit videos or whatever it may be, and you see the quality is not there, so I got to make sure I see it through. Just for the client, my reputation is on the line, And while I focus on that, I lose a little steam on the prospecting side. But Vulcan 7 has always worked for me every year I've used it. Number one that I am not actually using right now, but I got 10 deals from them, would be Zillow. Very expensive, but in a good buyer's market can work. It's just very, very expensive. I remember the neighborhood I was doing was almost $1,600 a month to get the high quality leads. And you do close 500,000, 550, 900, whatever it may be. This neighborhood here was a very solid neighborhood. Actually, the neighborhood I live in, all the houses are over 480 on average, but you're going to pay that $1,600 a month. And then when it does close, it may be 13,000 plus. So it's worth it, but when you go into a year like last year when interest rates are through the roof and nobody's buying, Zillow still wants that $1,600 a month. So what I recommend for anybody doing Zillow is constantly check on a monthly basis how many leads you're getting and how many are you converting. Change your zip codes if they're available zip codes, but don't keep pouring out money that you're not getting. Be on top of it, give them a call like, hey, I've been paying this much, I'm not getting leads. You know, let's see what's going on with that and try to rearrange your zip codes that you're working with. Well, I hope that has worked. I would say number one that has worked for me that I wouldn't think is number one is Zillow. Number two would be Vulcan 7. If I can consistently work on it, I would put Vulcan 7 before Zillow just because of the cost and systematically how that can work. Number three would be my sphere of influence. Number four would be Redfin. Number five would be Realtor.com. Number six would be farming. And number seven would be door knocking. You can swap those two. All right. Well, I hope those worked for you. Thanks for checking out the channel. Please leave a comment down below as to where you do business and what's your favorite lead source. I would like to know. Thank you very much.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Poor follow-up with leads and past clients. So one more thing is, on a personal note, this is something I struggled with, not the past client part. I've actually been very decent at following up with past clients to the point where I've gotten multiple repeat customers, references. They'll suggest people to me. But poor follow-up on leads was something that I struggled with. You know, you would have a gentleman or lady that is interested in possibly selling 6 months down the line, and I didn't follow up on a constant basis. Then when the 6 month time comes, you reach out to them, you are almost a stranger that they never spoke to before. But if you would have kept on engaging, following up, when the time comes for them to make a move, they would know you, like, you're first to mind, in essence, is all I'm saying. Be first to mind. So when people want to do business in real estate, they think of you first, right? But when you don't follow up, you become an afterthought, right? Or there's a property you're engaged with this seller, then you look online and the house is on the market. They didn't even reach out to you because you didn't follow up, right? So poor follow up. So that's something that causes a lot of agents to fail. They lose a lot of money. And one thing I've done to get better at that is I don't write it down on a piece of paper anymore when it comes to follow up. I do that, but I also put it in my CRM, but I set reminders, on my cell phone especially, that I hold all the time. So, and I set alarms, maybe a day before alarm and a reminder on the 30 minutes before the activity. So if I'm supposed to follow up with this lady today or in 7 days, On the 6th day, her name will pop up on my phone, and then the day of, maybe 2 hours prior to the time I set, it will pop up again. So I can't trust my memory anymore. You trust, the technology to kind of remind you. So that's just by the way, something you can implement that would help you. Inconsistent marketing or relying on only one source of lead. That kind of is something I've seen, when one thing is working, you want to double down on it. I did say that initially, and we're sticking with that. But what we're saying here is, diversify. You don't want to be a jack of all trades, chasing too many different lead sources. I had to trim the fat myself. I'm only going after like 3 different lead sources, but you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket for your real estate business, right? Think about different lead sources, maybe 3 maximum for me. You may be able to do 4, but you don't want to be all over the place, So don't be relying on one lead source, but don't be stretched too thin as well. At the same time, you just want enough lead sources to where you can consistently market those. When you become stretched too thin, you find out you're doing so much and you're not consistent in 1 or 2 things or 2 areas, right? So inconsistent marketing or relying on only one lead source is another reason why agents fail. Weak communication and negotiation skills, right? Weak communication can come from you just not knowing how to approach people, not knowing how to read body language. Sometimes people go to a showing and they're trying to sell the customer, something, but you're not able to read that they're not interested in that. That's all weak communication. You should be able to gauge and read the room, right? That's part of being a strong communicator. And obviously negotiation is just knowing what's an offer that would entice somebody, when to walk away, things of that nature, Another reason why agents fail is fear of rejection and avoidance of difficult conversation. So this goes to why there's a lack of consistency in lead generation. It's fear of rejection. Most people are like, oh, if I call them, they're going to tell me no. Oh, I don't like when people say no. Oh, I don't like being yelled at. I don't like when they hang the phone up. Just think of it, you don't know these people. That call is going to be so quick or whatever it may be. You're just afraid to have a difficult conversation. So let's say, for instance, a seller is overpricing their house. Are you able to tell them, I don't think it's going to sell at this price? And even if you want to take the listing, put a contingency in which if it doesn't sell or you don't get enough showings or viewings in about 40 days, not 40 days, that's a long time. In about 14 days, 2 weeks, you need to revisit that listing, But if the seller's not willing to do that, are you okay with walking away? That's where you stand on your professional judgment and you say, I don't believe this is going to work, So just fear of rejection. They don't prospect because they're afraid of being told no. And also they avoid difficult conversations. That's a big reason why agents fail. Right? No clear value proposition to differentiate them from other agents. So there's a value proposition. Some people got a slogan. If you look at these businesses, they have a value proposition, which is just what you do better than the others. You need to know that. You need to be able to tap into that. It's like if you are riding the elevator with the CEO of your company, and another manager gets to ride the elevator with that CEO. Just that would you be in the elevator and there's an awkward silence, or do you have a quick value proposition, something you can go to, right? That can make that CEO remember you as a manager, a low-level manager in the building, or you're just going to have that awkward silence. It's the same with the CEO in this case now are your clients, your customers. When you do interact with them, are you just going to have that awkward silence to where, you know, you're just one of many agents that interviewed, or you're going to have that spark? That's the value proposition, something you bring to the table that stands out. You don't fit in, you stand out, and it brings that to mind and resonates with the client. So when you're gone, because most of the time sellers or sometimes even buyers will interview multiple agents. So you need that value proposition that would, you know, make you stand out and make them want to do business with you, right? Inadequate pricing and market knowledge. Inadequate pricing. So when people price homes for sale sometimes, like I mentioned, you as the listing agent, you need to be able to stand on what you believe is the right price. You overprice houses sometimes. The first 2 weeks are like pivotal weeks in getting a house sold. And if you don't price it in a proper manner, you may not get that listing sold. The same goes if you're trying to submit an offer, especially in a competitive market. If you don't price the house properly or advise your client to make the proper offer, you're not going to be able to get these deals, right? So inadequate pricing and market knowledge is one. Another reason why agents fail. One more we're going to talk about is overestimating income and underestimating expenses.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Buyers are more selective than they were during the pandemic boom. So fixer-uppers, the economy is just not in that place anymore where people want to take on projects. Unless you're an investor, you don't want to buy a house and you got to work on the HVAC. You got to fix the roof, you know, got to redo the flooring, the bathroom. Just the price of building material, everything is going up. So buyers are looking for move-in ready, turnkey property. So make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you. Comparing more properties before making an offer. That's what buyers are doing. They're negotiating harder on prices and repairs. As I mentioned, if a buyer does an inspection, they see a lot of damage with the property, they're going to request more repairs. Right? Pay close attention to interest rates and monthly payments. I'm dealing with that right now. You know, one of my lenders, well, I wouldn't say mine, but a partner that I work with, he's almost tired of this one buyer because every time we show a house, the buyer's like, how much is the monthly payment? Yes, you do have estimators online, but a lender that's going to finance your loan can give you a more realistic figure. So it's like, how much is the monthly payment? People are very concerned about that. And this person qualifies for way more, but you know, they want to watch their lifestyle. So looking for more move-in ready homes, we talked about that. Pricing your home correctly is critical. Sit it on the market. You know, if you price it too high, it can sit on the market longer, receive fewer showings, become stale in buyers' eyes. So one thing we do at our brokerage is we can get the house on a private listing, and not all brokerages offer that. So we can get your house on a private listing so the days on the market, DOM, doesn't start calculated. So a private listing, we can kind of market your property privately before it hits the MLS. So something to consider. I eventually sell for less. That's what one thing I know is like once you start dropping prices, you're gonna sell it for less than if you had actually priced it properly and get a bidding war going. First impression matter more in summer because the weather's nice. There's a longer daylight hours. People can go look at the house at 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m., sometimes even 7, and the sun is still out. So you get your flowers going outside, your curb appeal, mulch, landscaping, make sure the grass look good, power wash, the siding. Exterior, clean up your windows, maintain the lawn. Just when people drive in, they want to feel as though it's home. And obviously the repairs. And also depersonalize the house, right? When people walk into your house, I know a potential seller whose house he actually took it off the market. It's ironic, when I went to go do the listing appointment there, I had already took a buyer there the previous year. And it didn't sell. And one of the things that just turns buyers off is you go in there, too many family pictures and religious pictures. And there's nothing wrong with you having a religious belief, but you're selling something, right? And you don't know the person buying it. They may not want to see that, or some people are very spiritual. They may think it's not a good place for them to go reside. So you want to let buyers see themselves in the house and not you and your experiences. So depersonalize it. It's better you put up pictures of flowers, CDs and stuff like that rather than your personal kids' graduation or birthday party pictures. Just take yourself out of it and make it look more like a showroom. You want to complete repairs, leaky faucets, damaged flooring, cracked tiles, HVAC concerns, roof issues, roofing, especially in electrical, right? Just those things will pop up when the inspector does their walkthrough.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
And the reason why I put the interest rate topic at the back end of the podcast, I used to put it before, is sometimes I'm talking about evergreen content, right? Things that would help buyers or sellers 5 years from now. But when they hear the interest rates from today, they say, oh, this video is 4 years old, and they skip it. So they don't really hear all the other good content. So I tend to put the evergreen stuff that may last in the front end, and then those who stick around can hear this interest rate section, or we can just cut this into a clip and put it out separately. So make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you. The national average interest rate for 30-year fixed rate mortgage is currently 6.52% as of today, June 3rd, 2026. For a 15-year fixed mortgage, the average rate sits at 5.82. So average meaning average, right? High, low, medium, right where we are in the middle. Some people are getting a little better, some people are getting a little worse deals based on credit scores, right? Rates highly, let's see, break down 30-year. 30-year fixed 6.52 with an APR of approximately 6.70. 15-year fixed 5.82% with an APR of about 6.03%. 30-year FHA is about 6.46. Imagine during the pandemic, I got a loan for 2.98 or 2.89. Now it's 6.4 something. So timing is everything in the market. But there are people who bought at 8 and 10%, and they see this as still a good deal. So there's no telling that we can ever see those 2% rates when 7 was the norm. 30-year VA 6.52. These rates apply to borrowers with excellent credit and typically include 0.35 in discount points. Your exact rate will vary depending on your credit score, location and loan type, and the down payment amount, right? Rates have slightly retreated from their recent weekly peaks, though they continue to hover north of 650. So you can check with your local lender for a more accurate loan rate.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
All right. So without further ado, let's get started. Summer is traditionally one of the busiest seasons for home sales. I would say spring is like the peak, but summer is right there with it, right? So 2026 sellers are facing a market that rewards preparation. What that means is make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you. Homes fly off the shelf. I just had a listing that closed maybe a week or so ago. Was probably on the market for 7 days. But there are houses that are sitting on the market for 300 days and not selling. And what a seller should focus on really is getting the house renovated, staged properly. Virtual staging is a thing now. Just be very careful that your agent or yourself, you don't mislead. Do some false advertising. Say the house looks a certain way that it's not. So be mindful of false advertising. But if you don't want to spend tons of money staging the property, you can consider virtual staging. One thing I recommend you do if you're going to stage a property virtually, I would say you put a picture of the virtual staged room location and another picture of the vacant location, so people can kind of get an idea. That's also a way for you to compare both pictures to see if it's accurate, because for instance, if you're doing a living room, you don't want the AI to add a bay window that is not really part of your living room, right? So these are just things to be mindful of. Pricing accuracy is very, very key. Houses that sit on the market you would see are not priced accurately. The market has shifted a little bit. Prices are dropping just a little bit depending on the market. So I remember this one house was going for about $300,000 at the time of purchase, you know, dealing with an investor who purchased the property and wanted to renovate it. So I gave him accurate comps. Everything around that area were going for about $300,000. By the time you get all your permits, you get all the renovations done, houses in that very area were going for $285, $282. So I told him, hey, the market has shifted. You know, that was like 6 months ago, and priced it right around that range, and it was very quick to get off the shelf. But sellers who think their house is worth more than it actually is, you know, one thing I know is the market is going to dictate what your house is worth. It's not any sentimental feelings. It's just like a bike, right? You know, some people are into motorcycles. They spend thousands of dollars getting it souped up, or let's say a sports car or these old vintage cars. Just because you spend so much money on the engine, the paint job, changing the seats on the interior, doesn't mean the buyer cares about those things. So 9 times out of 10, the market is going to dictate what your house is worth. So strong marketing, more than ever before. I would say that really helped in this property I'm talking about. Just getting a bunch of people into an open house, and you create like a FOMO, fear of missing out. And when there was so many buyers and families in that house, they saw each other, and I knew I was getting an offer, you know, the next day, because it's like when a buyer is there and they see you talking to another buyer in the kitchen, answering questions about the property, light bulbs go off like, man, I better submit an offer. I'm going to lose out on this house. So you want to do some really strong marketing. There is a a best time to do an open house and the best time for your house to sell. Not to say houses don't sell after that time period, but I would say your first 14 days are very pivotal when you list the property. You need to do the best you can to get it out in front of the right buyers, because once a house sits on the market for over a certain amount of time, buyers start questioning what's wrong with this house, you know. So strong, or they give you low ball offers. So strong marketing more than ever if you're planning to sell your home this summer.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Now that I'm house poor, I've got to make my mortgage payment, so let's do that together. The amount of the mortgage on this house is $362,549.54. We bought this house in April 2025, and our mortgage balance then was $364,500. So we've made a little progress. But like I said,
I was shocked when I bought my house. She bought the house sometime last year, made the video, I believe, this year, and has only gone down by $2,000. Welcome everybody to my YouTube channel. My name is Raymond. I'm a realtor in Maryland and the District of Columbia. And today we're going to react to a video. This is regarding being house poor, just the affordability issue, right? Without further ado, make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe, because that's how you help the channel grow. But let's get right into it.
Do I regret buying a home? Hell yeah, I do. Now, before I dive into it, let me just say, being able to buy a home, huge privilege, right? And I actually bought it in an area that's a lower cost of living compared to where I'm originally from in LA. And I also bought it with a friend, so we split the cost of it, and we're converting it to rental property.
LA is expensive, but that's almost everywhere. Everywhere is very expensive now. That's a good idea, splitting the rent or mortgage with a friend, almost like a business partner. The only downside I would say right there is you gotta be careful with who you partner up with. Said a friend, so hopefully they stay friends, but sometimes some things that do hinder businesses or friendships and partnerships are these joint ventures, you know. Being friends is one thing. When you buy a house together, that's another. Another thing they mentioned is they plan on doing the Airbnb thing. House hacking by yourself is kind of good, but hopefully they're on board. They're both on the same page. Let's keep watching.
Namely for Airbnb. But let me tell you why I regret buying it. After dropping a ton of money to acquire the home, dropping a ton of money in renovations, and then actually running the Airbnb, we're still largely net negative. We started the Airbnb in July of last year.
He's saying after they dropped a lot of money in renovations and everything, they're running a net negative. So that is a business strategy thing, not getting your numbers right. Also, the Airbnb market is not what it once was. Once upon a time, it was really booming. That has died down a little bit. There are still some homes that are doing well, but it's not where it once was. Keep that in mind. Get your numbers right. Talk to a professional who's done it before. Sometimes you might have to pay for consultation. Just get a financial planner that can get you good numbers. You know, in LA, homes tend to appreciate in value over time. If that trend continues, he might come out on the positive, even if the Airbnb is not working out, right? Let's keep going.
Last year in 2025, and till now, we are negative 12K in the hole. This is the rental income minus operating expenses like utilities, maintenance, cleaners, and stuff like that. And this is minus mortgage and property taxes. And the thing that honestly kills me is at this point in time, had I done nothing with my money but just left it in the stock market and my high yield savings account, I would be way better off. Now, I know some of you might be thinking.
So that's always a question. What's the best way to utilize my money? if you can have money to do renovations and purchase a home in LA, you gotta think you should be a little well off, right? And just think about that in the stock market. The stock market has fluctuated with the Iran war. One day things go up, the next day they go down, but overall it's kind of been a steady climb. The big crash hasn't happened just yet. Here's what I'll say: just get a financial advisor to to tell you the best strategy. If you got some money and you're looking, should I do an investment property? Should I put the money in the stock market? Just talk to a financial planner and let them do what they do. But the thing about real estate, sometimes you gotta play the long game. It's ironic he's talking about stocks. Stocks, most people that win with stocks tend to play the long game. You do have day traders, you got bots now that can trade with AI and all of that. God knows how that's going. But the stock market over time, even with the depression, the Great Depression and the recession, over time average has gone up, right? And average about 8 to 9% a year. So that tends to be a long game as well. I'll leave the link down to this content creator right here in the description down below. And hopefully things turn around with the Airbnb, and also hopefully the house appreciates and things work out. But a year in and being negative $12,000, I can feel that. I'll just say this much all the way around. The economy is a little tough. As far as that is a form of real estate right there, buying a house, trying to do short-term rental. I saw in the comment section somebody was talking about long-term rentals are better. That can be something to think about. And I saw the gentleman responded to that comment. You just got to run your numbers. Talk to a financial advisor. Long-term rentals, here's the thing. You got somebody there for at least a year, 6 months to a year. These weekly weekends, if you're not able to get constant clients, it can hurt you. But the thing about long-term rentals is it might take you a month or two to secure a tenant, but once you got a tenant there, they're going to be there for about a year. And you just need to make sure you charge them enough to where you can pay your mortgage. You may not make a ton of money out of it, but your mortgage is paid off, property taxes and all the other expenses. Then you don't have to pay cleaners. So here's some of the upside to long-term rentals. Once you rent it out, they may call you for renovations here and there if things go bad. But for a short-term rental, you got to clean every time somebody moves in and move out. That's an added expense, and the more people go in and out, the more possibilities there are of damages and things of that nature. So long-term rental, the other side of that is you may not yield a lot. You may just make $100, $200 more after it's all said and done, but somebody's paying your mortgage, you're building equity, and you building your real estate portfolio. If you're looking to purchase a home or sell a home in the District of Columbia or Maryland, my information would be in the description down below. Please feel free to reach out. You can also just book a consultation for free on my website, by the way. I don't know why I don't mention that all the time, but yeah, the calendar is down in the description down below. You can just book a consultation on my website. And also, please like, share, comment, and subscribe. That's how you help the channel grow. All right, let's get right into it, okay?
Now that I'm house poor, I've got to make my mortgage payment, so let's do that together. The amount of the mortgage on this house is $362,549.54. We bought this house in April 2025, and our mortgage balance then was $364,500. So we've made a little progress. But like I said,
I was shocked when I bought my house. She bought the house sometime last year, made the video, I believe, this year, and has only gone down by $2,000. You know, the price of the home, I would say, is a little below or right around the national average. If it's in Maryland, it's definitely lower than the Maryland state average. If it's in DC, it's way lower, but I don't think she's in either one of these places, but it's right around the national average. But that's the sad thing about buying a house, right? Your first few years are literally just paying off interest, and almost for a whole year of paying mortgage every month, her principal only went down by about $2,000. Let that sink in.
We are definitely in the house poor category, and our monthly payment is $2,919.17. Whew, that's a lot. Of that
is about $3,000. So you're paying about $3,000 a month for God knows how many months, almost an entire year, and your principal went down by only $2,000. It's amazing. The bank wants theirs immediately. So when you buy a house, just look through your amortization schedule. It'll tell you how it breaks down. Your lender should provide this to you. When you see that, man, a chunk of it goes towards the interest. It's like almost, it's like a slope, and as it's like an X. You're paying off your principal at a very low end, and as you go, you start paying off the principal higher. The interest on the other side, you start very high, and as you go to the 30-year mark, you get really low on what you're paying on interest. So the bank need theirs immediately. Anyway, let's keep watching.
Almost $3,000. Only $347.97 goes toward principal. Then for interest, we are paying $1,926.04. And
wow, only about 300 and something odd dollars goes towards principal. And not only the monthly payment, right? It's also when you buy a house, when you close, a chunk of that, only a slight percentage, actually goes towards your down payment. A bunch of it goes towards fees, transfer taxes, and all these other costs. So just keep that in mind.
And our escrow is $645.16. So that's a lot that's going toward interest when we make this payment this month. But because I don't want to be paying this huge amount for 30 years, I am paying a little bit extra toward.
So you see how much the bank is taking? They're taking a whole...
That's a lot that's going toward.
The bank is paying a whole lot more. It's taking a whole lot more of that, right? Escrow, that sounds like an FHA buyer. When you, or either an FHA, or I'll say a low down payment conventional. Conventional loans normally require 20%, but now, just because of the cost of living, not too many people can save 20% of a home. So if you're looking at a $400,000 home, 20% I believe is like $80,000. How many people can really save $80,000 in down payment? What lenders now do is they do a conventional 3. With a conventional 3%, you need the mortgage insurance, right? Because that is still a conventional loan. It's not backed as like the FHA loan, but that mortgage insurance protects the lender. For an FHA loan, you got to pay that insurance premium as well, right? And that's where the escrow go in. They take that insurance, they take the taxes, and they keep it there from your monthly payment, and they disperse it to the county government or the state government, whoever collects your property tax, because they don't want you falling back on that, and then they have to deal with the government. The lender wants to protect themselves. But just think about that. Only a little bit is going towards the principal. The majority of it is going towards interest and then escrow. So sometimes if you can build your equity, you can refinance. And when you refinance, you put a little bit more down, you can stop paying escrow. So that money that's going towards escrow can actually go towards your actual mortgage. And another trick that you can do is try to pay a little bit more every month and be specific. I need this to go towards my principal. So you want to bring down the principal as fast as possible, then your interest rate will be lower. Save a ton of money in the long term. Let's watch.
Reducing the mortgage balance every single month. So I rounded up my mortgage payment to $3,000, which means I put an extra $80.83 directly toward principal, and I paid a full payment of $3,000 toward the mortgage. This means our new balance after that $347 and that
That is exactly what I just talked about, and that is very smart. Honestly, I do it myself. It's not a ton of money extra that I put down, but I try to pay a little extra every month, and I make sure I highlight on the website that this is going towards my principal. And what that does, it just brings down your mortgage balance, as she mentioned, and then that also reduces your interest over time. It may not seem like a lot right now, but once your mortgage balance comes down, you'll save a ton of money. Well, I'm not going to drag this on any longer, but I'll leave a link to this video in the description down below. I really like the way she broke down all the dollar amount. That is very bold for her to put all her business out there like that, but it really helps home buyers just to see and just to grasp the concept of buying a home and what you're walking into. Really great for her to be paying towards your principal. The more you can pay towards your principal, that's going to save you a ton of money over time. So house poor, she has a strategy, so that's a good thing. And I think over time it's definitely let's jump right in.
Where do you live and how much do you pay for your housing? Because this is my Friday treat. And I make good money and I can only afford one coffee a week. Fridays are my special days to get a coffee. Because I'm so house broke, I paid $3,000 for my 1,700 square foot home, which isn't that big of a house, I think. Like, I feel like if I move states and I could still make...
I think she can get another cup of coffee if she wanted to, but that's just neither here nor there. What I'll say is $3,000 for a 1,700 square foot home. It may seem like a lot, but if you think about DC and Maryland in this market, don't know where she's recording this from, but in this market, you're not going to get a ton. That is about right. $3,000 can get you something decent in Maryland, but in Washington, DC, my goodness, it's all small. It's a mini New York as far as space, just the house size. A lot of condos cost way more than single family homes in Maryland. But if you want space and want a low mortgage, you're gonna be in a not so desired neighborhood. You always get what you pay for. But one thing I saw, I was shocked. I saw this lady posted and her mortgage was about $1,700 and she had a massive house in Texas. I couldn't believe it compared to what we're paying up here. But then you got to think about income. And if you make $80,000 in Maryland and $80,000 in Texas, can afford you different things. But $80,000 in Maryland, you might be making maybe 70 or so in certain parts of Texas, or 60, depending on, obviously the bigger cities like Houston, Dallas may be more expensive, but Texas is massive. When you go further out, you can get a big chunk of house for a little bit of money. I remember the first time I noticed that was way back in 2006. I went to Atlanta, and a friend of mine had a 2-bedroom house right by the Atlanta Braves stadium. It's not like a super affluent area, but hey, it was by the Atlanta Braves stadium. He had a 2-bedroom house, and he was paying $200 less than I was paying for a 2-bedroom apartment right here in Maryland. Think about that. Let's get right back into it.
The same amount of money, I could get more bang for my buck. Okay, the thing that I do, like working in the legal field, that doesn't really change state to state. It's still expensive to have a lawyer, so I'm still gonna get paid good. I make money on social media. That's not changing if I move to a different state. So what am I doing wrong that I can only afford 1 coffee a day? I want to have coffee every day. But if I move states, I won't have coffee. Moral of the story.
She just kind of addressed some of the things I talked about, living in different areas. And apparently she's in the legal field. Is she an actual lawyer? Is she a paralegal? But she said getting a lawyer in the legal field and gets money from social media. So it's almost like the nomadic lifestyle, right? People can live wherever. You saw a lot of people living like superstars in Mexico, and then the local population over there got mad because they felt like a lot of Americans were working remotely and making the living standards for them too much, because they get paid in American dollars and they pay their mortgages in pesos or their rent in pesos, and they just have this very affluent lifestyle that makes things harder on the locals. But you don't have to go to Mexico. You can do that here in America. As I mentioned, certain areas, let's say you're in LA, for instance, what you can afford over there, you just take that money and you move it to South Carolina or North Carolina or Delaware, wherever. You can afford a whole lot more. So that is a question I guess she's grappling with herself. And leave a link to this video in the description down below. Don't think we're going to get too much into that. I guess her thing, it's about lifestyle choices and affordability. Where can she go with her semi-remote work and legal work to get a better bang for her buck? Being house poor. Right? Well, good luck to her on that. And
I bought a house when I was 26 and fell immediately into poverty. Okay, when I lived with my parents, I was living my best luxury lifestyle. I went to South Korea, bought a 2,000 plane ticket, didn't even blink twice. I went shopping, luxury goods, all that. Was traveling, was just, oh, I was living it up. I felt rich. I had
a lot of personality here. Great storyteller, a lot of personality. To each his own, you know, move out of the parents' house and spend $2,000 on a plane ticket to South Korea. Everybody has different priorities. To some, that may not be what they think about as far as when you start making money, but to some, that's what they choose to do. Love the energy though.
No bills. And I had a full-time 9-to-5 job. I was working as a nurse. Okay, I was killing it. I bought my own house. That first mortgage payment came in and I was like, oh, this is a situation. But at first you think you can handle it, right? Like, you know, what's a couple thou? What's a couple thou? I got it. But then the pipes in my 80-year-old home.
So one thing I caught there, she said she felt rich. Being able to spend money can make you feel rich sometimes, but there's a difference between feeling like you're rich and actually being rich, right? And I think the cushion of that 6-month emergency fund that people should try to build is something, because she just talked about when she got her first mortgage, it was a shocker and she thought she can handle it. But let's dive in and see how this played out.
Broke immediately as soon as I bought the house. Wiped out my savings. Then another pipe in a different area of the house broke. Okay, I'm struggling. Okay, I need help. Then my neighbor's pipe, it was a twin house, her pipe broke.
80-year-old home. So here's the thing. Pipes going bad, wiping out savings. This is something. One thing you can do when you purchase a home is try to get a home warranty. She said immediately, so I'm assuming maybe the first year. You can get these home warranties for like less than $1,000, sometimes $1,000 or more, depending on the house, a year. And that's gonna cover the plumbing, electrical, HVAC for the most part. If you want additional, some of them cover appliances, they'll charge you for extra. That's just something to think about if you're jumping into buying an older home or just buying a home in general. It's always recommended to get home warranties. I, as an agent, sometimes buy it on behalf of my client. If I'm walking away with $12,000 in commission, $10,000, $7,000, however much, $20,000, I can spare $700-800 for like home warranty, just to give me a little peace of mind, also make the client appreciate the transaction. Sometimes I do it for the seller or the buyer. It really doesn't matter. If I get a buyer and I just want them to have at least peace of mind for a year, I'll pay for the home warranty. I've also done it for listings in particular, because we're selling some house just to get the buyer a little peace of mind as well. Like, hey, this house is going to be covered for a year. So something to think about there. But that's one thing I mentioned. They used to say have about $5,000 left over when you purchase a home. But some of these expenses in houses, that was back in the day. Some of these expenses now, $5,000 ain't even gonna shake it. If you think about an HVAC unit going bad, it can be up to 15 plus, you know, roofs, you know, plumbing, depending on where. If they got to tear down walls to get to that, can run you a pretty penny very quickly.
And she didn't believe that her pipe broke, but her pipe broke on my side of the house. So all of that water that was coming down was spraying into my home. And then my water heater broke. When I tell y'all, I went from living in the lap of luxury to destitute immediately. Now, don't get me to fooling y'all, because it was worth it in the long run, because that house is now worth like 2 times what it was worth then. So I'm actually doing pretty good. But at the time, when I tell you I was struggling, I had to go to my parents every other day for dinner because your girl could not feed herself. I bought a house when I was 20.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there when you think about the neighbor's pipe going bad and having to deal with that. So for instance, you go get a plumber, they check it, then they find out it's not yours. I wonder what the liability there is. Can she get compensated? You know, something to think about. But this is why I always preach buy a house. And people always say, is it a good time to buy? Think about what she just said. The house is worth twice in the long term. Long-term game is the real estate game. You don't think about, you know, it's unfortunate we live in this instant generation. People want it and they want it now. It's the microwave generation. Everything should be done immediately. But if you can be a little patient and build equity, and if let's say you fall in an area where there's development and the house value goes up, think about that, right? I know a gentleman who was so happy and eager to see me. He bought a house. He was trying to renovate it like an older home, as she talked about, and then pull the equity out and just get into the real estate business that way. Kind of ran short of cash, talked to some grant programs. He was so eager last week when he saw me. He got $65,000 to finish up the renovation. So there are things, programs that you can, and that's a grant. It's not a loan. $65,000 to get an older home completely remodeled. He was already there, just needed a little bit more. The city just needed to see how much work he's done and how much is left to go. So there are different programs you can get into to just kind of get your home where it needs to be. And if it's an area that's developing, that's why the city was trying to put some money into that home. They're trying to boom that area. Gentrify, as some may see it, develop as others may see it. But he got fortunate. He bought a house there for very cheap, did a lot of work, took all the work to the county and the city, like, hey, I've done this much, can you help me finish it up? And they did. So I'll leave a link down to this video in the description below.
Your ultimate hub for real estate insights, breaking news, entrepreneurial wisdom, investing strategies, and self-development hacks. If you're ready to expand your mind and stay ahead of the game floor, you're in the right place. Subscribe now. Your future self will thank you.
Another topic we're going to cover, because we talked about getting your home show ready and doing repairs. Not all repairs are necessary. I like to live by the golden rule: you do unto others as you want done unto you. Sometimes I even get home warranties on behalf of my sellers for at least 1 year. It just covers me at least for a year as a realtor. You know, even though buyers have like 3 years to go file complaints, but I just try to make sure the product is good. That's all. So not all sellers can afford that. Sometimes you're in a hard financial situation. You ain't got money to repair a house, but you got to get it up off of you. And it's like, I got to sell this house. I would love to repair it, but I don't have the money, right? But in this market now where people are looking for move-in ready houses, you know, I'm not telling you go into some major massive repair and then you can't recoup the money. You spend way more into repairs than when you think about repair costs and what your house is going to sell for. It's still not worth it. So I would say, you know, thinking about selling your home, many homeowners assume they need to repair every flaw before listing. That's not necessarily true, but that's often a costly mistake. You know, in today's market, some repairs simply don't deliver enough value to justify the expense. Before you spend thousands of dollars on upgrades, here are 10 things you should think twice about before putting your home on the market. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. That is how you help the channel grow. And also, if you're looking to buy, sell your house in Maryland or DC, my contact information is in the description below. Thank you. Number one, we'll say minor infractions. So small nail holes, minor scratches on the walls, tiny dents on the trim, you know, work usually don't deter serious buyers, you know. While a fresh coat of paint can help, you know, just these little things buyers they don't really care too much, you know. Just every, you know, imperfection is not really worth the time and money unless you're dealing with some kind of obsessive buyer that's just nitpicking every single thing. But just some little things you can get away with. But I can tell you though, a fresh coat of paint goes a long way. Outdated functional appliances, yes, that doesn't necessarily need to be replaced. You know, a brand new kitchen with brand new appliances looks better. But if your appliances are older but still working properly, replacing them may not significantly increase your home's value. Most buyers understand that appliances can be updated later according to their personal preferences. I bought a home, was it 4 or 5 years ago? I only had to change the water heater so far. The stove wasn't brand new, the refrigerator wasn't brand new, but they're still functional. So what if that seller would have added those costs when these things have, oh, I changed the washer and dryer. Was it last Thanksgiving when they had the Black Friday sale? Because the washer, it was that one unit, the washer and dryer connected, either one of them wasn't working, but because it was one single unit, you got to swap out both. So in 4 years of being here, washer and dryer, water heater, but I still got the stove and the other refrigerator and other appliances. So just think about it. And it took actually 3 years of living here for the washer or dryer to go out. So not all appliances need to be replaced. Slightly worn carpeting, that can it can enhance the value of the home, but if your